minute away from arriving at the PCS7 battlefield. This is the last battle for PGC 2022. Give everything you have. 64 squads from 4 main regions, APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe, will be participating in this operation. Erangel and Miramar, where the operation will take place, seem quite peaceful for now. But when the battle starts, you'll never know what could happen here. Remember, the squad that scores the highest points on this battlefield will become the champion of PCS7. Prizes are awarded to the champions and those who survive the fierce battle. Total prize money mounts up to $1 million. But prize money is not our main mission objective. PGC points is what this mission is all about. Take a close look at these squads. They are your rivals on the way to PGC 2022. All squads are ranked based on their achievement from regional qualifiers. The world's best 32 squads with the most PGC points can advance to our final mission, PGC 2022. Day Trade Gaming is leading the way in APAC, where the first gunshot will be fired. The point gap is big, but there is a way to turn the tables at once by becoming the PCS7 APAC champion. I wonder which squad will advance to PGC 2022 in this competitive region. Sonic's 4-time PCS champion in America's region is leading the region with a total of 745 PGC points. Seems like they are almost locked up along with E United. Still, all squads have a chance to advance to PGC 2022 as there is a slot reserved for the PCS7 champion. Asia is the homeland of all the PGC champions until now. Their firepower is beyond limits. Strongest among them all is Petrichor Road, the 3-time consecutive winner of PCS. Unlike other regions, there is no champion seed for PGC 2022, so watch out for any drastic measures the squads may take. The last one coming, Europe, is where Northern Lights wield their power. However, no one knows how things will go, since all the squads in this region have what it takes to become a champion. Like APAC and Americas, Europe also has a champion seed for PGC 2022, so every squad has a fair chance. Operation PCS7 is an important gateway to PGC 2022. It is time to start the operation. Everyone ready? Do not forget that only the best performing squads have a chance to fight at PGC 2022, so prove yourself in the battlegrounds.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the final stop on the road to PGC. It is PCS7 kicking off right now.
PGC points. You want to get to the big dance at the end of the year. This is how you do it, and this is where you get the most points of the year right here is in PCS7.
So let's talk about the teams that are taking the field. The Big 16, the best and brightest the Americas has to offer.
Kickstart gets one, gets two, gets three! Takes down Fiumba.
What an
Final
animal!
elimination.
Kickstart!
Last few throwables, are out right now. LG using the smoke, trying to see if they can spot somebody
There it
out.
is.
But now here you go.
Oh,
Hero
doesn't
taking
get the knock.
shots, is going to connect. Doesn't get the knock onto mine, but gets him pretty low. Follows it up with the Molotov, but as the Blues closing in, a flashbang right into him, and Hero unfortunately runs right into the zone. Takes so much damage as Hairlocks gets knocked down. Hero lying prone again, but that last little move from Sonic gets the knock, and Luke 12 unfortunately knocks himself. It's Penta versus the Sonics, but Sonics clean this one out, taking the first victory of the PCS Grand Finals with 15 kills. This could be a favor for Luminosity to use.
This is 100% a favor to Luminosity. Again, yes, they did kind of move up, but the problem is they didn't move up enough. That fight was their opportunity to cross, and they just didn't take it.
Penta with 2 knocks, finds Beal, gets the 3rd, and with that, Luminosity Gaming win match number 2 with 15 kills.
most important thing, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Leaderboards. Let's look at them. Let's see where the game stands right now. I'll get out of the way so you can see the magic that has been Luminosity.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it again. I said it already 10 minutes ago. I'm gonna say it again.
So hot right now.
14 points per game.
Gizera, though, still has that line of sight, does find the knock on Torello. Snakers gets down to 1 HP, immediately popping up that first aid kit and try and stay alive. Again, that coming into play. If he can get kickstart here, he is going to find Snakers. All it takes is one more, and E United could be very quickly melted. But look at this.
Good
TX
push.
wrapping around to see if they can capitalize on this. But Haven getting flashed. That's going to slow things down. Team X is that they have to come to the zone. 22 have to do absolutely no movement. Dialed is going to get Gizera down a little bit, 22 damage, but the boosters continue to lift him back up. Nice nade by Haven, finds the knock, and now that it's a 3v1, 22 rushing in, seeing if they can find Clouzera, but Clow went wide. I think Hazelton might have an idea as the flashbangs come out, the smokes come out. It has been called. Hazelton does go down. Now Haven and Gizera on the hunt. Can they find Clouz? There you go. Gizera spots him. Haven gets the kill, and that is it. 22 Esports taking victory in match number 2. Sonics being chased by Bing Bang Boom. Shark Shots just going to drive straight for him. Does get H1 down in the drive-by, but it's traded by Tiggleton.
Immediate crash coming through, and now nicely picked up by Keenan, but he's down to just 3 HPs, the last one alive, and he's going to get spotted by Team Gizera as Peak has decided to join this party. Game 5, and everybody is crashing.
Peak saw what was happening, knew this was the time to strike with so many members knocked down from Sonics. It's down to just Tiggleton, who stepped out from the shack. Does get Selfish, as well as Viz, but 19 HP and underhand Molly. He is going to fall here, but was able to get Arma a bit low. Didn't find the knock, but Peak lose 2 on this crash.
Rusty Gizera has nothing but a hay bale to hide behind. 4 kills, Synergy. It's like they're setting themselves up for another win.
See, Benya's already going wide. He spots out Rusty Gizera, gets him down to half HP, shots into the bale, but Benya is going to fall. The AUG superior in the 1v1 from this, with that Molly going just a little bit too far. Rusty Gizera is trying to stay up and alive, but here comes the push from Synergy. They waste no time on this. Rusty Gizera finds a second knock. Can he get a third? It's a 1v1, 3 HP to Rusty Gizera, but the blue is closing in fast. He pops a first aid kit. Can the final member still up for SG do something about it? Pippa with the high ground, switching to the M4, but Rusty Gizera cleans up all of those kills and makes a run for circle.
Pippa's just lying prone. He's just lying prone on the ceiling. Oh, he's gonna spot it. There it is. Pippa will clean it up, but Rusty Gizera, what a hero play for the player from Troglodytes. Another 3 kills.
But overall standings at the end of day 2, E United takes over first, but another big one, Synergy Esports grabs second.
Yeah.
Luminosity and Sonic sliding down just a little bit further.
I think LG would have maybe the biggest advantage on armor, and
maybe E United after clearing out those grandmas. There you go, LG. It's going to be Luke that finds Shrimsy and H-Win.
Straight up 4v4, and no one really has a massive advantage here.
Has just a little bit of a smoke cloud. There you go, kickstart. Find the knock on a Purdy Curdy.
And trades back and forth here, 3v3 now. Flush Snakers is not going to be able to be revived. It's just now up to the other members. 15 kills is still absolutely ridiculous, but Alo is going to find Kick.
Big shots from Alo will get kicked down. Flood and Rillo now 2v2. As 2v3 now 2v2 as they find Alo, but Flood goes down to the zone. Rello now trying to spray through. He's going to find them all. What? Somehow United get the 18 kill victory. Gizera's putting on a damn highlight reel right now. He is adding everyone to his montage. Tiggleton trying to make a run for the trees for anything, but Gizera just hitting anything that moves.
And Gizera now has an absolute angle on that one position that Tig would have wanted. And he's about to get his 11th kill. And there it is. Let's go and take a quick listen in with BBB.
One is smoking the road, one far back. Sharp, you're peeking alone. Like that's you.
Yep.
Wrong for info. The right guy wrap back left to the smokes.
Okay, okay. You can pick us above left.
Play together.
I can push any moment with the flash.
Pick me left, pick me left. Pick me left.
You win this, Sharp.
Good one.
Just like that.
What? 19
kills. 12, 13 of those are probably Gizera's alone. What an absolute animal.
This dip is not free. Kickstart gets one, gets two, gets
no way!
three. Takes down Fiumba.
What an
Final
animal!
elimination.
Kickstart!
Rusty Gizera has nothing but a hay bale to hide behind. 4 kills, synergy. It's like they're setting themselves up for another win.
See, Benya's already going wide. He spots out Rusty Gizera, gets him down to half HP, shots into the bale, but Benya is gonna fall. The AUG superior in the 1v1 from this, with that molly going just a little bit too far. Rusty Gizera is trying to stay up and alive, but here comes the push from Synergy. They waste no time
No
on this.
way.
Rusty Gizera finds a second knock. Can't
No
get a
way.
third. It's a 1v1, 3 HP to Rusty Gizera. Gizera, though, still has that line of sight, does find the knock on Torello. Snakers gets down to 1 HP, immediately popping up that first aid kit and try and stay alive. And again, that AUM coming into play. If he could get Kickstart here, he is going to find Snakers. All it takes is one more, and E United could be very quickly melted. But look at this,
Good
TX
push.
wrapping around to see if they can capitalize on this. But Haven gets flash.
Okay.
That's going to slow things down. Sonic's being chased by Bing Bang Boom Shark Shots. Just going to drive straight for him. Does get H1 down in the drive-by, but it's traded by Tiggleton.
Immediate crash coming through, and now nicely picked up by Keenan, but he's down to just 3 HP. He's the last one alive, and he's going to get spotted by Team Gizera as Peak has decided to join this party. Game 5, and everybody is crashing.
Peak saw what was happening, knew this was the time to strike. With so many members knocked down from Sonics, it's down to just Tiggleton, who stepped out from the shack.
Tiggleton's
Does get
farming.
Selfish, as well as Viz, but 19 HP, and underhand Molly. He is going to fall here, but was able to get Arma a bit low. Didn't find the knock, but Peak lose 2 on this crash.
And Gizera now has an absolute angle on that one position that Tig would have wanted. And he's about to get his 11th kill. And there it is!
They're both there. They're both there. One is smoking the road, one's far back.
Sharp, you're peeking alone. Like, that's you.
Wrong turn flow. The right guy wrapped back left to the smokes.
Okay. You can pick us above left.
Play together.
I can push any moment with the flash.
Pick me left, pick me left. Pick me left.
You win this, Sharp.
Okay. Good one.
Just
And
like that.
What? 19
Kills. 12, 13 of those are probably Gizera's alone. What an absolute animal.
If you're playing Esports Fantasy right now for PCS7, you're either winning or losing because of one man, and that's going to be 22's Gizera. To give you an idea, Tiggleton put up 112 points and Snakers put up 118 in the first week. But Gizera pulled out a masterful 158. 44 kills, 6,000 damage across 15 games is absolutely nutty. We're going to tackle the impacts to PGC in a second, but first, let's take a look at the man in action. Day 3, Game 3, near the center of the map, School Apartments in Rajat. As you can see, about 16 minutes, we're having a standard School Apartments Rajat game. 54 people are still up, and 22 have a strong 2-2 split. If 22 is doing a 2-2 split, doesn't that just make it a 22? The circle does shift to the southeast, favoring 22's position. And while the last circle did give them some love, the next one places their compound right on the edge of the zone with a hard shift to the west. This leaves them right on the cusp, with half of Raw still in play and also has school. A strong compound on the edge of the zone like this means a crash could likely be coming at any given moment, and yes, that crash is going to be present third place Luminosity Game. We come into this with Gizera up on the roof, defending up against Team X that's going to be to the north, when LG slams into the eastern wall, very close to it. At this stage, 22 is presently in 6th on the overall leaderboard with only 1 kill this game. Haven then follows up and handles Luke and Penta to remove LG from the game. The next circle moves more school and the hills southeast of Raw. The north has now created a death funnel from all the players up there moving out of Raw's. 22, Team X, 4 PM, and Wildcard all on a similar path in the north. Meanwhile, Rumblers, Dodge, and Sykes are about to fight it out in school. BBB has a great Overwatch position on both locations and gets to referee the fights as they will. 22, though, is stretched into the circle with Vinny, but then realizes the opportunity that's about to happen in the north. They then start to flow in back behind Team X to try to pounce them. That fight starts off with 22 Gizera out-zeraing Team X's Cluzera. As the circle is closing in, Team X moves back to defend against 22. Gizera then pushes between 22 smokes, spots the remaining 2, downs one, and then spray transfers over to the other. School is now leaving play as the zone has forced Rumblers north of parking lot wall and Sonics on the opposite side of it. Rumblers realizes they're going to have to make a desperate play with BBB having oversight onto this and now 22 potentially having a firing line into it as well. Los charges into the Sonics line valiantly to try to hold back Sonics so that Valiant can move. He manages to pop H1 with a nade, but as he charges in, who is it going to be? Not Sonics, but Gizera that gets the knock on. With Los' sacrifice, Valiant did manage to at least get away from the wall and get away from Sonics. But the problem is still going to be Gizera, who spots him out and gets him down. Now, 4 teams up. Bing Bang Boom to the north, 4 poor men to the west of 22. Between them and Bing Bang Boom. 22 playing the northeast. Then there are the Sonics, who are playing to the south, which is mostly smokes because the firing lines have all 3 teams capable of shooting him. And it's going to be 22's Vinny who goes for a peek and gets knocked by 4 p.m. Realizing the opportunity, 4 p.m. VHZ pushes from the compound using the hill sightlines to dodge 22's vision and spring up and rip into Haven. But it's going to be Tiggleton, fresh after rezzing Shrimzy, who hits the last shot to drop Haven. Luckily though, with information now being given over to Gizera, who's been defending up the Sonics side of the 22 defense, Gizera knows exactly where to land the nade right on top of VHZ and stopping him from regrouping with 4 p.m. A follow-up nade goes out, flushing VHZ, but then Gizera looks back to his job against Sonics, and near in the same breath, sees Shrimzy knocking him as well. Tiggleton moved to the west to try to get cover, but now Gizera's position is insanely strong, with no threat to any of his open angles to the south. This allows Gizera to get the angle to finish off Tiggleton and Sonics as well. While Gizera is finishing off Sonics, Bing Bang Boom takes care of 4 p.m. Unfortunately, Sharp Shot getting knocked in the process. Roth realizes where 22 is positioned. He gets to a center rock right as 22 Vinny drives into counter move around him. Roth rips him apart but doesn't get the knock as Vinny jumps out right before he can get the last shot. Then, using the still rolling car as cover, does get the last shots, dropping Roth in a valiant stand that could have gone either way. Roth did enough work into Vinny though that a touch from the blue zone is going to knock him as well. We are technically in a 3v2, but Roth, still being up, can provide information from his angle distant from his teammates and let them know how to line up. Using that information, Bing Bang Boom releases a ton of smokes to push close range into the remaining 2 members of 22. BBB is hoping that smoke and stealth will determine the fight to come. Even does peek through the smokes to spot out Keenan, gets the knock onto him, turning it into a 2v2. For just a moment, Gizera got spotted on the low side of the hill earlier. Him and Haven now have also realized how BBB are planning to take this fight. They move more to the north on top of the hillside, but BBB gets a read onto this. Gats, though, gets spotted as they're moving into engage and then gets wrecked by Gizera. Sharp, just a second behind due to trying to prep utility, now peeks through his smoke in a 1v1. A quick crouch and spray coming out from Gizera finishes the whole game with 22's win. Gizera finishes out this game with a ridiculous 13 kills in 1 game. 22 felt in control and aggressive for a large portion of this game. And this is still just the start of this roster playing together. We don't know where the skill ceiling for this team could be. And in just 1 weekend, they've now managed to push themselves up to 3rd overall and just 18 points shy of United in 1st place. And with that 1st place, I need to remind you that PCS7 gets an auto ticket to PGC in Dubai. 22 is presently 70 PGC points ahead of the next LATAM team in Young Kings. Lots of pressure on the shoulders of a player in his first PCS event ever. Time will tell if we have a superstar or just an amazing week. Well, he's on my fantasy team, so it tells you what I think. PCS7 is going to be wrapping up this weekend. We're finally going to know who's going to be going to PGC in Dubai and who is going to have to wait and dream of next year. Make sure you tune in to PCS7 this weekend to find out.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to PCS7. It is weekend 2, baby, about to kick off. My name's Savis. I am joined by the intrepid duo of the Cammy D and Porosaurus here on the desk or the screen to break down all the action as it gets into it. Now, before we start out talking about the who's, the wills, the won't they, can they, PGC, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Let's remind you at home exactly how it is that our teams got here today. It started out with a heck of a qualifier, 128 teams from 2 separate regions, pushing it all the way to the 16 teams who will be here playing today. 8 and 8 from each region.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Very exciting.
We brought through that last week. Let's talk about how they get to the top of the leaderboards. They got to get their hands on the points. There's nothing new here, Poro.
Not at all, and every single point's going to still matter. So you're going to see them fighting for every last kill. And
what do you need those kills for? What do you need those points for? To take home the money.
Yep.
Show me the cash. $250,000 on the line, $60K for first, but we're also got some other things. Special prizes, crowdfunding.
Exactly. Special prizes is good for kill leaders, insane squad, all PCS team. And then, as you mentioned, crowdfunding. The PCS7 skins have been in the shop. If you buy them, 30% of that goes towards the global PCS7 prize pool, including, of course, America's here.
Absolutely. Now, that is not the only things on the line. Obviously, the money's nice, and I will not downplay $60,000 for first in any way, shape, or form. But if you can win that $60K, you can take it with you to have a great vacation.
Yep.
When you go to PGC, that is the prize. That's the crown jewel for every one of these teams. Let's check in with the race thus far. Sonics, E-United, they started this event qualified. That ain't changing anytime soon. Yahoo, that's an interesting one for me. I asked both of you at the start of the week, is Yahoo safe despite the fact that they are not here to defend themselves or get more points? I'm going to do a follow-up. Safe, yes or no?
I still think they're safe.
All right.
I don't think they have to worry.
Cameron, safe, yes or no?
I'm still 50-50. We have a lot of teams that have either not shown up as much as we wanted, but also have really stepped up their game that we didn't expect. So it's still anyone's game in a lot of cases.
And remember, top 6 go. There is a little bit of in there for the Latin American top performing team. But as you look at the numbers on your board right now, you're going to see that down in 7th and 8th place, we're looking at teams with 175 points, 150 respectively.
Yeah.
Let's show us why anything could happen. This is the distribution of points.
Yeah.
If you get second here, that's 330. I mean, that could shake up just about anybody.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're worried more about second than about first because at this point we all know it's going to be either United or Sonic.
Yeah.
But as you said, a lot of points left to be determined there between even second, all the way down to 8th, you get 90 points. So, no matter where you finish, you're going to be collecting a nice little chunk for yourself.
And now the checkpoint is, the check mark is still up for grabs. And Cameron, that means you get the automatic bid if you win that,
Yeah,
right?
you can come in as a brand new team with 0 PGC points. And if you win first place at PCS7, you're going to be auto-qualifying. We want to make sure that we send the best of the best at this current time. And we appreciate consistency, but if you blow everyone out of the water, we're going to let you go anyway. However, as Poro just said earlier, at this point, it still looks to be just a Sonics E-United race, but we're only halfway through.
Real quick, one word. Sonics or E-United?
E-United.
Sonics or E-United?
I'm flipping. I think it's E-United.
I'll still stick with Sonics, and now you guys can stick with us and the Sonics and E-United as they head to PGC. Our broadcast will start November 1st, so make sure you tune into that because PUBG, big time now, big time in November. It is a feast of PUBG. Now, if you want to keep playing with us at home, if you love getting into it, we are playing fantasy right now. You can sign up at twire.gg. The sign-up does close very shortly, about 20 minutes out. So make sure you get over there. And let me watch this to learn a little bit more about how to play, and we'll talk more about scoring afterwards.
Want to participate in the official PUBG Fantasy League? Visit twire.gg to sign up and click on the Fantasy tab to get started. Here you can build your own fantasy squad and earn points as your roster of players compete in PCS7. The player prices are set differently based on their overall performance throughout the year, so plan your spending wisely to pick an effective team within your budget. Unlike previous events, for PCS7 you'll be able to choose different rosters every week. Track your fantasy team's performance and swap out your players as needed for the upcoming week's match to keep your earnings high. The top 10 players in each region will be awarded G-Coin and a full PCS7 Mega Bundle set. You can also create your own private leaderboard to battle it out between your friends for the ultimate prize, bragging rights. Search and join existing leaderboards, or create your own and invite your friends to play together.
All right, so right behind me is the scoring for Fantasy League. You've got a couple of minutes left to put your team together. 2 points for kills, 5 for survival, 100 damage equals 1 point, and of course, died before 10 minutes is a -3. So just be aware of that one, because if you're Cameron, it will hurt.
My favorite.
You lost 9 in one game. It is a record.
It was a weird game, okay?
It's a record. It's very impressive. But I will say, tip for you at home, you got a couple of minutes to get it in. Focus on this one if you want a free mid-tier team right off the gate. Sort by damage. All right. Let's talk about not who's playing in terms of players, but let's talk about teams that'll be taking the field. This is PCS7, and these are the teams that are jumping into it right out of the gate.
Yeah, a lot of teams that we have come to expect from here, not just Sonic CE United, but a lot of the heavy hitters from LATAM as well. Yumba have made their return after having a really rough start to the season, and they're looking pretty good. Troglodytas, we love to watch them as well. 22 Esports and Synergy, though. That from Latin American side of things, that's the real story here.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of teams in here that we were looking at. They needed to have a very big PCS7, and so far the teams that needed to have a good performance in week 1 have delivered. Wildcard's been up there, 22, as you said, Synergy as well.
Funny you should say that. Wildcard has been on the grind. They're in the hunt for PGC. Today, we're going to focus on teams that are in the hunt that need to get there. Cameron, Wildcard is in the hunt, but they're looking good.
They're looking really, really good. They're towards the top of the leaderboard. They did have a bit of a slow start. Their day 1 wasn't looking great. They were having to chase a lot of their games, but they really picked it up. They had an amazing day 2 and a really, really solid day 3. And what I love about just looking at the numbers, looking at the stats, is that despite what Cal said at the beginning of this tournament, it's not all dependent on Greg Shot to have a good day. Admittedly, he actually has some of the worst numbers, but everyone else is still performing that it doesn't actually matter all that much. I'm not saying that he's performing bad, of course, but that he's not like, they don't need him to be at the top level to be in, I think they're around like 3rd place at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's sticking out to me about this team is that everybody's playing their role to perfection, right? And at this point, it feels like the only thing that's going to keep Wildcard out of PGC is Wildcard themselves.
I like that.
All they got to do is continue to play the game that they've been playing, play with the confidence that they've been playing with, and they should find themselves into bye, no problem.
I mean, that's not a bad place to be. If the only true enemy is yourself, that means you can sort of rise to the occasion and go the distance. All right, so that's Wildcard. They're looking good right now in their current position. Another team that's on the hunt, and this is something where when they came in, they were looking at getting the solo Latin American spot. Now there's a chance that 2 teams go if these guys keep doing what they're doing. They started strong. They ended weak. What's Synergy going to do this week?
I mean, Synergy, I feel like, you know, everybody's obviously looking at Pippa. Pippa put up a fantastic performance last week. A couple of really just great individual solo performances. But the other thing is it's driving everybody else on the team, their performance up as well. Benya's been great, Silzen's been great, Danny's been decent as well. I mean, everybody on this team is kind of clicking right now. Now, Pippa is there to kind of be that leader in terms of making the big plays, but it's, as we saw several times, he's just kind of that Johnny on the spot, and he's playing with a good amount of confidence that's kind of trickling down to the rest of the team.
It's a full team unit that you can see play. One of the criticisms that we were giving Synergy was that they would get some points, but they wouldn't really have a lot of agency in a round, and it was mostly on Benya. It felt like to sort of grab a few 1 or 2 kills towards the end before he got eliminated. We haven't seen a lot from Benya because he hasn't been needed yet. The fact that everyone is still popping off and they have yet to rely on the sort of like catch-up, scavenge sort of abilities from Benya being able to do some tricky things as a solo means that there are still levels to this team that they haven't been forced to utilize yet.
So I want to touch on this because Synergy's in the hunt, but they were watching 22 when they came here. Now they're in sort of this relationship with 22 as they both are performing really well for the Latin American region. Let's go ahead and take a look at those teams side by side, and the numbers seem pretty close, Poro.
They sure do. I mean, they're playing very similar type games, right? I will say a lot of circle love has been shown to both of these teams, but they're delivering when they are put in the position where they need to deliver, and they're getting as many points out of it as they possibly can. Now, the biggest difference I see between these teams,
star factor,
right?
Yep.
And that's kind of it, isn't it? It feels like we were talking about with Pippa earlier, is bringing up the performance of everybody else around him. It feels like 22 is funneling everything through Gizera. So far, it has been working a treat, obviously. I mean, the kid's putting up insane numbers, but the question is, can they keep that up?
And let's take a look at that right now. Like, see how close these numbers are, Cameron. When I go to superstar cuts, it's insane how much more Gizera is having impact-wise.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we were referring to, talking about Synergy being was like a full unit, even with maybe slightly Pippa favored. 22 is, as Foro said, basically the exact opposite of it. 44 kills on 1 player of Gizera. He is he's not exactly, but he's around twice the total points gathered from any other individual player from 22, which is amazing to have on your team. The question always is, especially for a new debut player like Gizera, can he stay consistent with it? And if he does fall off, heaven forbid, is someone else on 22 there to pick up the slack?
Right, should that worry fans? Should that worry fans? If he breaks his thumb going to get ice cream after games today, can 22 survive?
I think so. I mean, I think Haven is still playing really, really well.
Yeah.
The overall just shot calling for that team has been pretty decent.
Okay.
They've been kind of playing it a little bit close, but I mean, it makes it all a big difference when you got the confidence in a kid like Gizera that's going to go in there and just like W key everybody in front of him and kill them pretty successfully, I might add. And he's managed to make it up to the late game. My only issue is what happens if he goes down early game? When they're down to 3, are they going to play with that same type of aggression?
Yeah.
And that's, you know, if they don't, if they even if they kind of pull it back to the play a little bit closer to the vest, a little bit more conservatively, that opens the door for a team like Synergy to start kind of going after them. That's got all 4 players kind of clicking.
So we'll keep tracking our Latin American Titans to see where they go. Another 2 teams that we should focus on are 2 teams that are in the hunt. The first one of which had an amazing day 1.
Yep.
The other had an amazing day 3. But let's start with the day 1 team that kind of dropped off. That's Luminosity. What is going on with them?
Yeah, so Luminosity, they came out fantastically. They missed ESL. They went into the grind. They went into, I was about to make that Dragon Ball Z reference, but I guess that's slipping right now. You guys know what I'm talking about. The training area, the training arc. They came back, got 70 points on one day after qualifying, and I think first or second place from groups. But we didn't see a lot more of that high-level, high-scoring play on day 2 and 3. We know how much these guys like to come in from the edge, how much of an info team they are, and it sort of looked like day 2 and 3 that they started to get a little sort of scared to be proactive, especially off of hardships where you need to make a play even when you're missing some information.
So they'll be hoping for military circles if day 1 is any indicator.
It worked out pretty well for them.
They did work well. BBB, team that put up some big numbers on day 3 but struggled so hard to start. What's the story here?
I mean, day 2 was a tragedy for this team, right? We talked about it. They had 5 games, 4 of them they got 0 points. I don't think Keenan got a single point that whole day. I mean, it was a train wreck all the way to all things considered. Now, day 3 kind of turned things around a little bit. They found themselves in late games. Now, we got to see a little bit of their comms. They could have had 2 wins, should have had 2 wins. But, you know, they end up getting the 1 at the very end, which is still plenty enough for them to kind of turn things around, get that 50-point day. Now, man, it's still a lot of pressure. We saw them deliver last year, though, when they were in this same situation.
But the question that the question for me is last year versus this year is the new addition of Gats. Gats was sort of built up as this future Gizera, this big hitter on the scene. He hasn't lived it up to it in this event so far. Is that something that we should worry about, or is this an adjustment period?
Well, for starters, and I'm not accusing you of this, but I think it is a little unfair to compare a player like Gats with Gizera because Gizera's numbers are completely unexpected, completely ridiculous. No one should be held to that standard.
True.
Possibly even Gizera himself. That's what we were talking about with this whole idea of will he be able to continue on these numbers into this week. But to answer your question properly, they not only changed a player, they swapped old list for Gats at BBB, they also changed IGLs. And even though Roth and Keenan have been in the team since the very beginning, over a year ago, right, when they first formed in the beginning of 2021, they still were moving parts around, and Gats was only another included part into that. And so ultimately at this point, I don't think you can put any stake on him as an individual player that you wouldn't put on the rest of the team as a whole.
So Gat's still growing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just came onto the roster. You got to give him a little bit of slack. Now, obviously, a lot of pressure is going to be felt by him because they did pick him up for this PGC run. But, I mean, the lion's share of the weight is going to fall on the shoulders of Keenan, Ross, Sharp, guys who've been around trying to figure out how to incorporate Gats into their play. Realize what Gats is really, really good at, which is that up close and personal, short range AR fighting. Try to put yourselves in positions where you can take advantage of his unique skill set.
Finding the right roles, using those skills. Now, I want to go to a man that we all know that is good at doing those things. It is the coach for Luminosity, someone that we respect. It is Gunnar, and he is going to comment a little bit on can they reclaim the magic that they had in day number 1?
You know, it'll be tough to say that you just recreate the magic from day 1, but I think with all the review and all the time that we spent going over and comparing day 1 to day 2 and day 3, I think we're comfortable coming into this week that we could, have multiple days like we had day 1 of last week.
Sounds like he's got a plan. I know that he's a big trust the system kind of guy, so they will continue to do what they've done and hope it works out. I'm glad that they found the keys. Now, another team that needs to figure out how to win is BBB. So they'll be our featured team today in Cameron's Keys to Victory.
Yeah, I got another set for you guys. This one for BBB, looking at their games from Sunday and comparing them from Friday and Saturday. One of the biggest key differences for this team is to be able to play from the center, play from the heart of the zone. Roth is on the record in my private DMs. I know him personally. That they play better when they try and be proactive into the game, and for them, that means trying to take a more central position. But the key to being proactive is the second point of being one goal, one mind, work together as a team, go and execute the plan. Once you make it, it doesn't even have to be the best plan, because any second that you take arguing or discussing is a second that you lose on the execution, and that can completely derail the entire thing. And the third key I have, though, is more a bit of advice, is that ultimately keep your eyes on PGC. At this point, it doesn't really matter where they end in this competition. They're not going to be getting that 60K for first place. The gap is too far for that to be a reasonable goal. Focus on PGC, and at some point in this tournament, it may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it's going to happen on Sunday. If not before then, is that there's going to be an opportunity for them to derail one of their rivals' games, and they're going to need to take that opportunity.
All right, we'll see if they take that opportunity. I want you guys at home to take the opportunity to let us know what you think, whether it's about your fantasy ideas, whether it's about the fact that Cameron's Keys to Victories, you can do it on Twitter by typing hashtag PUBG Esports into your tweet and letting us know exactly what you think. So we want to hear from you. We're going to put it on the screen, even if it's something like how Poro's boots look. Let me know.
Show those babies off.
They're nice, because we want to hear from you guys. Now, that's not the only thing you need to know about. We've been doing giveaways during this event so far, but it's been digital giveaways. Now, things have changed just a little bit. We have excellent news. Crafted is giving away some sweet custom PCS merch to one lucky winner. This is actually physical stuff that you get your hands on. We're talking red and black custom Air Force Ones and a slick PCS7 headset to pair with those kicks. Make sure you stay tuned for today's giveaway entry code coming sometime later in the broadcast. I can't tell you when. I can't tell you where. I can't even tell you how yet. But I can tell you, if you stick around, you've got a chance to get those for yourself. I won't tell you the size of the shoes either, because most of us are just going to put them behind on the stream anyway. It's going to look good.
Those forces are clean, man. The hand painted, I got a nice little look up right close. Man, they're real nice, girl.
As our resident shoe expert, we sent Poro in to take a look.
Clearly.
And yeah, right, he's wearing his cowboy boots today.
You got the J's on.
I do have the J's. I know my stuff.
Too.
Let's see who knew their stuff about fantasy. Let's check out the top 10 leaderboard of the highest valued players. Gizera, we've talked about him today. We talked about him last week, and this is why. 11,000, the best deal of the century last week, jumps to 27K. Here's my question. Do you still pick him?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Kidding me? Yep. 27K? Yeah, absolutely.
He is still 10K less than Tickleton with like 45 more points than him. That's still a deal.
It is still a deal. It's a steal of a deal.
I mean, is he going to get 158 points again? Probably not.
Probably
but there's a pretty damn good chance he's going to get over 100.
Yeah.
And that's what you're looking for, right?
Also, big shout out to Pippa. Another big come up. He was 14.5, jumps up to 22.9. So another value player there.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the caster picks. See who knows what they're talking about besides oh, it is me. So I came in at first. Now we had to change it up, right?
Yeah,
all those prices
2
changed.
points.
Everyone had to start over. This is the
points.
teams we came out with. Take a look at it right now. Pippa, Gizera, that's mine. I think they're a good combo. Everyone across the board going Gizera. What about Relo? Drove you to him, Poro?
I mean, I think United's still set for week 2 dominance, honestly. Like, all of these guys that I picked here, Halo, DraftKings, I think that they are people that turn up in week 2.
I feel that.
And they definitely deliver. And then Gizera, obviously.
Speaking of delivering, Cameron needs to deliver in week 2.
Oh, boy.
Currently in 6, 272. That's like almost half of our points. And I can't help but notice you doubled down on the show, my guy.
I did. I am done being clever. I'm done trying to be cute with my picks. I'm going with the surefire picks of Gizera and Tickleton, which ate up a whole bunch of my budget. And looking at the admittedly lower cost players of that pool, I still think Show has the potential upside.
Find somebody to be committed to you in the way that Cam is committed to Light.
I want somebody to look at me.
I'm a loyal man.
He is going down with the ship, man.
All right, so if you're at home and you're still struggling on who to pick, we've got help for you. It's Poro's Value Picks.
picks.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, when we talk about value picks, we're looking at things that are in the mid kind of range of the roster. Not the, obviously like the Tiggletons, the guys that you're going to go for, but these are the guys that you kind of fill out the rest of your roster with. Now, based off of how they did points-wise at PCS6, plus how they performed all year from week 1 into week 2, looking what their total points are looking like, these guys are probably the best value you're going to get for the money. And in general, I would say Latin American players, you got a lot of value there.
Insane amount of value. And a lot of that is because they've got a lot of fresh faces on the come up. Yeah. Seeing them put up some big numbers. All right, guys, the plane is about to take off. But before we get to our casters to start off game number 1, we're going to check in with Roth from BBB.
I think our team is really good in clutch scenarios. I don't know. I can't give you that answer as to why. I just, I'm always pretty confident myself. There's no deficit that's like too large to overcome. You have 15 games, right? Right now, our goal is to qualify for Worlds. Obviously, it'd be great to, win PCS, as that would, that's always your goal to start. But we got to be realistic. And 15 games, my goal is to win as many of them as I can and get as close as I can on that last game to qualify, because we don't play for any other reason.
And hello, PUBG Esports fans. Matcham here, joined by Godspeed, and we're going to be taking you through the action today. We're due for some pretty interesting, I'd say, firefights throughout the day, because there's a lot at stake leading into PGC, but even then, talk about fantasy stuff, it's all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, fantasy was super fun last week. Poro and I obviously had the same team, which worked out pretty well, all things considered. We were just 2 points behind Steve. And I'll be completely honest with you. As someone who generally never really got into fantasy, I never really played like fantasy football or any of that, I've actually really enjoyed this experience, and it's something that I'm actually looking forward to now going into PGC as well as future events. So it's good times, man. Fantasy's fun.
It's very interesting because you got like multiple strategies you got to go through. Like, okay, do you want to go for like 4 people around that $25,000 mark, or do you want to go for like just big spend on 3, go with like the cam route, and the pick? I find myself kind of going like
the cam route's the proper route.
hey,
at least based off of last week, but yeah.
Hey, I'm on that, like, I guess, second page of the leaderboard by a few points, so I respect it.
You're at least at 400, though.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit behind you guys. I'm not like
I'm not gonna name names, but there were 2 of us among us who had less than 300 points.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna be down in that category this week. I feel it. Like I took some risky plays on it.
Well, Matt, you weren't here for week 1.
True.
So here you are starting off week 2. Anything specific that you're looking at, my friend?
Oh, okay. We got to talk about so many different things, from what's going on with 22 in Gizera, Bing Bang Boom. I know a lot of eyes are drawn there. The Yahoo situation is something we haven't even had a chance to really talk about too much. Well, at least I haven't, because I was doing the qualifying.
Do you think they're safe, or do you think there's a little bit of a threat there?
I think it's really starting to look on how 22 and Synergy play this, as the circle is going to pop, centered up around Power Grid. But whenever we look at Synergy and 22, whenever we look at that automatic LATAM pick, or if depending on United or Sonic's getting first place, is going to make things a lot more interesting in those, I guess, that point total for them. So it's almost like Yahoo has got to be very careful on who they're cheering for right now.
Especially with the way that the leaderboard's kind of shaping up as we look down at Silzen and Luke finding themselves very close quarters, actually. This is just on the very west side of the circle. And I'm pretty sure Luke knows he's there, yep.
Yeah, he's got it beaded in. Is he going to spot him whenever he walks across?
I really need Silzen to get out of here right now.
Oh, they know.
Dare, Luke.
In the open, goes for the shots into it, gets some tap damage.
Gets him in the ankle, okay.
Not enough to make it really scary yet. This is its own independent fight, as you can see what's going on. Silzen is stranded. He is surrounded by Luminosity players, but Purdy is so far away, it might take him a bit to get over there. Alo could come in from the south, but...
The problem is that the rest of SG is in no shape or form to help, right? I think there's one member to the north of Silzen, and I think it's Danny, but that's about it.
They're running a 2-2 split, so really the other 2 members are on the complete opposite side of the southern pair of LG, as well as 4 PM, who plays night and differently than 4 AM. Sorry, I spent all week last week watching and wanting somebody to make that joke.
Well, look at this, though. The push actually coming in, and they are isolating Silzen.
Oh, man. You can tell. He's got the shotgun. He's just waiting. Longhouses, shotguns, tried and true duo. But, hey, Penta's got a shotgun, and he's not even going to need it. Alo just gets the vision, and Silzen, first blood of the day.
Unlucky.
Feels bad for you.
Unlucky. That is. You know what? There's still 4 more games today. Stilson will be just fine. I'm not terribly worried about it. But yeah, I mean, that's not the ideal way, obviously, to start the event. 3 members still left for Synergy, but Synergy has also proven that they can do quite a lot even with just a duo. So at the very least, they have themselves a split where they have 2 positions to work off of rotations if they so please, even though they are on the edge. Just sucks that they did lose one early.
Well, we don't want to lose you guys too early in all the action that's going on, so I wanted to let you all know that we do have some squad streaming that's happening. You can click on the squad mode button right next to the follow button and watch us and the map stream at the exact same time. And reminder, while you're watching all of this and you're looking for some of those sweet, sweet EP points, remember the fact that you're going to be able to link your Crafton ID to your Twitch account to enable drops. By watching every single match, you can earn up to 30,000 EP. Type exclamation point drops in the chat for details. I always want to say hashtag instead of exclamation. I don't know why. I think it's because Toffee's always talking about hashtag PUBG Esports.
Possible, very possible. I'm actually looking at Fuma right now. They have a wonderful position in this current circle split just to the west of San Martin. And they're going to be able to get some high ground as well, as I'm pretty sure that's exactly where one of their members is going. Yeah, Capitan is actually going to get some high ground. They're going to get a nice bit of control as well. I like this a lot for Fumba.
I've got my eyes drawn to poor Tokyo Manji gang. It's at the bottom of the leaderboard right now and also has E United rolling right up into him. Colton, you've got to defend this. This is a squad that needs some points, goes for the spray and does not get kickstart. But is it enough to deter? Let's see. Nade's going to come out. Looks like he's got some company pretty close range who did decide to stop on the opposite. Oh, he's going to go down. Flood! Just nailing those shots, and the rest of Tokyo Manji gang at least up on that hillside capable of getting away.
Yeah, that's going to be a free kill there. Nicely done. Honestly, good isolation as well. Flood just peeked him, and the headshot was beautiful. I mean, that was a very clean spray. So that's going to be a member down. Yeah, Tokyo Manji gang, I mean, look, we obviously had a lot to say about these guys back in ESL 2. We had a lot of expectations in group stages of PCS. And they just have not been able to get their footing under them. I mean, realistically, that's just what it comes down to, right? And it's not even that I feel like Tokyo Manji has been making like really poor decisions as far as their macro. I mean, they're just kind of getting rolled in these fights, these team fights. They are just losing 1 or 2 members early.
Been talking a lot with Poro about like what's been going on, and a big part of that he was talking about was how the Latin American teams are doing what happened after the NPL, and how America kind of merged together and took a lot of their good players to create some phenomenal rosters. We're starting to see that with Latin America. So some of these teams that could kind of get away with being in the middle of the pack before find themselves in a much greater struggle position than we've ever seen them be in. And it's just due to the strength of some of the firefights. Sure. You can just be rolling along and suddenly there's a swarm upon you that you were not expecting.
Right, and I also just think that the merging of the regions, right, the way that we've done it, has just leveled up Latin America as well. Ooh, I mean, he's going to find one. He is. Vichi's going to go down. But yeah, I really genuinely think that not that the Latin American players were bad beforehand, but the experience, the exposure, the mixing of teams and constantly playing against the best teams in Americas has just leveled up the region entirely. And I agree 100%. A lot of those teams that would have maybe done well somewhat in the middle are now struggling.
Man, it's just Latin America and Latin America everywhere inside the circle right now. Peak does manage to get HVZ away and should be able to regroup. We did see the fact that VHZ a second ago went down. It was also one of Poro's power picks, or I guess when I look there. So
it is a power pick indeed.
Looking through, I think it's calming down now, but we do have a lot of Latin America that's playing in the center of the circle, pretty close to where Wildcard, Sonics are at. But I mean, we have 4PM, Fumba, Synergy, Troglodytes all in this area, and Power Grid was very, very popular in the qualifying round for this.
And we also had some hot drops there too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it feels like the circle tends to favor going that direction as well, unless we see just a directed, ridiculous northern shift.
Well, I think another really important thing as well, Matt, I mean, you watched all last week. The circles were not like this last week. I mean, the circles last week were absolutely wild. We had some really crazy hard shifts as well. And they were fun to watch, but I'm sure they were very frustrating to play. That being said, this is probably one of the more normal circles we've seen so far in last week and now coming into the first game of this week. That being said, I mean, you want to talk about the Power Grid split there by Wildcard. It is a very solid split, but I do worry that potentially one of those duos gets crashed and has a bit of trouble. But overall, I do like this bit of control this early in the circle.
I also want to point out what we saw going on with Bing Bang Boom. They had 3 members playing one position, and then very far to the north, it's going to be Sharpshot, who is presently got some harassment that's going to be going on. Looking down into where 22 is at, Dodge just going to be to the south of this position. But Sharpshot, very high ground and feeding that information over to the rest of his team.
I mean, this is beautiful stuff. He has vision 360 degrees on pretty much anything he would like, right?
Yeah.
We've seen, it's kind of a shout out to Batulans as well. He loves to goat up here on these bikes and just get as much information as possible. But yeah, Sharp is actually very valuable as far as what he's feeding back to the rest of BBB and what decisions may influence them. And clearly right now BBB is actually in a solid spot as well, just above the split of wildcards. So far, so good for BBB.
And this is one of those interesting situations where we do see Sharpshot for Bing Bang Boom just kind of scouting around, taking some shots into 22. But 22 is trying to defend themselves to take some movement, and that's letting Dodge know more of the position for 22. So you get this cascade of information that's going to be going through just when one player is revealing position to try to feed information over. That's what I love about PUBG, is how it's not just one independent action affecting one other squad. It's affecting the entirety of the area around them.
I mean, especially if you start going towards the edge, right? And look at the teams controlling that, whether they're either fending off teams that are trying to crash that edge or just kind of hurting them towards the team in the center. It's definitely a cascading effect, or it can be, rather. It's not always, but it definitely can be.
We can see Luminosity was lined up pretty close to the Latin American line that we saw, and Mime did go down, but it's pretty safe, and Sonic should be able to res them. They do have E United to the northeast of their position. That's going to be a wildcard that is playing Power Grid itself. So now this new circle is going to pop, stays pretty centered on that Power Grid area. Still keeping in Picado with some of the hills to the south of that. This is an interesting circle, given just how open it's going to be to the south, coupled with that hillside.
So there's actually a lot to play on foot, as you know, in the center of the circle, especially towards grid. But yeah, below Trog and those compounds, it's fairly open. But mostly what I'm curious about is how these teams are actually going to move up towards the top of Power Grid, towards the center of the hill, off to the sides, right? There's plenty of terrain there that is traversable by foot. It is actually conducive to push on foot. And I'm curious to see how these teams are going to fight around that. Los, though, taking some damage here. He's going to be just fine. Close that door.
The South Power Grid cliffside is like peak Miramar to me. It's got so many footpaths that are inside of it, trenches that you can use from. And we often see a lot of games hinge on who can get high ground over high ground inside of that area.
And there's a lot of high ground over there, too.
So I have to watch as this goes through. Rotation still continuing. The duo for Dodge now trying to get away from 22, who took a couple of shots a moment ago. 22 going to be coming in right back behind this, but going to be ships passing in the night as Dodge is going to continue on their merry way. 22 has some pathing options into this one, so probably not going to chase too much, but Gizera being the front man for 22, you never know. He might decide to go for some of those.
Yeah, I'm curious what their play is here. Obviously, they are backfilling Dodge here as far as their rotation is concerned, and they do have options whether they want to play the hill just to their south or if they actually just want to wait and see what Dodge's next move is. But either way, they'll at least have a foothold into the circle. As far as their play after that, I think it's just going to depend on the shift.
I do want to draw everybody's attention. If you have the map stream open, we did see Tokyo Manji Gang manage to separate away from E United on that hillside, now also trying to progress into Power Grid, very close to where Wildcard is. And so they've got a couple of dips that they could play, and this is a pretty strong spot for a team that has been struggling to find some points. The issue is, man, are they surrounded? Sonics, E United, Wildcard, and Dodge.
Yeah, as good as this spot is, if you take it too early, which we do see TM taking right now, it is essentially just a collection of bowls, which can make it not only very difficult when you're trying to defend, because nades tend to roll pretty comfortably in those bowls, but also it's just hard to peek out from over because you have multiple teams watching you. So at the very least, TM has found themselves in a nice center position, but they are going to have to be very careful and probably keep their heads down for the majority of this mid game. And look at this, Mime. This is what I'm talking about, though.
I respect it. Don't take the shots just yet. Tokyo Manji Gang now going to leapfrog, try to move into Wildcard's terrain. Do manage to get there. Doesn't look like Adam gets a chance to firmly defend up, so good scouting out on finding a vulnerability on approach. Now, what are you going to do with it? Adam in a very, very sneaky spot, and it feels like Tokyo Manji Gang think that they've gotten away from this, and he could just pop up at any given time to demolish them and open up the doors. He knows Hello My Bad is right there, trying not to make too much noise.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful here. I do do like that Wildcard consolidated much earlier when I was talking about that split. They recognized that that was dangerous. They found themselves in a very good spot, but I'm curious how they're going to... If Adam can get 1, 2 knocks would be ideal. Greg Shot can come in and support. As we now see, E United has now backfilled that same position, at least with Rello.
And now it's just the waiting game. What does Adam want to do? You can see the counter moves going around from Wildcard. They are definitely shifted more to the south.
He has
Gets
to.
vision, goes for the shots on Hell of My Bad, does get the drop on him, but he is now revealed and isolated. He has got to be careful. Spots on another one. Just go for the shots, but he is going to go down. Reinforcements now coming in. It's going to be Waikikamukel on the other side. Nade prepped, ready to drop it. What is on the other side of it? Looks like he's got a nade of his own. Looks through, spots down. Now doesn't get enough of it, but it's going to be on the opposite side. Picks it up, and now, with the cost of Adam, has managed to take down Tokyo Manji Gang, who remain in 16th.
I mean, 1 for 3 is definitely solid, but Adam going down there is a little unfortunate. Even still, as you said, Wildcard find themselves still in the circle. They are in the northern position now. We've had a little bit more of a shift, actually.
This is interesting coming out from E United. I guess with the reposition for Tokyo Manji Gang, they left that bull spot a second ago.
Yep.
And now have just gone right in between the 2-2 from Sonics, and they're opting to playing the low ground, which is odd for E United.
Yes. However, at the least, their position gives them good position for the next shift, as long as they don't huddle all 4 in that shack. But yeah, they've decided to actually play the low ground indeed, and moving back over to Sonics. Sonics is now just content with keeping this high ground and just clearing out the teams above.
BBB having to make a move with the encouragement of Sonics on one side of it. Now have to be careful in those low ground points to avoid any firefights. And now, again, that cliff facing that we were talking about is starting to show its strength, supporting multiple teams who all just can block each other out just due to how these hills and trenches work in between them.
Looking at BBB as well, they have themselves a nice position here. Again, it's just hard to hold this from multiple teams, but with Sonics basically policing their east, BBB just needs to keep 1 member aware of Sonics, and then the other 3 can pretty much focus everywhere else. And so, again, they've found a lot of success, BBB, in holding more towards a central position here, and I think this works out for them.
Through, we have the potential of a fight brewing between Dodge and 22, depending on how Dodge wants to maneuver through this.
22 actually made it ahead of Dodge, which is pretty impressive considering they were shattering.
We can see, and Nade's going to come out. Mime was wanting more off of that one, doesn't quite manage to get enough. Got to be careful about the lineup. Now reinforcements are going to come in. Trimsy making a counter move back behind him. Nades are going to come out on the opposite side, but it's all about going for the peaks. Got to be careful. It's going to be Mime that takes too much off the side of that one. Retreats back down, and it is just a utility battle. But notice that Finna has moved in right behind Wildcard.
I say Mime got a little bit of a preemptive haircut there. He does survive that. He's going to find the spray. No, the trade! Nikos! Huge!
Good counter knock coming out from this one. You can see on the opposite side of it, Nikos gets the read into it, but it's going to be Finna that spots out Cal, gets the knock into him, and now this is starting to get feisty. Tickleton spots out Finna, gets some shots into him, but not enough to discourage what is going on at the time. The rest of Dodge has got to figure out how are they going to move through this. Remember, they still have 22 that's very, very close to them. Cal is down, and he's out, but Nikos is still playing inside this dip and is isolated, just trapped here.
Nico is all alone in this world as the last member as well of Wildcard, and that push over from Finna, the timing was perfect for him. I mean, they crippled what was left of Wildcard, and now Nikos is trying to get out of there, and that's probably the best play. Just get the hell out, drive out where you can.
Oh man, this is a harsh circle. With those hills, we can see Troglodytes trying to regroup there. There are a lot of optimal positions to try to play from. Nikos making the run down. Where is he going to go for? BBB might still have sightlines on him if he doesn't go to somewhere that's at least got a sightline ring.
The problem is pretty much everywhere at this point is going to have sightline ranges, right? And so he's going to try to use this vehicle and maybe prone behind it. Yep, somewhere center circle where he might be able to survive, pick up some points. But his journey is done. That will be his probably Wrestler's tomb, possibly.
Well,
at the end of the game there.
While this was going on, Picado in the south of it, you can see it's going to be Guri that's trying to get away from Peak and does manage to do so, but where are they going to go? It looks like they found an opportunity to the southwest of this position. 22 now making a pass, running right in, going to pass by Snakers, and they're going to Nico's position, looking through. Are they going to opt into trying to firefight for this one? It is. Nikos goes for the spray, but does get enough to discourage. Gets one of them down, but he is going to go down to Gizera. Haven did get dropped, but the duo that has been so strong should be They should be able to.
They'll be fine. They should be able to recover. Wait a second, though. Rusty and Nades on the other side of this. Rumblers doesn't really have an angle. They could actually rain down. What a huge nade.
Now, what are you going to do, 22? You have no vision with the smokes out, and Troglodytes has control over this. It is just throwables galore coming out. You can see nades coming out on the counter side of it, but they have no idea what is going on.
And that is it, man.
Wanted this, but instead they are going to go down in flames.
And what a good play, smoking themselves out as well. Trog, that's what you love to see. Absolutely devastating 22 in that pull-up with the utility, and they'll clean up all 4.
Watching what's going on, LG did move down to the south of Troglodytes, pretty close to where we saw Guri just a while ago, and they're exchanging some shots. To the north, we still have some movement that's going to be coming in with Fiumba as well as 4 PM that might have to traverse pretty close to where BBB is. But, I mean, what do you do with so much of that cliff facing in play and such a barren, like, I guess, southern half of this circle? You're seeing independent fights that are dictating what's capable of being moved on the southern section of the circle.
Yeah, well, a lot of these teams as well are trying not to fight just 4 straight up because the splits are generally advantageous in positions like that, right in the hills. You can almost guerrilla warfare that, especially just helping the other duo, but it's just rough. It's rough all the way around. Coming off that north side is going to be trouble for sure, especially with Sonics just pulling off and taking that compound with so much vision over the rest of this hillside.
BBB, 2 members down, getting picked on one side and then the other one. Sonics looking like they might try to backfill behind this one, wanting to continue the press, but I don't know if they know how many teams that they're going to be venturing into. Troglodytes, who does have themselves a fortified position, also taking some shots, but 4PM is got the vision and trying to figure out how they're wanting to push down into Fiumba, but this is a firefight that's happening just right along the edge. All 3 teams with Bing Bang Boom just waiting for somebody to walk into their sightlines.
Bing Bang Boom, though, they are going to have to eventually push into Sonics. As we see Mime setting up very close, as Mime loves to do. Play that forward position and gather as much information and cause as much mischief as he can. And now look at this. Yep, Sonics posturing for aggressive play here over on BBB.
4 poor men, very poor on health right now, just trying to get their health back into a better position, but now going to have to contend with BBB as well as Sonics. Some rotations coming out as Guri has got to make a move of their own. It looks like they're going to move into a position that Dodge is going to be holding down.
Oh, man,
but this is a complicated area. They're not going to have good vision of what's going to be going on. Hikerman tries to step out. He's going to go down, and now Dodge, who is trying to fin this up, suddenly find themselves in a massive problem. Trying to find the angles on it. They are starting to pop off. Ethan getting some control, and Korsback coming in as well to make sure that they keep this area while Sonics are still taking shots, and Peak wanted to venture into this one, but I think that Peak might be too risky.
That happened so fast, I'm not even sure Dodge was really ready for that. They just sent it in, but good on them. They do lose Hikerman, but they keep 3 up. And that's very vital in this circle, especially with the position that they're holding currently on east side, and Picado, excuse me.
4 PM trying to figure out what they're going to do. I mean, this is a drop-off in front of them. Bing, bang, boom, just waiting. SG also rotating down through there, so 4 PM's going to get eliminated. Pippa rolling through a very bad neighborhood as he's got BBB on one side, E United on the other. But he's got his eyes set on this position on the hillside. I don't know if that's going to be as good as he thinks it is with the amount of teams that could have vision on this.
I mean, you take what you can get at this point, right?
True,
At least it's Pippa and Friend, right? He won't be alone in this. So Pippa and Danny will, I mean, for all intents and purposes, find themselves in the center of the circle. That's not bad, but yeah, holding that is going to be very difficult, especially with BBB and Sonics currently around. Keenan is actually going to go for a play and try to get as close as he can here, but he's going to get knocked. Snakers is going to pick him right out of the sky there. Little mini jump.
I will say that this firefight between Sonics and BBB has been a blessing to everybody that's playing to the south. Since they're focused in on the close-range firefight between each other, they don't really have the capabilities to look into the south. But it looks like LG has the same idea that SG had just a moment ago. Going to be rolling in very, very close to the position. Again, the hillside being such a detriment to try to get to, but teams are managing to find a way to navigate to it.
For the most part, that's just based off of what Vision's given everyone else. Tay gonna find a massive nade. 2 knocks and a bit of damage. This is gonna be the bells. Ringing for Sonics, realizing the push is now.
BBB is in some trouble. 2 members down, nothing that can really be done. Lots of health already lost. Sonics still on the hunt for this one. Oh, Roth had an angle into
there it is,
but
clean as you like.
What are you gonna do, man? They're playing so clean right now.
6 kills on the side of Sonics already, finding themselves in a good position in the circle as well. They do have to pour down onto the duo of SG as well as the remaining members of LG, which I believe are 3 up at least. So they will have to deal with that fight, but all things considered, that was a beautiful wipe coming out from Sonics.
Troglodytes is trying to figure out where they want to go. They know that they've got Rumblers next to them. Rumblers compound is very, very strong in this area.
Oh,
they're doing a good job of discouraging anybody to just make a mad dash down into
They
it,
are,
it's just a matter of time before somebody has to, right?
But they are doing a good job of that, but the problem is I don't think they've really been able to get much off of it.
Yeah. Looking through, not a kill to their name yet. At this point, just placement points could be something that they're going to be after. With the way that Circle has lined up, we've got the road being the line of demarcation between everything, as well as Sonic's going to be coming in from north. Troglodytes are going to probably smush into the south, but don't have to move too much yet. Really, it's going to be that eastern side that's going to have to be making some dramatic movements in dodge and peek.
Right now, yeah, the onus is here on Dodge to actually make it in the circle. They do have Corsac with this kind of forward position, acting almost as Mime does for Sonics, but speaking of Mime, actually, he's going to go down to Pippa, and he's flushed.
Now Sonics are starting to find a problem playing this hillside. They've been capable of picking up some kills, but I want to remind everybody, 148 to 145. So Sonics on the chase right now, and United just trying to cling to life. They know that they have a numbers advantage, even if it's just by 1 at the time. So Sonics have got to be careful, as the area that they've been playing on this cliffside has gotten pretty populated pretty quickly, but Troglodytes, being some good friends, and going to be able to get the knock onto Flood. Let's see how this is going to... I mean, this is just going to be the nature of the beast for the Circle, right?
Yeah.
There's just no...
100%. Trog is going to play the backside of this hill as long as they possibly can. Try to clean up United as well as put as much damage on the north and then push into the Rumblers. That is literally the path they've laid before themselves. And we'll see if they can actually execute on that. Meanwhile, Ethan is still finding knocks. That's going to be a nade landed on Purdy.
Rumblers keep stretching Troglodytes away. Like, you can see that Show keeps thinking about making a push into Troglodytes, but then keeps stepping away from it. And, I mean, they do control the south with them and Troglodytes, but it's going to be Dodge starting their roll through. You can see Health already getting dropped, but it's going to be Pippa again finding some angles into it. Finn is going to go down, but Dodge does manage to get 2 right onto the doorstep of the compound that Rumblers are trying to play from. Peak, though, I mean, they're just trapped over here.
I mean, Peak have been doing well enough to survive this long. They do pick up a kill or 2, but I just don't know how much longer they have left. Selfish is going to get knocked and flushed.
I'm impressed with the way that Synergy is managing to play this. Pippa has been just a workhorse, finding good angles, getting in damage, but he's now got to find himself in a bad spot, as it's going to be Sonics that are coming up right back behind.
And all of a sudden, this shift actually is terrible for the Rumblers as well as Trog. I mean, Trog are really left with, down the creek without a paddle, so to speak, as they're going to have to make a play.
And down from Pippa.
It might be on United.
Oh, okay, there we go. So with what's going on, we do see Pippa that does go down. Synergy is eliminated, so Sonics should be able to get back over there, get the res.
Trog wants to cross to the United side so bad, but it's just going to be so difficult with Rumblers here.
Well, I mean, Rumblers and Troglodytes are our only 4-man teams that are even still up. Everybody else is just kind of limping into this circle. Now you've got to use those numbers to your favor, but it's going to be so hard, like you're talking about, to make the push. Well, the Rumblers can't really move without, like, LG seeing them, Troglodytes see them.
Right, well, Trog needs to use this opportunity now to send it across. They are going to be taking fire from United, but that is the play to try to get them across.
Looks like they had an idea on where they were trying to go, but Rusty Zero now down. Pose has got a vehicle that's running away from him. And it's just a hillside firefight down into everybody that's in the low ground. Troglodytes on foot, now trying to run in. See the Rumblers trying to regroup after doing a good job of defending up in their position. They still have a compound and a half-ish still in play, but that's just a survival position. Yeah. There's not going to be much else you can get out of that.
That's probably going to get cut out as well. So really it comes down to this. So 2 members of Trog did actually finally make it across. They were able to get rid of United and play the position they want. Now they can wrap on this north side. It's just going to be, I think, all the teams on the north at this point just holding out Rumblers, and then once that's done, I think everyone's just going to turn on each other.
Sonics are running.
Rumblers is the focus, though.
Yeah, Shrimsy pretty close to Troglodytes' position. Tiggleton looks like he's coming in to reinforce. Vehicles, you can see Valley just trying to show the vehicle out, already taking damage. This is going to be harsh for Rumblers, to say the least. Valiant, you can see, still just trying to reposition the car. He's going to go down from shots from Penta, and I know we make the joke sometimes about like shooting fish in a barrel, but it just feels apropos right.
I mean, that's pretty much what's happening here, right? That, as we said, that once that fight concluded with Dodge and Trog was actually able to cross the road. But look at this, Sonics! Wait, they've come across on top of Trog.
Tickleton comes up right into this Necro, playing the opposite side, looking into it, and there you go. Troglodytes is going to go down. Sonics finding more kills, trying to climb that leaderboard and retake that first place position.
That was beautiful timing, honestly. Instead of waiting for Rumblers to kind of move out, everyone shooting, they took the opportunity early, and now they've taken this position. And what they have to work with in front of them is so strong, especially for a duo.
Now nobody.
6 kills on the side of Tig, 9 total for Sonics.
Nobody inside the circle except for a lonesome crate. We'll have to see how LG wants to move through this. Tiggleton very aware of their position, moving back to see if he can get some vision in. Shrimsy looks like he's going to be left behind to try to hold back the Rumblers crew. And doing a good job on that. His show is going to go down and probably going to get flushed in a moment. And it's going to be just, I feel like the lineup, is LG going to try to do the same thing? They're making a move into Tig right now.
Yep, Tig set himself up to watch and gatekeep Luminosity while Shrimsy was taking care of the Rumblers. And this is how ridiculously strong a duo, any one of the duos on Sonics is they're able to actually do this. That nade is going to go out towards Alo, give him somewhat of an indication that a player is close.
Oh my God, all the nades lined up. Do they
have
an idea? It's going to go too far. Tig, he's going to counter, throw into it, get some damage, but not enough to get a knock. Trying to move away from it. He has got to be careful, using the hillside for cover in and of itself, trying to get the grenade prepped and ready. One's going to bounce right over his head. Doesn't go down, but the counter nade out doesn't hit on anybody for LG either. You can see Shrimsy cannot make a move into this. Instead, just taking some shots, seeing if he can slow through, but Alo is going to get vision and going to be able to take down Tiggleton.
And Halo will get away as well. Unfortunately, Shrimsy not really a lot he could do, but he's still going to sponge up those points, and he's going to put a lot of damage onto the Rumblers. But this is wonderful LG. They have the highest of positions as far as this high ground is concerned. They still have Circle to use and utilize in front of them. And realistically, it's just getting rid of Rumblers and then shifting focus to the solo that is Shrimsy. This should be a win for Luminosity.
Waldo being a good job on being a distraction here. Shrimsy has managed to move into the circle, just barely. LG is aware of his position. Nades coming out from LG, not quite connecting as much as they're wanting to do, but you can see this is just strength. They know they have the numbers advantage. They're wide peeking over the top of hills, not being afraid. Nade's going to come out, going to go too far. Alo Purdy running right into Waldo. I don't even know if he knows they're that close. He's going to go down, and here comes the push. Shrimsy realizing he is all by his lonesome. 1v3. Laptop Shrimsy, can he do it? LG on the opposite side, though, they need every point they can get. They want to make sure that they can amass as many PGC points as possible. Looking in, does manage to get one down. Looking back into Kurt, but it's going to be Kurt that picks it up in the end. 7 kills for Luminosity and picking up the first game of the day.
And that's exactly what Luminosity needed as well coming into today. Obviously, they had an amazing first day last week, followed by some lackluster days, but man, what a start. Even still, Sonic's able to get so many points off the back of that circle, staying in the north side and cleaning it up as well. Beautiful stuff overall, and what a first game.
I mean, there's a lot to dissect looking into that. We can see 22, who has been the talking point of last week.
Sure.
Had some struggles
for
in
good
the
reason.
Early start in this game, so see if it's going to slow the roll of points they've been able to accumulate. But on the opposite end of that, Pippa had himself a very strong game.
Most importantly, yeah, Synergy still managing to find those points. Even when losing Stilson early, they were able to consolidate, get towards the center of that circle. And as you said, Pippa still finding those kills was massive for them.
Well, as we're looking through everything to try to get everything else, we're going to have to go ahead and remind you guys that, yes, if you don't know, we're starting to get some style over here inside of PUBG. So PUBG has partnered up with a McLaren, so that way we can get style and bring it into your arsenal. You can go to the workshop to configure your one and only GT so that it can be the center of attention all day long, every day. Choose from a variety of 11 stunning exterior colors, 2 sleek wheels, and 5 different colors, brake calipers, to your GT's state-of-the-art carbon ceramic brakes. And yeah, I know a couple of those words all considered there.
Do you actually? Do you know anything?
I know a couple of them.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I am a farm boy, so I'm aware of like what brakes are. I don't know what brake calipers are, so I don't know. I'll go and look that up and try to figure it out. We're going to go ahead and throw to a quick break while I try to figure out something about cars. See you guys in just a few.
he is all by his lonesome. 1v3, Laptop Shrimsy. Can he do it? LG on the opposite side, though, they need every point they can get. They want to make sure that they can amass as many PGC points as possible. Looking in, does manage to get one down. Looking back into Kurt, but it's going to be Kurt that picks it up in the end.
Welcome back. Game 1 is done, and at the pre-show, we said Luminosity needs to start strong. They come out swinging. My name is Obvious. I'm joined by Porosaurus and the Cammy D. I love the 1-stars. Just saw him for the first time. Welcome back. Let's jump straight into the dinner winner. Take a look at these guys who played very smart PUBG.
Yeah, ultimately is what it came down to. That we saw a lot of teams struggle with that transition from that high ground to the low ground around Pachinki with that mid-game circle shift. And Luminosity, they found themselves in a rough spot, drove into a singular pitted position under the hillside, survived, and were able to swing that into a victory.
Poro, they started on the northwest.
Yeah,
that's and from the southeast.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, they started way up in the north. I mean, they got an early kill, pretty much handed to them. Unfortunately for Capitan, but the rotations were fantastic from that point on. I mean, you saw them in Monte Nuevo, kind of scouting out the next rotation, and then they did that big long wrap down around the south side. Somehow managed to get to the cliff edge with 3 up. So I mean, really well played by them.
All right, top 5 players of the match. It was far from a low, as it's a big high for all these teams, especially with your fantasy teams. Alo, Tiggleton, these are big performers showing back up on top.
I mean, look, obviously you got to give a shout out to all the guys up here. Shrimsy with 1,500 damage.
Right? Yeah.
Only 3 kills?
It doesn't
3
matter.
kills off of 1,500.
The point offset, though, he literally 1,500 points off of, or 15 points off of kills.
100 points?
Well, if you talk about fantasy, 15 points off of damage.
But I say, that's amazing.
Pretty strong.
It also demonstrates sort of how they work as a team, though. He's putting in the damage, Tiggs racking up the kills. They seem very strong together.
Well,
I mean, that was a masterclass from Sonics that game, though, if you want to look at team play.
Yeah, how they handled that high ground over there was really good. Shrimsy was doing a completely different job, though. He was overlooking the rest of the zone while it was up to Tiggleton and Mime, I believe, the last 2 players then to just control the actual major threat. So that's, I think, where a lot of Shrimsy's unkilled damage came from.
Poro said it's a masterclass if you want to look at gameplay. Well, I have a treat for all of us.
Oh, dude.
Yeah?
Let's do it. It's highlight time.
Boy, let's get in there.
Yeah, so the very beginning, it was center of Miramar. And I wanted to look at wildcard, the early part here, because I heard from Snooper specifically, he was telling me about there were difficulties with the power grid position. It is central, yes, but there are a lot of spaces for teams to come in. And this is a clean example of that. Thankfully, Adam was able to get that first knock and get that sort of position and for the rest of wildcard to show up, even though he did go down. But still, just this just shows the struggle. As successful as wildcard are, it shows the struggle with trying to hold this position from all different approaching teams.
Yeah, it's extremely tough. And I think Wildcard was even kind of hoping they wouldn't get crashed there. But this is kind of what I was talking about, the Sonics 2-2 split there. They managed to catch out Rello from E-United. E-United doing a fantastic job once Rello going down to read that situation, though, and send it down to the low ground and kind of play out from a shed from that point on, though, was really well done by them. But Sonics, I mean, it was just clean. Honestly, it was just really well held. And most of this, after H1 goes down here, most of this was done as a duo and a solo with Shrimsy kind of holding that high ground, shooting down into Picado, while Tiggleton and Mime were just SEAL Team 6, man. They just came and kept third partying on everything.
Yeah, and that dismantling of Wildcard, forcing their last player to swing down to the low ground like that, basically gave Sonics the entirety of control of the high ground. They were already in a position to really dismantle the other teams and force teams like 22 and Dodge to just retreat from that position, because if they stuck around, well, they might have shared the same fate as BBB here. Again, this was the duo. This was just Mime and Tiggleton doing this because Shrimsy was on the opposite side, keeping everyone else low on the low ground.
And it was a shame for Bing Bang Boom there as well. That they ended up running into Sonics right there, because up to that point they were looking pretty good. They were kind of coming from that north side, winning fights, staying alive, but in the end,
the general consensus of Bing Bang Boom as we look at this match leaderboard is that they're not making bad decisions. They're just not quite executing those things, running into
not getting
things
paid.
Not working out.
They're just not getting points, man.
Yeah, that game for BBB was especially weird because it's the unfortunate timing, because that really wasn't that bad of a game, even though they only got 3 points out of it. It's just after an unfortunate week 1, you never know how strong their mental game is going to be able to cope with one of those, you lose some.
A big shout at the end of that game. Troglodytes tried once again to ruin Luminosity.
Oh, yeah.
Luminosity survived the Troglodytes' assault and pushed on to go ahead and get that win. But they are always in the mix, which is why we're seeing them in 8th place on this leaderboard, because we don't often see them in the end games as much, but they're never not putting points on the board.
Well, and the highlight for that game from me, from Chocolatitas, was the push on a 22. I mean, we were talking about it.
Yeah.
That was a brave push to kind of go out there, realize the situation, know that there were a couple of knocks, but send the entire team basically on the top of that hill, knowing that they were going to get third and fourth party from different sides of the map. They still went there, made sure that they flushed out all of 22, got those points, retreated back to their compound.
They're playing clean. Now let's talk about the chase, the PGC chase. Right? We just looked at that leaderboard. We'll bring it back up for you guys in just a minute so you can see some of that stuff on the side of the screen. But it's a separation. The separations are starting to show as we move into day 3. Sonics and United, they're expected to win. This is no shock to a lot of us who are here. But the real story for me is Wildcard, 22, Luminosity, Synergy. These are the teams that are on that sort of hunt to get top 6. And it blows my mind after 3 days of play how close they are, Cameron.
Yeah, there's just the gaps that you're talking about there, because even though it's a drop off from Luminosity down to Dodge essentially, and then even further drop off from them to include Chocolatitas and Bing Bang Boom, like as good as they're slowly picking things up, but just the gap between them and Luminosity, is it too slow? They need to go super hard, and even if they have some amazing games this weekend, the hole that they found themselves in, it wouldn't matter if they have an amazing weekend, because LG could just have a slightly, just an average weekend, and it'll mean that it's all for nothing. The runway is soon closing, ending.
Right. Dodge is a story at 106 right now. I know Bing Bang Boom's kind of this long shot idea. Dodge, are they a super long shot?
I mean, they could still put something together. I mean, that last game looked pretty decent for them, coming from the north. I think it was northeast. They're pushing down in, and then they got randomly crashed by Asguri on the edge of circle for some reason. I'm not sure why Asguri decided to send it to that compound of all compounds, but I mean, it ended up putting a couple of points in Dodge's pocket for their troubles, but then it was just having to push in. I mean, it was a tough go around all the way together, but Dodge still managed to get some good points there, but they need to have those big games, right? You need to have those double-digit point games.
So let's take a break from the top. We know we're going to be on the hunt. We're going to track a lot of PGC throughout the weekend. The teams on the bottom, right now, we have a lot of sort of last chance qualifier teams down there. We've got Tokyo Maji Gang, which I think all of us are a little bit. Were you shocked by this performance, and do you know what's going on? Because it seemed like a team on paper that shouldn't be in 16th place at PCS.
It doesn't feel like a shock. I will say that, Tokyo Maji Gang, their play style really kind of, it goes to this, right? It goes to feast or famine, and I mean, that's the ultimate feast or famine team at this point. Right now, it's famine, but I mean, we've seen them feast before, but all it's going to take is that one good game to turn things around.
The problem is most of the time they really only feast in the group stage, in the qualifying rounds, and it is an entirely different skill set to sort of level up against the level of competition that you see coming from that.
They keep getting nickeled and dimed in the early games. Like they can't. When's the last time we've seen them make it to Circle 6 with four? But
that's the problem. That in itself is like a skill set that you need to develop. You don't get away with the loose style of play that you can easily get away with based off of mechanics when you're in a group stage thing. It's a process. Like I think they're good players. If they stick together when we see them going into next season, I think they definitely have room to grow and mature. But I think we're in agreement here. Like it's not that much of a shock. Right. It's just these growing pains of a new team.
Which is also sort of the point of this. I mean, the reality is LCQs and qualifiers to where we are sort of in the final of a PCS7 to where we're going with PGC. Things like difficulty in late game fights, limping in with 3 versus 4, utility management in the early game. These things are even more impactful the higher level of play you get, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's great to see a team developing, but that's not the team that we want to send to Dubai to represent Americas.
Yeah, I mean, it's if the grand final stage here is less forgiving of mistakes, then I mean, PGC, it's like one mistake and you're through. I mean, so it's tough.
Now, since we have just a minute, planes are getting ready to take off in a second.
All right.
I am curious. You don't have to fully. I want you to answer and then think about it. Maybe come back and talk about it later.
Okay.
Who do you think is a stronger team to bring home the trophy in PGCs? E United, Sonics, Luminosity, if they can make it. What do you have a preference for a team that you're like, these guys need to be at PGC for us?
This year, every single time that I think like, oh, the E United highs and lows, it's got to balance out at some point. I feel like E United are like they're ready to reach this peak that it will not be this sort of inconsistency, like having a bad day or having to come back at the last day to have like 3 wins in a row sort of thing. This past week convinced me on that sort of coin flip between Sonics and E United that I think it's E United.
What do you think? I mean,
I think it should be United, but I will also say that traditionally LG has performed very well for North America at internationals. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see LG kind of pick it up as well. It's still tough though. I mean, Sonics is still probably they got the best player in the world.
Either way, we're sending a highly qualified, experienced teams to Americas to represent us, just like we have an experienced, highly qualified team for game number 2. Let's head over to Matchroom and Godspeed with the call.
I guess I'm experienced and you're qualified. I don't know if that was like a big on old. I don't know how that works all considered. But hey, guys,
which one is what?
We've got game 2 that's going to be getting underway. We're going to be still on Miramar. No surprise there. The last game is kind of hard to go back and reflect on, as it feels like the circle was the catalyst for so much instead of the teams.
Yes and no. I mean, the circle definitely played its part, as it usually does, but I feel like the navigation around that circle, specifically by teams like LG, Sonics, even Trog to a certain extent, was pretty impressive stuff.
Oh, look at this, teasing me, showing me this position. They know that I want the game to end.
Well, it's never going to last. We almost had one. In fact, we had one and pretty close.
That's
honestly all the circles that you want, Matt. It seems like the trailer parks of the world, the oases, they always happen when you're not working.
I've noticed this. I think that it's planned at this point. I don't know. Apparently, I just need to go back and look through the script and see like which days I need to be switching up so that way I can get the fun ones. Plane path is, plane path on Miramar.
It's a good plane path for everyone involved.
Nothing too crazy there, unless you're maybe like Puerto Paraiso, but that's about it. There is a lot to look at. The leaderboard is really what drew my attention inside the last, after the last game. So, we've got ourselves Sonics at 155, United at 153, 2 points separated. Then down behind that, Wildcard at 128, 22 at 127.
Yep.
And it's still so neck and neck, as just behind that is going to be Luminosity at 123. This is just a game or two can separate and really define this leaderboard. If somebody can manage to run away with just one game, they can finally get some distance.
Yeah, especially as you said, between that like 3rd to like 5th, 6th spot. I mean, a really big game, especially. I mean, even if you look at a team like Sonics and United and they happen to kind of falter in a game or two, which happens to everyone, right? That's actually the perfect opportunity. But looking at the circle, I mean, we've seen this hundreds of times. As we said, this is a very normal, this was a standard MPL circle, if you will. So this is nothing new as far as these teams are concerned. But what I am curious about, though, is first of all, who's going to take that peak at just to the east of Ladriela, which is Rumbler's compound, we often refer to as, and then who's going to actually backfill on the south side?
I've heard that area called so many things like Two Top every once in a while because it's so like,
I cannot say that without twisting my tongue. But yeah, there's a bunch of different names for it. I know some players call it Rumbler's compound, some players call it something else.
You would call it Rumbler's.
I mean, of course. That was our compound in MPL. I mean, we won many games from that spot, so it's a very solid compound. Obviously, it has an incredible amount of vision, and it's difficult. The most important thing about that is not only is it high ground, but it's difficult to foot push unless you're really making that push on the west side.
So when we're talking about Rumblers, I do have a question for you.
Sure.
How does it feel seeing them drop and go to Los Leones and not Chumacera? I mean, this is a safe space. You can be honest.
No, I mean, I understand why they would kind of back off Chuma, right? Like, I mean, way back in the day, and this is the age of the dinosaurs when I was playing, we generally fought for Chuma, and we took it from anyone who tried to challenge us. But I also, at this point, understand why, I mean, maybe Valiant, Show, or Los, or even Waldo at this point just don't feel it's worth to fight over. I mean, I still think Chuma is very strong, but is it strong enough to want to contest another team constantly, especially a team like Trog? Probably not.
Well, Sonics also seems to think that it might be quite strong. Already sending multiple members over into the area and killed Demo. Having to defend up this area this early. Reinforcements are quite a ways away, but I think that just those couple of shots, going to discourage Sonics back down the hillside. And it looks like they're going to settle for the position that they're at right there. 4 p.m. also did come into the west, so Troglodita sending out Kill Demo early is going to be beneficial for them. Now they just have to figure out a way to regroup, but with the way the hill's lined up, I think that should be fine.
They're going to land damage on to Kill Demo. I'm curious if Sonics actually decides to push up on this, because they've only seen one member so far of Trog, and they've only been shot at by one member of Trog, which is very curious for them, but they are going to probably realize now that backup has come, and ooh, Killdem was going to find a nice little K9 shot on a TIG.
I love that. Now imagine solo defending with a bolty. That's a statement in saying the fact that I trust the fact that I'm going to hit this before you can manage to get over here to me. The rest of Troglodyte is going to probably be rolling up in a minute, as well as the rest of Sonics. So I guess unlikely neighbors is kind of what we're looking at.
I do like that Trog has fought for this, though, and they did not want Sonics to get any higher. Instead of having Killdemos potentially just back off, they actually realized that they had enough agency to just kind of hold off that push, especially going uphill. It's not very easy. Regardless, Sonics will find themselves in a decent spot underneath Trog, as Trog will find themselves in a wonderful spot as well.
I know there's been a lot of conversation about comms lately in PUBG, and a key figure inside of that is going to be Roth. So we're going to go ahead and get a quick listen in to get his insights on what's going on with BBB and thoughts on communication. Roth, take it away.
I play the game with a lot of emotion. I get very heightened and loud in scenarios, and I do, while it's not always the best, there is something about speaking confidence into your teammates with how you say things. Sometimes it's a little too much, but I think with our team specifically, with the players we have at times, just reminding them that, you know, hey, you're nuts. Like, just kill that guy. Like, and I know that may not seem smart to say in the moment, but like, you know, I think it was 22 who I was like, I didn't even know it was, I don't know who the players are, but I'm like, go kill those idiots, you know? I'm like, I'm not saying that to demean those players. I'm saying that to inspire my own.
I'll just say it.
I mean,
that's the way everybody talks.
Idiots is mild compared. I mean, we used to say some things too, like and he's right. It's the nature of it, and I agree 100%. Sometimes, like hyping up your teammate, yo, like that guy sucks, just go kill him. You don't even, and it could be Tig on the other side of that, right? You don't know who's on the other side of the hill sometimes, but you're like, look, we just need to kill this dude, get rid of him, and then move forward. So yeah, I don't really feel like there's any real disrespect there. It's just sometimes in the heat of the moment, comms can get wild, and that's fine.
He instantly went on Twitter to say, hey, look, I didn't mean it this way. 22 Esports even responded.
I don't think any of them took that personally yet.
Yeah,
no,
I mean, we know these guys. We know what's happening inside the comms. Every team kind of does that. And look, if you're watching this, you play PUBG, you know what you say whenever you're getting ready to push somebody. I know that, yes, quiet tactical comms do have their place, but there's also sometimes whenever you just be like, let's go.
Again, the agency on selecting when to be a little more hype and when to be a little more reserved, right? As an IGL, as Roth has been for so long. I know Keenan's kind of leading the team now, but yeah, like that, I like that a lot coming out from Roth, and I feel like a lot of players at this point play this game with a lot of emotion, especially if they're playing at this level and getting that close.
Tokyo Manji gang, you got Zealot down from shots from Snakers, who is always going to be forefront and honest with any part of his comms. We know that for certain. And with just one knock, it feels like E United has an idea, and that idea is to eliminate Tokyo Manji gang. They do get the res up, but are they going to get there in time to maybe get some KP out of this, or are we going to see Tokyo Manji gang get away? And it does look like they are going to at least get distance from E United, but Wildcard is still going to be in front of us.
This is the second game, actually, TM and E United have kind of ran into each other here on Miramar, and again, fortunately for TM, they're actually going to make it safely without, I don't think they've lost anyone yet, no. So they're actually going to make it with 4 up.
No.
Oh, my bad, staying back to take some shots. But so far, yeah, this is playing out very much the way we thought it would, right? Teams are setting up in the circle. The edge isn't very contested. Currently, most teams are trying to center up as much as possible because even based off of a hard shift, they'll be able to work with what they have.
Yeah, I don't want to say that whenever we look at this in Americas, this circle is formulaic. It's just everybody knows the elements.
I mean, it's pretty formulaic.
We've
right?
seen it so much that people know where to go. Like, I feel this is probably, if we look historically across all of America's games, this is a circle that we've seen probably the most.
Yeah, especially on Miramar, I would agree. But again, Circle 1 is Circle 1. It's really the second shift that starts to kind of form the game that we're actually going to see kind of unfold before us, right? And that's simply based off of how many teams are actually centered up, and then the shift happens, and then many of those teams either have to move or are now new edge and have to control that edge or defend that edge against people that are trying to crash in coming late.
See, one of the key components of Bing Bang Boom, I know a lot of eyes are on, but we also do have the Observer Zone that's feeding us all of that and giving us that information. Tokyo Manji gang also rolling pretty close to where we saw BBB. But these guys, I mean, they provide so much insight. It's really, really hard to spectate a game like PUBG, especially with all the moving factors, the verticality that can come inside of it. They do such a great job. Even giving us a sightline onto Colton as he gets shot off the top of a mountain.
Handsome and talented are the words I would use to describe our observers.
Well, looks like Hello My Bad has some thoughts about Roth, and Roth is going to go down. Colton is going to get picked up by Mime, but BBB should be able to potentially rally on this one.
Roth's gone, though. That's very unfortunate.
Are they going to continue the press, though, is the question, as I think that might have actually discouraged them. Gats looks like he might want some more of this.
Kenyan is going back in. They find themselves currently in the power grid area, which, again, this is a solid spot for them to rotate off of. Granted, a hardship would be a little difficult, especially because the north and the east are both pretty contested as far as rotations are concerned. But at the very least, they'll have a foothold to kind of scout what their next move is going to be after the shift.
As you
actually
said a second ago, we're just looking through all of this.
Real quick, let's see what Cameron has to say about this next shift coming in. Cammy, take it away, buddy.
Yeah, guys, with E United still trying to retake the first place spot from Sonics, I want to look at their rotation. And they usually like to play from edge. They're already so far center because of how rough this position can be. And of course, this shift is going to really favor them. This heavy split, though, I wouldn't have expected them to maintain it. And it already looks like they're going to be on the move and playing from a more central position. It's not usually what they lean to playing, a more central spot, a singular spot like this. But if they find it, we know how many points they can get from a position just like that.
I'm going to point out.
A position is really strong, especially
Did you
in that
see
split.
when Cam was on camera? Light Show got a kill? Is that the secret? Is
Maybe
that what really need to happen here?
Talking about, I mean, this is a very interesting split, though, from Sonics, only because it is very crashable, but we'll see what they can do with it. I mean, if any team's going to hold that split, it's Sonics.
Yeah, you can see Guri having some trouble coming in off this one. Rumbler's doing a good job on trying to hold up. Peak going to be right at... I guess they threw themselves right in between Peak as we're looking through. I do want to point out as well, 22 is trying to hold off what's going on to the north. Wildcard's trying to aggress into that area. BBB running the split up to the north of it. We do have TX to the south that's also going to have to try to make their way in some angle, but probably SG going to be able to keep them out. Rumbler is getting into the spot pretty free and even forcing Selfless. Ish to be selfless. See, I had a joke and then I just stumbled all over it.
It's okay. Words are difficult, Matt. I
They
understand more than anyone. And Adam's about to understand that holding off a team of 3 by himself is a bit of a challenge, but I believe...
His first time today, especially not even against this team.
I believe, and the problem is that they spotted Adam, and there's only one other member on this team that could even help, and I don't think Greg Shot's going to come in. I mean, there's no reason for him to. If anything, Adam can hopefully get out. I mean, he has a bike.
It's so risky, though. He knows that he wants to try to make some of this move. Does look like Greg Shot
So
is
Greg does
crash
come in. Okay, I respect
and
that.
provide
Playing as a duo.
reinforcements. Okay, so with this, I'm pretty sure that TM heard or saw that, so should be aware that pushing this probably not the smartest of moves, but this is 2 weakened squads that are just kind of, I guess, comfortable allowing each other to be in here.
I completely understand why Wildcard at this point doesn't really want to move and why Greg Shot would actually come in rather than stay on the outside and overwatch Adam. And that's just because this is in the circle. And instead of trying to go venture out and maybe drive around with not that much information, because let's be honest, they're not going to get a lot from that position, why not just stay and play it as a duo? So I think this is a fine play for them to make.
I mean, it's fairly centered. It's
not. It's a solid
It's not
position
the
to try
worst
to hold.
place to play in the circle. I mean,
Not
Monte
at all.
Nuevo and the area to the west of that can be messy. To the south, we know that Human Hillsides can be a nuts area to play from. And Picado, we just saw an ending over there and how open that was.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're going to be stuck somewhere, it's not the worst place to be stuck.
It makes sense, and it's a good play for them to make. Let's just see if they can hold it against TM, which, again, I'm not even really convinced that TM's going to make that push necessarily right now. If anything, they'll wait to the shift until they absolutely have to make that play. And looking back at Sonics, E United did actually make it in between them, and so they find themselves in a very nice central position in the circle.
This is an odd lay of the land. E United to the north. Remember, Kill Demo just to the south of where we're seeing this duo at. Troglodytes running a 2-1-1 split, and the duo for where we see Troglodytes fairly close to where we see LG. So the center going to have a lot of sight lines and a lot of verticality in it, and woe be to if anybody has to rotate near them, which Circle says we'll have to do.
And it always goes on, I'm telling you, man, it always goes on that compound that we see Trog on. That's such...
Yep.
That compound is so strong, man. It's always priority in the circle. That's why we used to take it so early, because circles just love it. They just shift right on it.
And it's such a strong compound,
It's so good to hold, dude.
Looking through, reinforcements probably going to be coming for Troglodytes as they make their way through 22, trying to go for a very valiant rotation right next to Fiumba as well as 4 p.m. Our stragglers on the outside also trying to make moves. As you can see, it's going to be BBB trying to execute a rotation of their own. 4 p.m. going to be splitting decisions on how to shoot, so that's going to allow them to come in right back behind 22.
The problem is, yeah, I was going to say 22 is actually heading the same exact direction right now. They're all trying to converge on that compound where Trog is.
And you can see it's led to a log jam. I mean, 22's had to stop, pull off. BBB's realized what's going to go on. They have to stop what's happening. On the outside of this, we still have Rumblers, Peak, as well as TX that are all starting to get vision. And Rusty Zera, who can see the world, is really just kind of content over here to, like, lord it up and really just feed information on rotation to the rest of his team.
Yeah, Trog's biggest issue here is actually going to be LG, though. It's not going to be 22.
So... No, yeah, I mean, with the verticality of it, nobody wants to step up and look down that hill.
I mean, Vinny is, though. Vinny has actually found himself much closer than I thought anyone would get, and that's a free knock.
Rusty Zera did not expect that. We didn't expect that.
They needed to watch that, but
coming up from Vinny. What is Gizera going to do? Is that going to be a follow-up off of it? Troglodytes now having to defend up their position, and that's allowed some other rotations to be a lot easier than we saw just a moment ago. Posa trying to bring his teammate to some form of safety. Meanwhile, Synergy getting that vision into TX rotation that we were talking about before, and Peak Rumblers still have yet to move, but probably moving on a similar vector.
Yeah, so the biggest thing about that compound as well, Matt, is yes, it's wonderful to hold. We talk about how strong it is, but it's not very good if they're not playing the edge of, like, the hillside. You need to be playing on the corners of that compound where you can actually peek over and make sure something like that doesn't happen. But what's happened here?
Apparently, we have 2 members still trying to make a play happen over here. Tokyo Manji Gang.
Adam's about to find it.
Still just trying to hold on to it. Knows where the flashbangs are coming out from.
On top.
Shotgun tries to go out. Gets some damage, but it's going to be a 1-2 punch. Greg Shot on the other side of it. Hell, my bad. Does manage to take down Adam. But it's going to be Greg Shot living it up, getting the Greg Shot, and also going to be able to res Adam.
That's actually big. They're actually able to take control of that compound. But look at this. Rumblers and Guri on the eastern edge.
I was not expecting this one to line up the way that it is.
No.
Rumblers having to stop here is bad news, though.
Show, unfortunately, is going to bleed out. He took shots while he was down. Rumblers will, for the most part, find something to play on the east just for now. Circle getting ready to shift. And as you can see, Matt, all the chaos is starting to ensue.
He is putting in some more work for SG. I like this off position that he plays, and very quick to always try to third party on a good angle. That's one of the things we're starting to see success come out from Pippa.
Yes.
And specifically also
Synergy in general, yeah.
Synergizing Pippa and Silzen together feels quite strong.
Really love that stuff, and I actually really like this aggression as well. Go for the edge. Go for the teams that you know are weak. Especially when you just took someone down on this side. You know they're recovering, and you have so much cover in front of you to utilize. Selfish, though, as a solo, needs to be very careful, especially with SG coming up behind him.
Yeah, he's just going to run away right into the sight lines of Pippa, who's moving forward, and it's like, hey,
easiest kill of Pippa's life right there, and he's going to back off.
Now getting the retreat away from it. Rumblers might have some safety. I do want to say that Wildcard to the north is also trying to make a rotation in between 4 p.m. and E United. We probably are going to see them die in a second. Yep, Adam's going to go down, and while it was a valiant attempt, can we see Greg Shot continue to make a path? I mean, everybody is going after the flush onto Adam, and maybe that's going to let Greg Shot use the hills and get around it?
Possibly. I mean, at the very least, he'll survive for now. And looking at 22 as well, that only down to 2 members, I believe Gizera was taken down on the side of the hill there on the compound that Trog was holding, and they peeked over. So they are starting to play more aggressive on the outside of the compound, which is what they should be doing. And they've actually curtailed quite a bit of aggression towards them and diffused that away. And now we look at Luminosity as well. We've taken a nice spread on the south here.
Doing some harassment shots into Drill as well as Fiumba. They're playing in that. Fiumba taking some wild shots into the north. I think that they're just trying to maybe draw some attention to them or maybe discourage somebody from approaching. So Luminosity looks like they are going to move back in as really LG kind of doing what LG does, roaming around that edge position, using the information and trying to counter move around it. But it's going to be Pippa, who is aware of what's going on and should be able to spot Waldo in a second. But
yeah, Waldo and the rest of Rumblers are just getting shredded by Sonics. Waldo did find a knock on a Selzen, but they should be able to recover that just fine. And for all that work in the opening that they thought they had, Sonics just took that away. It's just Valiant now for Rumblers.
I mean, he is in the circle, and I mean, if you're going to be trapped somewhere, I guess having Sonics maybe trying to hold you back is the worst place to be. You know, like maybe they could defend him up. He can sneak up, get in there, get in that wrap position. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was having hopes, man. I was having hopes.
You were having hopes, huh?
I know.
I want you to hope.
You can't say it. I know you can't say it. So see, I was trying to be your spirit animal there and give you some Rumblers energy.
That's fair. I appreciate your concern.
Okay, so our bottom 4 teams, our first 4 teams out, as it looks like tradition is going to continue. Looking through, rest of the circle still got some pop-off shots that are going to be happening.
You know what? Let's just go ahead and take a listen in right now with Synergy as they try to clear out the southeast side.
Hay que cerrar naranja, hay que cerrar naranja, hay que cerrar naranja. Yo me quedo al full borde hasta que cierre.
Estoy bajando otra vez, yo, con Beca.
Están piqueando mucho lo de acá. ¿Podemos jugar entonces de punto amarillo?
Ya te digo.
3 locos, Nani, naranja, 3 locos, van a venir para acá sí o sí. O van a crashear la pancha abajo.
Y se puede, pero es una mierda.
Bueno, hay que ver cómo resolvemos esto.
Ok, están peleando.
Si
Sí, venga, vamos a hacer esta,
No, que nos van a venir de naranja.
Escuché un auto moviéndose de azul, creo.
Sí, está TX y 22 acá en punto.
Hay que esperar que se mueva la naranja y podemos correr ahí. Porque capaz no vienen. Sí, van a venir, creo.
Hace una zona, boludo. Sí.
Sí, vienen.
Miren.
Te van
a pelear esto.
Sí, van a pelear acá, parece.
Boludo. Vos, ¿quién está más cerca? ¿Sí? ¿No escuchaste un auto salir de punto azul?
No, gordo.
Estoy seguro que escuché una chat también.
Mete el auto.
Hay gente en el pozo, marqué.
Dani, mete el auto.
Random.
Metan los autos, chicos.
Hay gente en el pozo amarillo, chicos.
Acá se puede jugar. Están
¿Puedo ir
peleando.
avanzando con el auto en azul?
Abajo.
Boludo, no hay nadie acá abajo. Tiré humo random y no me pica nadie.
Ok, fíjate entonces,
Y había escuchado
gordo.
un auto.
Ok, nos pegamos acá primero. Vengan, vean esto. La pelea es acá enfrente, ¿ok?
Dale.
Well, now that we're listening into Synergy, we do have to point out they were taking some shots down into that LG position, but LG making a push into 22 is going to eliminate them.
Although I personally don't understand what they're saying, I really like the way that it seems as though they're working and calling on shots and fights happening where they can get third parties, and then just also making sure that they're moving in as a team. I mean, I have really loved watching Synergy over the course of this event, and they are a treat, especially with Pippa popping off. Obviously, Silzen is still one of my favorite players.
They're not always the flashiest of teams, but they're starting to develop this level of consistency.
Exactly. Their consistency is something that I'm really starting to love. And the performances, again, each one of the members on that team is bringing to the table is wonderful.
Quick exchange fire between Troglodytes and Fiumba. Going to go ahead and have 4 PM join in as well. And maybe the last one up, just trying to use some type of cover to get away from Troglodytes, who have now started to get harassed at range by 4 PM. The problem is, Emmy doesn't have anywhere to go. He looks down and sees LG take some shots and now has to retreat away from there. Maybe now moving back into Trog's sightline. I mean, he's just
they need to get rid of Emmy now. Perfect. And now they can move up to the next ridge right across from them, because if they try to make that cross later, it's going to be hell, especially with 4 PM already looking at them.
New circle about to pop in just a few seconds as we've got teams just trying to strive for some form of survival. And it's the South, man. The South has just got so many teams. Really, it's just 4 PM with maybe BBB and Finna still alive in the North. Circle's pretty much going to center up, and that's going to favor the usual suspects, as well as adding in TX. United trying to do a longer wraparound, trying to get control over the North, but Sonics does read that. Nade going to go out quite far.
Sonics is not. They're not going to let that happen, Matt, specifically because they've already taken out 2 members of United. So it will be Relo and Kickstart just to stand. They're probably just going to hold this edge and maybe wait for a team to push on to Sonics to strike, but otherwise they're kind of stuck.
Speaking of stuck, man, BBB is just in an oven over there. There is no way to get out. Vehicles exploding around them. They are in the safe zone. They've got 4 PM that's back behind them, but
they have that.
They just have to try to cling to life. Oddly enough, though, with BBB making the push into that position has drawn a lot of attention to where 4 PM is playing from, so kind of giving them a reprieve on a different angle. To the south, though, it's about to get dicey. We've got Troglodytes, LG, TX, all moving into a similar area, and remember, Synergy, who's been roaming around to the south, also realizing what's going to be happening, trying to move in, while United trying to make a roll to the north, literally with their vehicles. circles, and they're going to go down. And now Sonics finds another opportunity to pick up some distance from Zeno.
Sonics is now completely isolated on the east, and now this is the fight that I was talking about. This is what Trog needed to do. They needed to get up to this hill and try to take as much control, but Gizera is going to find a knock on a Purdy, and that changes his fight. A possible recovery here for Posa and the rest of Trog.
The hills are alive with the sounds of gunfire as LG crests the top of that hill and suddenly finds everybody looking their direction. They still have TX just on the opposite side of them, but you can see this is really, really hard to try to find something to do with. They are going to try to get the res onto Penta. They should be successful in that. With all of the firefighting that's happening around, it looks like these teams to the south are starting to slow down and focus in on the much closer range threats. Luminosity on one side, looking into Troglodytes, but it's going to be TX and Synergy that are starting to line up against each other.
And you can see how desperately LG just wants to peek over and clear out Trog, but they're just not given the opportunity between the shots from 4 PM as well as everyone else. But now 4 PM is entangled in their own fight here. It's just going to be Keenan left alive. Sharp will bleed out.
This is, I mean, what do you do if you're Keenan? You can't look out.
You just hold, you just pray that there isn't a nade that comes flying through any one of those open doors or windows.
If he even runs out the front, there are 2 members of Sonics just waiting. I hate to break it to you, 4 PM. You don't really want to try to push that either, because that just means the fact that you're going to see Mime and Tickleton have vision on you. Team X, though, still aware where Synergy is. They're trying to roam more to the west, into LG's territory of control, and LG keeps stretching Troglodytes area. So really, we just see all of the south slowly rotating together to the west.
Synergy just needs to keep doing what they're doing, control this high ground, and make sure that they don't get overstepped by TX. Meanwhile, Trog needs to push this fight now towards LG, and quite honestly, they have. I think they've gotten a nice bit of damage as well on LG, but it's Team X that is potentially causing problems for both of these teams on the south. Meanwhile, now with this shift, SG now has to move forward still, again, with the high ground. They can make it work.
TX realizing the strength of position, trying to stretch out more. Gizera got to be careful. He doesn't want to overstretch himself and put himself in a precarious position. 4 PM does have vision on this, but really just kind of hanging out over there, realizing the fact that this run is going to be rough. Troglodytes, though, making the counter move down to the south, finally realizing how they're wanting to assault into LG's position. Are we going to see LG manage to defend this one up? They already know. Trying to get out the utility. Troglodytes does not want to overcommit into the stage, stepping down. But while this is going to be happening to the south, you can see that there's still going to be a firefight going on between SG. LG does a great job on defending that up, and you can see that Synergy wanted to jump in. They wanted to third-party that, but it was just too fast.
The problem, though, is that now Sonics have had so much time to take control. That's exactly what they're going to do. They can suffocate the circle by simply wrapping south on the edge. And so for all the teams on the west, great, you've held off all the threats. But realistically, it's Sonics now just coming to feast.
And now we have an MPL circle at the start that's going to lead into a tried and true Sonics on the east, Luminosity on the west, and we've got TX just trying to survive. Synergy as well. Sonics starting to make their push in. It's going to be H1 that spots out Sand, going to take him down. Now just 4 teams remaining. It's going to be a 4-man strong Sonics.
So much control. Sonics has so much control of this circle now because of all that fighting that happened in the southwest.
I mean, yeah.
And they played their hands so perfectly as well. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they've executed beautifully so far.
Synergy not going to relent just yet. Has got to be careful. Binya, aware of how Sonics are going to be coming in back behind him. Pippa, you can see, was going to be the forefront into the LG advance, but now having to deal with the threats that are coming up back behind them. This is a difficult situation to be sandwiched in. Instead, leaning in, hoping the fact that maybe they can be more quiet and instead maybe draw a different team, get some attention somewhere else. And yes, it does look like that's what's going to happen, as poor 4 PM player all alone and solo up there. It's going to have H1 looking at him as well as Luke 12.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Rubinho can do here, but hats off to him for surviving at least that long. It's going to be down to the top 3 teams now. SG only missing 1, so this is almost a 4-on-4-on-4. But again, Sonics with just a disgusting amount of control.
Oh, and the circle even.
And the circle just makes it so much worse for everyone else.
Also just did an aggressive line into SG. LG aware of this, so Luminosity coming in, and the sandwich is just getting just that much more brutal. It's just a matter of time before vision starts to come out. Danny on one end of this is going to get spotted out, tries to get out something on the other end of this, as it's going to be Sonics on the other side, realizing what's happening. They want to third party. The moment this moves into some type of firefight, one of these teams is going to have the advantage. This is all relying on a third party game of chicken right now.
LG just desperately wants Sonics to make a move, but I don't think they are. I mean, they know exactly what they have control of, and that's basically the entirety of this zone. So they're just going to let LG make the play and then probably go off the punish. Penta not going low. They're going to find multiple members now of SG. It's just down to Pippa.
Oh, steps back through, managed to hold the line slightly, looks into it, does manage to make it harder for Luminosity, who's sitting on 10 kills now, but it is going to be a full-on Sonics swarming down the hillside after him. Penta trying to hold the lineup, a reposition coming out from Luke 12 to see if he can get a new angle. H1 for Sonics already taking control over the circle. Penta going for some peeks back, but realizing the fact he is going to get swarmed. He is surrounded everywhere. It's just a matter of time until Mime spots him out, and is it going to be enough? Did Luke 12 manage to reposition rightly, get some shots out, does get a knock, but it is going to be Sonics with 10 kills of their own, taking the second game.
And you know, you want to talk about a team that had position and should have won that game, sure, but the thing that impresses me most about Sonics, and even Unite at times when we see them in those positions, is they are spreading out and they are flexing out to get those kills.
Yeah.
We saw, for instance, the Rumblers, right? They were kind of in the last game in a very advantageous position, but they just weren't really able to get that many kills. And sure, that could be a product of the position itself, but Sonics will almost always flex out and at the very least get a few more kills than maybe those other teams wouldn't in the situation that they were in.
I mean, when we look at it, we were talking about the consistency of synergy. Managing to get late game, strong position, yet again. LG, though, I do have to say, feels more invigorated than kind of what we saw them in the middle of the year this year, as now we've moved into the later stages. It feels a lot more of like what we were expecting from Luminosity. They just aren't, I guess I felt like there was hesitation in the earlier sections or the midsection of this year. This time now it feels like they have more control. They're stretching out. They're trusting themselves a lot more.
Yeah, it just feels like the confidence, I think, is the big thing, right? Coming into these fights and coming into the calls with confidence as well. I don't think that's something the team has ever really lacked, but something was kind of missing throughout the year.
Yes, to see it back, because I just love the tactical way that they move through things.
Yeah, of course. I mean, LG is always a pleasure to watch, and definitely a team that needs to do well here. And so far, they've been doing just fine. So.
Well, another thing that's doing just fine is going to be a beautiful, beautiful Destin. You guys are very aware of it. It's going to be the latest 8x8 map in a rotation. Destin features new utility items, new vehicles, and new weapons. There is so much love about Destin, but I gotta say, it's all about fan votes.
I thought you said Destin. I got excited. I was like, man, you really gassed me
Oh,
up there.
dude, now you make me feel bad for doing my job. I see how it is.
Destin is a wonderful map, and it's been a joy to play, and it's been a joy to watch as well, honestly. Watching all the streamers, Tig, Shrimsy, everyone else out there. It's been fun. Super fun.
You know what? If it matters, I love you more than Destin.
Wow. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Matt. Thank you so much.
Well, with this, I guess we're going to go ahead and work out our issues where I hurt Dustin's feelings, and we're going to need a break to settle that all out. So make sure you stay tuned, as there is so much still on the line. See you guys in a few minutes. one for Sonic's already taking control over the circle. Pinta going for some peeks back, but realizing the fact he is going to get swarmed. He is surrounded everywhere. It's just a matter of time until Mime spots him out. And is it going to be enough? Did Luke 12 manage to reposition rightly, get some shots down, does get a knock, but it is going to be Sonics with 10.
Welcome back. Sonics take a masterful win. Great game in FERT 1. They come strong in 2, and here we are back on the couch to talk more about it. My name is Tavies. I'm joined by Porosaurus and D, Cammy D, as we break down the action. But before we get into the winner dinner and all that stuff, I want to remind you guys at home that you yourselves can be winners, and winners sport the coolest merch. The PCS7 merch shop is now open. We've got shirts, mugs, hoodies, and more. Head over to merch.pubg.com to get your gear before it's gone. I promise you, your current mug will not be jealous of your cool one. In fact, there's no way to make your mugs cooler than adding a PUBG PCS7 mug to that group.
Prove yourself.
Prove yourself in the moment. You got to own it.
Prove it.
The mugs, never let them go. All right, let's take a look at the winner, dinner winner. I thought it was pretty. It was not bad.
No, why not?
Roll moment. All right, let's take a look at the win. It's Sonics, 10 kills, 2,000 damage.
Ooh, yeah.
Not that much utility. Like they kind of won this on positioning almost.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like they didn't need to use utility because they got fed so much.
Well,
all right. I mean, after these first 2 games, they might never have to eat again. How many circles they're getting fed? No, look, you still gotta come through. You still gotta clutch out the victory. But definitely a little bit of luck going a long way for these boys, and it's a team that obviously, I mean, you give them a little bit of something, just a footstep, they're gonna make it the most.
So many teams would wish they could be as efficient with a translation from like a middle of the game towards the end of the game, circle shift into this many points. It is a little lower for Sonic standards, but at the end game, we saw how much control they had over the zone. It was a fight for second between Synergy and LG.
And what I like about watching that end game by the Sonics, even the last game, is that Sonics is playing to win PCS7. I mean, they made it to PGC. That fight, they could have been like, it doesn't really matter. Let's go over there and smash Synergy and see if we can win the double. They pulled back and they played it the right way to show that these guys are professionals in everything they do. Let's take a look at the top 5 from the match. Penta and Halo putting up huge numbers in that one.
I mean, so far so good for LG today, isn't it? I mean, and I think we were talking about it while we were in the green room as well. You were talking about Sonics kind of just put the clamps on the end game, but you could see LG at a certain point, they looked at that next circle, they realized, look, we're not going to win this. Let's just throw the smokes down, try to push Synergy, get as many of these kill points as we can, and then see if we can make some magical happen against Sonics at the end.
And it was clear what they were planning, because you saw them, they were kind of like, they had that threat coming from 4 p.m. for a while. They kind of had to keep an eye on it, and once they eliminated that, it was like, let's just find the opportunity to put points on the board. I'm starting to feel good about it. I think
10 kills. I mean,
when we sat down here, like, oh, it's a Luminosity Friday. It's starting to feel a little bit maybe that's a story. So let's take a look back at the last match. Let's go through the highlights.
That's
exactly how they handled it.
Come on, kid.
So I want to focus on Troglodyta specifically because I really like one specific
They got screwed, man.
In mid-game. They were center of this next shift, which, again, you don't choose where the circle goes, but this particular maneuver around Fiumba, I think, is what secured them a solid position in this game. Fiumba just recently pitted themselves below it, and that could be a scary position trying to go from a high ground to a low ground spot. But the way that Troglodyta just swung around and eliminated Fiumba virtually for free. They did lose Rusty Gizera in the chaos, but I think it was well worth the cost because from this position, they were able to get even further along into the game. They were eventually shut down by another team that we'll see in a little bit, but still, this singular move on its own was worth its weight in gold.
Fiumba got trogged down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trog got screwed by. I mean, they had the Rumblers compound, they had the everything, and then the circle hard shifts away from it, falls on Sonic's compound. But I mean, I think you brought up a great point. The way that Trog pushed that is a rough hill to be on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody around you can see it, but Trog managed to play it the perfect way to avoid LOS. They managed to clean up all of Fiumba. They do lose Rusty, as you said, but I mean, it was tough sledding. I mean, that hard shift back to the northeast. I don't think many people were expecting that.
Yeah, to put a cap on it, like, people talk about the strength of high ground, but you also have to consider the downsides of eventually leaving the high ground and how you it's not always sledding, right?
And when you leave in the late game, you have to meet Luminosity in the late game, which we figured out in the green room.
Yes.
Luminosity.
Troglodyta wins early, Luminosity wins late.
And so far, it has panned out. Leaderboard from that match, 20 points going into the hopper for Sonics, but Luminosity, no slouches, as they do manage to come up with 16. An excellent game for them. 4 poor men who I think we didn't see a lot of them until there was sort of the 1 one guy left alive, but they still put in 8 kills, did a lot of work, and for me, I'm excited to see Synergy in the top 4, because that's another team that's on the chase.
Yeah, play for that northwest side, I think. 4 p.m. managed to catch a lot of the people that were trying to come in. I mean, I think they caught wild card, a couple other people, but there you go. Sonics managed to take the lead now with that win, so United now dropped down to second.
Yeah.
That's a pretty decent lead,
big lead.
there.
That's a
20 points, okay.
That's a really, really big lead, but also Luminosity back in third.
That's huge, man.
They were in like 5th, 6th, 7th place towards the end of last week, and so being able to get right back on top, even though there is that gap between 2nd and 3rd place, if they stick here in 3rd place, that'll be just like more than enough.
Dodge got to wake up, man.
Right now, I think. Yeah, that's the thing. It's all on Dodge and
Synergy.
Gotta say it, BBB.
Well,
who
BBB
makes the magic happen.
I mean, BBB, man, it almost feels like, I know we still have 13 games left, but it's every game that goes by without Big Big Boom trying to find some double-digit points, man.
Is it time to write them off already?
What is that quick math? They have, I think, less than half the points of Luminosity.
I mean, I'm not writing them off, but it's getting tougher and tougher.
If there's any team that could do it, I think the firepower and just the dynamic play style of BBB, they are one of the teams. But at this point, they have we'll see it if it happens.
Well, yeah.
I don't think at this point anyone really could be holding their breath for it.
So, and that maybe in some ways frees them a little bit, Poro, because they came in with this stress of we have to start strong, and then we're going to try to bring Luminosity down, and here's the game plan. Is there a little bit something said for once that pressure is lifted? I mean, they could just go out and Keenan could change things up and try a new strategy if you need.
I don't know. I think if you're Bing Bang Boom, you still think you have a shot at this.
True.
Like you've got to think that way. You've got to exactly. You've got to play as if you have a shot at winning this whole thing.
Okay.
And you know, the second you change your mindset from that, I mean, you put yourself down in the dumps. Now, I do understand what you're saying, where you kind of find yourself freed up a little bit more. You know, you kind of enter that nothing to lose
no more
phase.
Defensive opportunity.
Exactly.
Now, go hard or go home.
Exactly. You kind of enter that nothing to lose phase a little bit earlier, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this is a team that adjusts really well to the map switch too.
Well,
so we'll see how it goes.
We'll see if they bounce back. We'll see if they go hard after this one. But I can tell you right now, for game 3, we've got 2 casters who know how to do the business, and they're ready to go right now. It is Godspeed and Matchroom.
kind of business. So you talking about? Also, I love how he almost forgot who we was casting today.
Toffees.
Yeah.
So for the rest of today, we're going to talk in Shatner-esque phrasing. Is that okay with you?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Shatner-esque phrasing?
Oh. I mean, if that's the road you want to go down, brother, I support you.
For the rest of the night, yes. Maybe. We'll have to see.
I don't know if I can follow that act. That's a tough act to
I know, it took a while to get down. I can't help it. I'm just massive.
I could see you in front of your mirror for hours doing that. Is that weird that I can see that?
Depends on how you see me whenever I'm looking in my mirror. But we'll leave those thoughts astray, and instead, let's focus back in on the game. Bing, bang, boom. A big topic of conversation, as Des was talking about them quite a bit. Is it time to write them off, Godspeed, or is there still?
I never like writing off any teams. Granted, they've definitely picked it up, right? Like they didn't have the best start. We've already talked ad nauseum about that, but coming in the last day, I think they had like at least 50 points. And so far today, I mean, we've seen some signs of life for them, so I'm not writing them off.
The circles have been harsh. By the same account, we've been, I guess, giving a lot of laurels to 22, who've been playing very, very well, but also haven't had the best of days today. So
true. So far, I mean, it's only been 2 games, right, Matt?
Yeah. So there's, trust me, my fantasy team is definitely hoping that it's just 2 games. it picks back up.
Seeing Silzen die in game 1 before 10 minutes wasn't great for me either, but you know, it's they rebounded, and that's all you can really hope for.
Well, speaking of teams that might need to rebound, United losing first place, Sonics having 2 very good games back to back. United on the more quiet side today.
I mean, again, it's a new week, so Unite starting a little bit on the slow side doesn't really surprise me, right? I mean, they're a team that generally ramp up as the event goes on, and that's when they get really, really dangerous. That being said, like, obviously United, I imagine, is going to make some adjustments, and at the very least, like, bounce back. If not this game, they'll show up on on Erangel. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, that's it's interesting to see how just the constant evolution of teams and the way that they're rotating through everything, and really the navigation of just really who's feeling hot at the time, who wants to be more aggressive, who wants to go for that risky car steal at this stage. You know, it's
Is it happening? I'm sorry.
I looked over I literally looked over as the circle popped, and like your whole demeanor just changed.
Like, I know you saw it in my eyes the moment it happened. I had like puppy dog eyes. Like, please, let me have a snack.
I mean, looking at the circle though, 22. This is always like the worst part about being in the best position in the circle, right? It's like 22 very clearly have the best spread right now. They were just looting. They weren't really planning for this. But it's like you have the center of the circle. You have so many options. It's where do you want to play from? And that's the thing that sometimes can be very frustrating because you're the best team to make the best decision. You make a solid decision, circle shifts off you anyways.
And it's hard because whenever
it's a tough decision to make. Yeah,
they also have to regroup very fast. If you're playing this far north, usually you get a more lackadaisical style of looting that you don't necessarily have to rush. That people are going to be coming after you,
especially if you're rotating south from the north. Yeah,
but now they're going to have to loot much faster, regroup much faster.
Yes.
Otherwise, they could risk losing a member on top of while still trying
or
to
just losing a really strong position. I agree. Yeah, that is the curse of being center circle when first circle pops is you have so many viable options. Which one do you realistically go for? Do you go for the circle option that potentially gives you the best rotation? Do you go for one that gives you the best edge play off the next shift? You know, there's a lot of different decisions that you can make. Do you try to go for one that has all of those things? Which, relatively speaking, those positions don't really exist, but
I do want to point out, we're talking
depending on the
teams
circle,
that rotate quite quickly. Sonic's going to be one of those down in Picado. Picado still quite a ways outside of a circle that's to the north.
True.
That says something.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, I feel like a team like Sonics, especially from a position like Picado in this, they can realistically rotate any which way they want, right? And they can take their time. Because, again, it's just first circle, and most of the teams you would imagine in the circle are either going to rotate far east or far west to try to avoid any of the south kind of bunch up that happens.
We also do have two teams that are wanting some points quite fiercely. Tokyo Manji Gang is inside the circle already and looks like they're coming into that area just to the south of water treatment plant that has a lot of strength in and of itself. We can see the circle comes to this area quite frequently. I think that looks like 22 is going to be regrouping around the God compound, but I also want to point out the Cabrera is the home of BBB.
Yep.
We just said needs to have a big game for themselves. And Juarez,
look at this.
Taking down Haston. It looks like there's going to be a competition for this God compound. As we talked about it, you got to rotate early. You got to regroup early, and it looks like they're going to lose position and a player, which is the worst double whammy, as Dodge also now is eyeing this area.
Yeah, Gizera actually is just going to back off and not even bother with that, as he knew there was at least 2 to 3 coming, descending onto the position that they had just held. And so, Gizera's actually taking shots as well from someone else. It's Dodge, actually. So Ethan in a position to maybe take out Gizera, do a decent amount of damage. He's only going to take a few, and that is on 2 wheels for the longest time.
It's fine. It was to provide cover. See, it denies the sightline, so we can't get headshot
calculated.
Sliding like that. All math. It's PUBG car physics.
I used to do that all the time.
Yeah, I know.
It's so easy.
Pull it off. In my sleep, I could do that. Speaking of teams that are rotating early, there's also a team that is rotating very slow, and that's our Porto Prieto LG team, who is perfectly content that's going to be playing Edge. United already starting to scout out more center. They're going to have Peak to the north of them, but is just going to be to the east of where we saw Tokyo Manji Gang playing from.
And looking at LG, that we saw the similar rotations last week, especially when we had those really scuffed melee circles, and they were coming in from Zarki, right? They're just going to take their time. There's no reason, if you're this far out of circle, to just rush in, because you're not going to beat any teams there. You're not going to take anything that valuable initially, and so why not just make sure that you're completely looted up, you've taken the time to rotate in, because then you can actually get a decent read on the circle once you get towards those edges.
So looking through, it's the cluster for the middle. We talk about, whenever we see this water treatment circle, the importance of the, I guess, the buildings and the compounds and the hillside that's really just to the southwest of that, even just going all the way to the due west of it.
Yeah.
And that's where everybody is running to.
The water treatment hill in particular can be a really solid position if you hold the high ground, but it can be very difficult to traverse, especially going uphill with teams above you in those compounds.
Oh, 2 teams scrapping that we were talking about just a moment ago. BBB making landfall, but is going to lose Keenan. Gats playing on the opposite end of it. Tokyo Manji Gang has 1 member down, but nobody fleshed out just yet. Reinforcements on the horizon coming in, as it was a 2-2 split being held kind of greedily, and that might, well, actually, they were the aggressors in part of the situation. So now, Bing Bang Boom playing the other side of this is trying to move around it, but I think the Tokyo Manji Gang might have a read on their approach.
Not only that, but they've actually taken out a member of BBB and Keenan, so he will fall wall. It's not just 3 members. The sawed-off coming out for Sharp. And they do know... Oh, they have an idea. Oh, the headshot trade!
Oh, the shotgun giveth and it taketh away sometimes, and that time it is going to give. BBB now making more of a push, but guess what? Reinforcements are coming in. Roth's got the angle on to Colton, though, and Tokyo Manji Gang's woes just continue as BBB feels like they're finally finding the game that they are needing.
And that was a really beautiful crossfire coming out from BBB as they had Roth holding the outside, Sharp coming in now playing more aggression with multiple members knocked from TM. I mean, it's just 2 members now. It's 2v3.
And you can see that BBB is staying very stacked. Whenever we look at Tokyo Manji Gang, they are running much more separated. Hello, my bad. Playing in the
he's
distance, not even really here. I mean, he can kind of support if Zealot runs, but that's about it.
No, Zealot's all on his own right now. This is basically just him versus the entirety of BBB, and he's going to go down. Hello, my bad now as a solo is just going to be sitting in those probably lower buildings there in the compound and in the shanty. And this is his life now.
Just one with the shack, living it, and just listening to the sounds of the firefights around him, seeing if maybe he might get involved. 4 p.m., you can see being aggressive in their positioning, trying to make sure that they're defending up as well. But this is a weird defensive line. It is going to be to the southwest of Pozo, not even in the circle. So trying to hold out more of what's going on over here with Troglodytes, who is going to be able to keep distance while being harassed.
Curious if they try to just set up a trap here, or if they just saw Trog coming in and they're like, hey, we have an opportunity to potentially shoot these guys off. The problem, though, is if Trog does, looks like they are recovering and get out ahead of 4 p.m., that could cause issues for them coming in later in the circle. And to go, kind of move back to TM, like I like the ideas that they are employing, and I like that they're trying to get aggressive to take these positions. But they're just not finding the same success in winning these team fights as they were, as you know, the desk was saying, and we were talking about earlier in qualifiers or group stages.
Troglodytes coming into this late might be beneficial in its own way, as the Cabrera hillside is entirely open. Crater fields all around it.
Yep.
Sonics, oddly enough, playing north of Cabrera.
This is the second time they've done this that we've seen so far this event. When it's gone north like this, they've actually opted to play from the north to come down into the south, which I actually really like that play.
All right, I'm gonna do this with you guys.
Okay.
Chat, everybody that's watching, we need to go like have a DBZ moment. I need your energy. I need you to feed it into me, because I want the circle to go to the north so badly. I want it Godspeed. Just 1, because Oasis, but 2, the chaos that will follow as everybody is so centered up.
To be fair, if this does actually go north on the first shift, there probably won't be that much as far as movers happening. Simply because center circle will still basically be in. You know what I mean? I understand that you want an Oasis circle, trust me. But, you know, it might not be in the cards. Maybe, just maybe, Cameron could make it happen for you. Cameron, what do you got for us?
Listen, I don't know if I can help sway the circle, but I wanted to follow along Troglodytes on this round. With this northern first circle, even though we saw a lot of action in the middle, a lot of teams are having to come from the south, and Troglodytes were one of them. And even though they love that early game action, they know not to go for the fight around El Pozo squaring off against 4 p.m. But with this circle centering up as it is, this is actually a pretty unfamiliar territory for Troglodytes, because we know like the fight early. At this point, they might just have to send it into the center position. Alternatively, they could just try and coast up there around the Oasis area and try and use the high ground to find some damage and find some positioning. But for a team that is very unfamiliar with being in a top 4 podium position, mostly relying on mid-game kills, that might have to be yet another example of this in this round.
I agree that their best play is to just keep wrapping north, but we'll see if that's what they end up doing. The problem is they also might run into Team X.
I appreciate half of you inside of chat giving me your energy to where we still keep Oasis in, but it isn't a hard shift to the north. But let's be honest, God Compound that we were talking about where we've seen teams vying for, it's so strong for reasons, and also the circle just really likes to play around that area.
Yeah, I mean, that's not an uncommon place for this bad boy to land. As we're now seeing LG, again, taking their time. They've opted to go for the East Road. This is a rotation that isn't surprising at all, and they are probably going to find a foothold in the circle here, which again is something we thought might happen simply because of the way that they've played Zarki and Millie circles in the past, and just the way they've played Miramar in general.
It's a vie for high ground, as we do have a 2-1-1 split coming up from Wildcard, whereas 4 p.m. is just trying to traverse the tops of the hillsides themselves and going to be revealed to multiple teams. It's not all of 4 p.m., as we do still have RBN that's going to be coming in back behind this one. It's got to be careful, as Rumblers are going to be close to him, but Wildcard, I don't think, are going to be too aggressive into this, just given the fact that they don't have a lot of numbers here.
Yeah, they need to consolidate, which I imagine they'd want to do here, but Adam doesn't have a vehicle, and he is far from home, we'll say that.
We do live in a wild world where to the north, TX has managed to take up a position around Oasis.
Oh,
LG is coming into there.
Adam.
Adidas might be coming in there as well. Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Trog's best play is definitely, I think, that north wrap, which is what they're doing. But again, they're going to run into Team X if they continue. Meanwhile, Rumblers are just kind of coasting as well. Actually, a lot of teams potentially going towards the north as well. LG finding themselves that way. Rumblers potentially could find themselves right underneath Trogloditas going around Cabrera. So this is definitely a little bit of an interesting one off of that shift. No, the remainder of the teams are centered up, Matt, but it's the north that I'm really looking at.
There's a lot of very interesting ways that this can end. Oasis aside, for all of my jokes that I'm making, water treatment itself is ridiculously strong. In the southwestern area we were talking about a moment ago, we've seen the strengths of it. We still have the Cabrera Hills that are going to be to the east of that can still be in play. And then the area that Peak's playing over in the east is its own tangled beast that you have to deal with a lot of verticality, a lot of trenches.
They have a lot of control on that east side too.
Yeah, I mean, if the circle goes that way, if they can hold their aim together, they can really make a mess of teams trying to rotate. If it does go to the east, just 25 seconds before we will know what's going on is, I don't know, LG I think are trying to win my hearts. Coming in around to Oasis, now the only thing I need to do is see...
Oh, Kill Demo will fall to blue?
Well, I mean, luckily their tags do make them kind of camouflaged in, so they should be able to res.
Did he like catch a stray shot, or did he not? I'm very confused how he just falls to blue like that.
I don't know who would have a sightline on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And no surprise, we go God Compound facing as BBB now in a ridiculously strong spot. 22 is going to regroup just in the foothills below them, and all of our edge teams are going to find themselves going to have to continue a trek into a very choke point heavy circle.
Yeah, and unfortunately Adam didn't make that run that we saw on the side. Waikikimukau in a vehicle trying to make it now, but Rumblers at the very least have found themselves a nice foothold in the northwest corner of this circle, on this edge. And they actually have so much room to be able to play on foot once this shifts, if they so choose to.
I do want to point out to everybody as well, Sonics are running a 2-2 along the road that we're looking at. Rumbler's going to stop beforehand. TX is just going to be to the north of them. Guri looks like they're going to be coming into the north of Sonics. LG is going to be back behind them, as well as Trogloditas that we were looking at a second ago. North really can't support this many teams on these angles, and there's going to be a firefight that's due to happen any given moment, depending on how these rotations come into play.
I really like Sonic split right here. It's actually so strong. Kikamukau, though, is going to find LP1. That should be a flush. Wait a second, though.
I mean, the harassing shots. He's got to step into this one. Cal, remember, he is separated away. We did see Adam get spotted out in his rotation down the hillside. He does die inside of that. That happened a few minutes ago, or at least a minute ago.
Yeah, it was about a couple minutes.
And now Cal, on his own, does get the flush, but this is going to be hard to read.
I just want him to get to his team so bad. I feel like he could do...
Yeah, Fuma's going to see him to the south, too.
Trog is actually coming in through Oasis right now. They're poised to run pretty much directly into LG, who's also set up in the north. But again, there's so many teams on the north, and really, as you said, not that much to play for this many teams and players, I should say.
LG with eyes in the back of their head, realizing how Trogloditas is rotating into this. Guri did hear what was going on and are moving to the west, but that's going to be right as TX is starting to do their crunch in. Two different firefights happening on opposite sides of the northern section of this circle. In fact, it's about to get spicy pretty quick. Alo, aggression galore, running straight into Posa, does not want to overextend. Realize the fact that he's out in the middle of nowhere. Meanwhile, he has got to step away from it. Rusty Zera has some high ground, does going to take a couple of shots in, but it's going to be Luke that lines it up, gets down Rusty Zera, and Trogloditas now on foot running into the waiting arms of LG. That is bad news.
And Trog has been just in the blue for so long. I'm curious how many meds they actually still have left. I imagine they still have decent utility, but LG has taken the fight. They want to clear this edge, and I think that is the play to make.
Yeah, what's
absolutely brazen about this is Luke 12. Realize that there's a firefight going on to the west. He's not even here in this Trogloditas fight. He's moving over to the TX Guri fight to see if maybe he can pick something up off of that. I mean, he's got a great angle into what's going on with TX.
Disgusting angle if he wants to take the shots. There's actually so much damage that he could do.
This is 3 teams that LG could just absolutely demolish.
Oh no, he doesn't get the knock.
Oh, that one's gonna hurt while this is going on. He's got to get more out of it. He can at least get some flushes, getting those tags in right now. What's going on with the LG and Trogloditas fight is it has slowed down massively with everything that's gonna be going on over there. It was Guri is still making the push through the smokes, trying to get the flushes of their own. Alo, though, still has close range ring in position right next to Trogloditas.
Goes
so now
down to the
he's
blue.
gonna get spotted out. It's gonna be the blue that's gonna do the last tick of damage.
And I'm not quite sure if they can really recover Alo, but that's it for Trogloditas. They will fall. And I don't think they even got many points off of that game either, but the hold from LG was just too strong. And look at this.
They jumped in a vehicle to get away from Guri, and they're just running as fast as they can, and they just got into the circle, but it's just going to be too much vision down onto him. They're going to get eliminated. LG, as you did see the circle moving southwest of where we were looking at a second ago, Guri and LG both having to move in just a moment.
Yeah, and Waikikamuka down on that road, actually getting an off angle, trying to potentially help and hold the Rumblers away, but Luminosity still fighting on this north side. As you said, it is against Guri, and it's just Luke 12 isolated, though.
I mean, we've seen Luke 12 be able to pull off some magic before when he's isolated, one down, taking a lot of damage. Remember, this is a mid-game blue zone, so this is not going to be too tickling. They've got to be careful with it. He's going to get spotted out his back. He does move forward. Luke 12 is down. The rest of LG, they're eyeing that direction, but I think it's just time to give a circle.
Yeah, Kurt and Penta at this point would just use that time that.
I mean,
Luke at that point is kind of
damage to Guri anyway. They down.
I mean, Luke bought them some time to get over here, but they're still not in, and they have to compete not only with Peak, but Sonics has probably the best foothold in the north currently because they can just hold out that, and then once circle posts, I mean, they can just foot push the rest of this. So again, Sonics in such a strong position going into circle 4.
Well, you speak of Peak, and you can see the problems that are in their world right now. It's going to be E United looking at them from the south. Sonics might be able to get some vision, but it's going to be Rumblers that move pretty close to them. E United doesn't manage to get as much damage as they wanted to into that, but still, Peak hasn't managed to make it in the safe zone. And LG, now again in a crossfire position, taking some shots into Sonics, who are moving out. Wildcard looking into the backside of Rumblers, and this is just a massive fire fight, spreading across, I believe, 5, about to be 6, maybe even 7 teams as Guri is coming in now.
Yeah, Wildcard's Waikikamuka looking for potential kills, and that's pretty much what he's been doing. Is the other? Oh my goodness! Oh wow, that's it. Rumblers is out.
Guri just rolls in at the right moment, but it could also be the wrong moment, as it's the same time as Sonics were moving forward, and Cow is still looking over there. Peak still trying to make their way into the zone, but you can see it's a wall coming out from E United. LG on the other side of it. They're trying to traverse force, and there you go, Purdy. Got the weapon of choice.
Oh, baby, at 249.
Go for the flush. Sooner or later, you'll get it. There we go. Selfish, the rest of Peak, you've got to be careful. You've got E United on one side and an M249 on the other.
Yeah, Penta and Kurt have like kind of slowed rolled this. They realized that Peak was being gate kept by E United, and now they're trying to do as much as they can. So even if they just can wipe out Peak or just get a few more kills, it'll be worth their while. 6 kills already, definitely not bad. This is one of those quote-unquote salvage games.
Oh no, grenade in hand, gets caught, he does get it out. Penta is looking down into this, and right now he's hoping that United might be able to provide some assistance at range, give him an opportunity to make something happen. But guess what? Sonics are going to see what's going on and now taking shots into E United, so Peak do get a moment of their own. Penta gets time to go ahead and jump away and has a smoke down and is praying it's going to be enough, but that Molotov, so close, but doesn't connect.
Just barely skimmed his little shorts. As Mime, was looking for the knockout of Snakers. He's actually not going to find it now. Sonics is starting to spread, and they've realized what's happening on this edge. And it'd be in their best interest to try to clear it as fast as possible. Penta, though, still causing issues for Peak.
Man, this blue zone is going to hit hard. Peak is stuck here. E United not moving because they can't move, because they've got Sonics behind them. Sonics are just spraying into everything. They know they can have a massive game. E United has not even picked up a kill. The point of staying over here was to try to pick up something, but instead, the team that they're trying to catch in Sonics are going to be able to gatekeep them out. They have got to firefight their way through Sonics if they want to net anything out of that, and E United finally picking up a point and do get a knock and a flush onto Mime to make it.
It doesn't surprise me at all, though, that Sonics are going to push the pace here, especially because of what you just said. The fact that they know United is in second in the chase. If they can get rid of them now, that'd be huge. Shrimsy going to find the spray on a kickstart, but the trade, Relo was there.
Oh, Relo with the angle has got to step away from it, but reinforcements are still right back behind him. It's him and Flood onto this angle, doing the work. Sonics, who have been racking up so many points today, while E-United has just got to watch. Sonics, though, they are aware of how they have to move forward. Bing, bang, boom has already positioned up,
Roth,
waiting
look at Roth.
for whoever wins this firefight and might be able to jump in. Synergy to the south as well, as this is still a tangled up 2v2.
And this is mutually assured destruction between the Sonics and E-United, but you see BBB there at the top. Roth was trying to find an angle onto this fight to maybe get a point and do as much damage to one of these two duos as possible, but you saw with Wildcard slowly encroaching on that compound, they couldn't. Meanwhile,
oh, the blue zone is going to put in some work. Roth does manage to get down Tig. He's going to be looking down into everything with Sonics. They are eliminated. Flood is down right now. Relo is trying to get over there. Is Roth going to commit into this? It looks like he knows what is going on. Flood moving
the volley was
forward.
close.
Oh, man. Again, these Molotovs have been so close. Bullets connecting into Flood. He's going to be bleeding out any second. And Roth,
and what a spray,
just gonna polish it off, and bing, bang, boom.
Clean.
Said they needed a game. Take down two
the decision making there was great, and they had Roth go out forward while Sharpshot and Gats were watching that push coming out from Wildcard. So that was very nicely played there from BBB.
What you got going on over here, Fiumba? Losing a tire, spinning out, still rolling. SG's got vision, car's on fire, trying to just get away. Can they all get out before it explodes? And they do. It's going to be Nikos that hits the shot. One member down, but I mean, given the way that looked, just one isn't too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was going to be all bad for multiple members. They're still sitting inside the burning vehicle, but Wildcard has racked up 9 kills in their pursuit of controlling this western edge. And they've been playing it beautifully here, but now with the new circle, Gregshot is trying to look for another way in. The problem is that compound held by Dodge is such an anchor point for them that it's going to be difficult to find another way in the circle. But at the very least, coming to this point, he will be able to scout somewhat briefly.
We just saw what happened to cars over here a second ago, Gregshot. Yeah. You did manage to scout, and by scouting, you have realized
just wants to
this
see
is
what's
not a
available.
good place to be. Now looking in, he's
finding some knocks. Yeah, even still, they've gone for a split here, and the rest of Wildcard will follow.
Yeah. A strong committal in, and Greg with a good
this is
angle
huge.
into Dodge. That's going to allow Wildcard to just sneak in. They took a lower route in, and while Gregshot does go down, shots coming out from 22 and Haven, Wildcard do manage to get 2 members in on what could have been a way worse rotation.
Yeah, I really think that the only adjustment that could have been made there is just maybe they go for the crash after so much damage was done, but even still, Gregshot doing his job, getting a knock, doing some damage, and allowing the last 2 members of his team to rotate in. So shout out to Greg for that play. I mean, it wasn't pretty, but he had to make it happen.
Bing, bang, boom, having to go for a move, and it's going to be Synergy that is holding a defensive line against them. Roth now looking down. They managed to pick up some points, but it's not as much as they want. Roth now the solo up, looking into Synergy. What is he going to try to do? Smokes out. Looks like he might be vying for a push into what could be a 2v1, as it looks like Synergy is going to have to be careful. To the south of this 22 is not that vision.
Pippa's so ready for that. Beautiful stuff.
Pippa has just been playing
Dude,
so
Pippa
good.
is playing, that's an understatement. Pippa's been incredible this event so far.
So now looking through this, 22, the most centered team, and that says something.
Yeah.
This is a very barren circle.
It's barren indeed. There's really nothing to play in the center. I mean, even some of the baby palm trees and cacti aren't going to be enough. So it's really going to be, on Dodge to control as much of this as possible off the shift, even if it is away from them. But now that actually poses way more problems than I thought I thought maybe Dodge was going to have an opportunity to just kind of play the edge of their compound, but they are just completely cut out now.
Synergy just doing massive work onto the vehicles that Wildcard used to get over into this point. Remember, Fiumba lost theirs a second ago.
Right.
So Fiumba's just going to have to run through the open, and Lord knows what utility they have left. Wildcard's been fighting for a while, so maybe they might have some tools for it, but this is a Synergy on the high ground, 22 on the low ground. And I mean, if you just look to the left, what are you going to do? Where are you going to go? There's no cover to be had. These couple of like yucca cacti plants that we can see that where 22's at is the cover. That is it.
Yeah, and so because of that, I mean, I don't even know if Fiumba have a vehicle, but they basically want to be where 22 is on the side of that hill, where SG doesn't really have any sightlines onto it. But how do you get there? Dodge obviously needing to use as much utility as they have as far as smokes are concerned. They do have a few vehicles. I think the tires are shot out. I mean, that could be cover in this end game, but they have to get those vehicles there first without just getting absolutely shredded.
Now, how are they going to opt into doing it? There is a world where maybe the distractions allow one of these teams.
How is that not a headshot?
Like, limp in. I mean, this Pippa's just got himself just such a dirty angle.
I thought for sure he was going to get at least one headshot there, but I guess not.
Fiumba and Wildcard were taking some shots at each other, but you can see Fiumba now looking more to the south, as it's going to be Capitan that goes down, quickly followed by Nikos. And it's going to be Dodge, actually, that does use the distraction. Finna does get into a low ground point,
God, this
but
angle is
Pippa
so
still
nasty.
got vision. And just what do you do, man? What do you do?
Good night, sweet prince.
This is
valiant. I mean, we knew Dodge was going to struggle there, and that had nothing to do with
everybody in the south is. This is just lemmings just walking into the slaughter. There's nowhere to go.
And it's just, SG is just farming with 22 even getting some shots off underneath. Wildcard, if they can just clear out the south, they could at least maybe find a small spot to survive, but I don't think that's even going to be possible, so they will. It's just down to Nikos, and he's going to deny. He's going to try to deny the point, but he doesn't.
All right, so now Synergy to the north on the edge of the zone, phase number 7. 22, a more central position.
Actually, he does.
Circle together.
Sorry, he does deny the point. Cow. Cow actually got the kill on Nikos, so that point will go into the void. But yes, it's just down now to SG and 22, and although 22 is on the low ground, their position is quite strong, especially with this reposition from Vinny.
This is now the second time
was huge.
Vinny make a massive rotation like this and get away with it. The last time was whenever we saw a massive game for Gizera. So now with a strong line of defense, Vinny's position is just...
Vinny's anchor position is everything in this game.
That almost feels like if he can stay alive, Synergy has nowhere to go.
That's the key, though. If Vinny gets knocked, this all of a sudden becomes a fight in favor of SG.
This is risky. I love the riskier style of play, though. Realizing the opportunity, taking it. Synergy now using the smoke advantage, trying to roam around. This is beautiful. Trying to get the position.
I love it.
Can they take Vinny down, or can he defend it up? He realizes the approach coming. Goes up, steps in, goes for the shots. One is down. Now doing a dance into the car, realizing where the other one's going to go from. Trying to listen for footsteps. Got to be careful. Taking a ton of damage. Synergy still left Pippa behind, who is doing the harassment, and he cannot move out. It's going to be on the opposite side of it. You can see Vinya trying to move through. 22 doesn't have an angle into this anymore.
I love the reposition there, but Vinny being such a hero, finding that knock, playing in the vehicles, doing whatever he can to survive as long as possible. Now Benya playing musical chairs in that Murado.
Just dancing around the smokes, trying to deny the sightline. Gizera moving up, seeing if he can get aggressive into Pippa, making a distraction for it, but taking a lot of damage. It's going to be Vinny stepped away. Does spot out Binya using the rock for cover, but is going to lose vision on him. It's back and forth. Gizera takes down Pippa at range, and that is all that is needed. 22 Esports walk away with a bold victory.
Even though it was only 5 kills as well, what a reposition and what a play from Vinny. That was so beautiful. He realized he had the window of opportunity to back out, cause confusion, and the fact that he stayed alive for so long, Matt, was... Oh, I loved it. But on the other side of that, Synergy's play to send it to that anchor position because they knew how dangerous Vinny could be was 100% the correct play to make. But man, that was a fun endgame to watch between those two.
Dude, the counter moves, this is what I love about PUBG, is the circles can be so cruel, but smart plays, realizing just risk assessment and trying to figure out a way to make something work whenever there's no way that it should is what makes this so fun.
I mean,
so thank you 22, thank you Synergy, that is PUBG right there. I love it.
Yeah, Synergy almost made that work, man. But again, Vinny with the heroics, getting the knock and delaying long enough so that the other two members of 22 could look up to the hill and Pippa, focus on that fight. And then just the amount of smokes that were used are really what gave Vinny that kind of agency to make that play. And so that was a great game. It was a great finish.
I mean, you painted a beautiful picture with that description there. And you know what else? If you like painting, we got something else for you. We do have the latest and greatest new IP coming out from Krafton and developed by Unknown Worlds. Moonbreaker stands on its own in a new genre. Tabletop Tactical. Yeah, I know, that's a weird one, but it is a massive amount of fun. You have no idea what that means? Then check out the trailer. Get ready for some early access that's going to be coming on September 29th to Steam. I managed to get in early onto this one. It's a lot of fun, and make sure you go and check it out because I was just blown away by the trailer itself. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, give you guys time to look at that trailer, and see you guys in a minute.
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party. With you till the end. Needles up. Stay alive.
This will be over real quick.
For me. Get over here. Ready? Okay. Grenades, anyone?
They'll never see this coming. I taste their panic.
Good game. Stop this treachery!
a distraction for, but taking a lot of damage. It's going to be Vinny away. Does spot up Vinya using the rock for cover, but is going to lose vision on him. It's back and forth. Gizera takes down Pippa at range, and that is all that is needed. 22 Esports.
Welcome back. Game 3 is done, and what a game it was for our Latin American All-Stars. Synergy and 22 go head-to-head in a lethal round of Ring Around the Rosie. My name is Topies. I've got Cameron and Poro here breaking down the action. Let's go straight into the dinner winner screen and check out what they walked away with. This is an important win for 22 because Synergy looked so good.
I mean, yeah, that was huge, wasn't it, Cam?
Yeah, honestly, 5 kills, very underwhelming when you just look at the raw numbers of it, but as what you're alluding to, Toffees, Synergy was putting up so many numbers. If they were also able to convert that into the win with the full 10 points instead of just the 6 per second, that gap would be like much wider, at least with confirming that win in that final team fight. 22 were able to make the final scores a lot more even.
You know, and I want to say this, what I love about what we're seeing in PCS7 is in the past, there's an automatic qualification spot for Latin America, regardless of where they finish, right? You could have a Latin American team in 12th, and if they're the highest ranked team, they go to PGC. In the past, that's been conversation. Not this time. For PCS7, the conversation is these two teams have been absolutely dominant, and it is awesome to watch.
Yeah, no, both of these teams are doing a fantastic job. Now, that time, 22, again, getting a little bit of compound love synergy as well.
Sure.
That's kind of been the story so far today, hasn't it? It's been extremely difficult to be one of these edge teams or these late coming in teams and fight your way into the late game because the compounds have just been so strong. So much circle love has been paying off in a really big way. But that being said, you still got to win it at the end.
Yeah.
And 22, despite the fact that they did have that compound, they had 2 kills, I think, going in. They had to play a weird ridge line with the south.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people on the south. Dodge had that weird rotation out. I think they got stuck in a vehicle in the compound at the end. But yeah, and then it came down to Vinny doing some musical chairs, the most epic game of musical chairs ever. Yeah,
he just held them forever, and it worked out.
It was awesome.
Well, let's take a look back at that match. It's time for highlights.
Highlights,
my man.
I love them. And there you go, all the way up to the north. I love them. But yeah,
that was a hot dog. Would you eat me? Sorry.
It was fun. We were talking about watching LG once again through these late rotates, eating blue, coming all the way around the north side, and you know, this time it was fun watching it. You could kind of feel. You can feel the change in LG, right, through this first couple of games, where it feels like they're like, you know what, we're not even worried about trying to go for late game. If we see a fight that we like, even if it's on the edge of blue with Troglodytas, our arch nemesis, we're still going to take it. And we're going to take it so much to the fact that we'll send Luke over to third party onto another fight just to get any of the kill points that we can, knowing that we're just kind of in a disadvantageous position on this circle.
That's sort of the I think one of the consistent things that people are critical of LG on throughout this core roster's entire history is that they spend so much time thinking. Sometimes they need to spend more time doing. I think reviewing last week's games, they're now committed to taking these fights that look a little like off the beaten path in terms of like timing and strategy, but they're getting points out of it. Even if they don't make podium, they already have 5 kills. And you got Curticus with the M249. Look, he's shooting him through the invuln downtime, and he still has 73 shots left. There's a reason why he likes his weapon so much.
Yeah, you know what we say, Thomas.
I know what you said.
You know what we say. Accuracy through volume, baby. M249 all day long. But no, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? I think LG, you know, a lot of times they get caught up in their own head about trying to get to the late game, trying to keep all guys up, trying to avoid fights in the early and mid game that may not necessarily be that great. This time it feels like, you know what, we are the better team. We have faith in each other. We have faith in our mechanics to actually come out on top of this. So they go for it. Even if they might not get to the late game, they're going to get a bunch of kills on their way out.
Let's look at the race leaderboard. Match leaderboard right now. 4 teams in the hunt. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bing Bang Boom is turning things around. Wildcard out there putting in some work as they all get big numbers. Let's see how that affects the overall leaderboard right now. Sonic should still be in first place, but I think what we're going to be tracking is that Synergy and 22 Esports in 5 and 6. I mean,
3 points separating them.
It's impressive.
So just these guys talked about it at the very beginning of this segment. Just in case you're not clear, the sub-region who wasn't of the team that wins PCS7 is or has the guaranteed slot of the highest overall PGC points. That was 22, under the assumption that it's Sonics or United winning right now. But at the moment that the points that 22 and Synergy are both grabbing, especially with the lackluster performance from Dodge and Bing Bang Boom right now, is that there is a real possibility possibility. I have not double, triple checked this math, right? So I can't give you the percentage chance, but there is a possibility if the overall standings stay like this, that we'll be sending 2 Latin American teams just because of the overall performance by both of these squads.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah.
I mean, look at. I mean, 3rd through 6th, they're separated by like 6 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. 146 to 140. And I mean, the difference between Synergy getting 3rd and 22, or obviously Synergy, the whole goal is to finish above 22.
Right. Yeah.
Right? That's the goal. But I mean, the difference, it's so close in there, and the difference in PGC points between 3rd and 6th is huge.
Which I also think this number, when we're looking at like Luminosity in 4th place, speaks to what we're seeing because where Dodge and Bing Bang Boom is. If Luminosity goes out and they pick up 4 or 5 kills per game, even if they go out in the mid game, that point game will continue to sort of solidify their journey to PGC. And so they've been allowed to play a bit more of a surgical style of PUBG and sort of we've got to go all out, we've got to get these podiums every single time. Yeah. I think that helps a lot.
It does.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, obviously, Wildcard doing their job too, right?
Yes.
So, we didn't talk about them as much that guy, but 10 kills, fantastic performance by them, and now they add even more to their total, still hold on to that 3rd place spot. Obviously, United Sonic's kind of running away with this thing. Like, we're not too terribly surprised by that. There you go. Let's go, Pippa. If I was going to dock my pay if I don't beat him in fantasy this week, fair enough.
Wow.
Fair
okay,
enough.
so I like that the impetus is like you need to beat me or you lose money. I think it's a fascinating way to look at things. He's not going to dock his pay if I beat him. If I don't beat him. That's interesting. But Pippa has come through. It was one of those that I sort of waffled on for pick-wise because can Synergy put together back-to-back weeks?
That's been the big question, isn't it?
But it's so far, right now, 3 games in, it feels like it's answered a little bit. And Pippa in particular is still playing really, really well.
And now we're about to swap over to Erangel.
Right.
For the final two games of the day. So some of the teams that maybe had a little bit of a slow start, Cam, on Miramar, might be able to turn it up on Erangel.
I mean, hopefully. But just going back into the PGC conversation, because with the lead that Sonics especially has, but even United, I think at this moment, we'll let them play their own game. We'll readjust it, looking tomorrow or whatever. But at this point, for everyone else in that PGC bubble, it's on to Dodge and BBB to make the moves right now.
Awesome. Well, let's make a couple of moves over to our dynamic duo with match number 4. It is Godspeed and Matchroom.
All right, now it is time to start getting in the groove of where we're going to be heading, rounding out the day. As it has just been a lot of action moving forward. The last game, I'm still just in awe of. I loved the ending to that. I'm just excited on where we're going next.
Yeah, I mean, the last game was definitely an exciting one. What I'm actually paying attention to here, though, is the plane path, Matt. Did you see that plane path?
Yeah.
Well, you can, but first, let's actually look at where we've actually had some circles in here on Erangel. What do you feel about this? What is this? What story does this tell you, Matthew?
Good day to be Sonics.
Yep, this was of course day 3, and yeah, Sonics definitely got 78 points. But United, I mean, not far behind.
I believe that the Rajak circle that we see over there is also the one where Gizera.
That's the one where Gizera absolutely popped off, and they won. Yes, I'm pretty sure. So.
I know a lot of fantasy rosters right now are breathing a sigh of relief, seeing 22 pick up some points inside of that last game. I feel like we might have had a lot of Gizera converts into week 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't know about Gizera before, you most certainly know about him now. And even going into today, him and 22 have had solid performances, even on Miramar. Obviously, that last game they won. Sure, it was only with 5 kills, but the hoops that they had to jump through in order to get to that position and then get that win were quite difficult, and all credit to them for getting it done. But again, Synergy is right on their heels, man. Synergy is not giving up the fight.
I love the fact that Cam brought up a while ago that we live in a world where we may get 2 Latin American teams that are capable of qualifying, and I would love it. It's not even a
may. I think that potentially may just happen. I just said it's not a may, but may. But
the way that it's lined up right now, that pack fighting in for just those like top 5 positions is so nuts, and it's still so close. However this ends up, I think that America is going to be sending some quality teams onto the international stage. Of course. But we still have a ways to go. 2 days after this one. We still got 2 more games here before we have an idea on how that's going to be and who's going to be going over to Dubai.
That's actually the fun thing about the storylines that we have so far as well, is none of them necessarily have shaken out yet, right? Like, yes, we know probably United or Sonics are going to take this just based upon how far ahead they're kind of pushing the rest of the pack. But again, one really kind of tragic day for both of those teams could open the door for some of the teams under them to start to maybe catch up. We'll see. Looking at the circle, though, we're finally on the East Coast. We've been mostly West Coast or somewhat central here on Erangel, but we're finally hitting up the East a little bit.
Giving some love to those on the opposite side. Beneficiaries of this synergy, already pretty centered, and this is a circle prone to do a great many things. While sometimes on Miramar we can have some predictions on where the circles go, this circle has a lot of options.
I feel like this normally ends near prison, though. Whenever we get a circle, even this high up, it either shifts hard to prison or it goes up and ends Yas Fields. Those are kind of the two.
We can get Yas9. We can also get that Stalber area every once in a while.
Yeah, but when it's that far north, or I mean, when the circle isn't that far north, I should say, and Stalber's just edge, I have a hard time seeing it shift all the way up there. But again, I mean, you never know.
I just realized I'm a sucker for northern circles on both maps. Give me some Zarki, give me some Stalber. I love it. Give me some Oasis. I'm fine with that on Miramar. I'm just a bad person, aren't I?
I mean, I just not really. I mean, I love Zarki, not only because I've used that drop in both public games, but also used it and done well from it in tournaments. So Zarki is my favorite spot on Erangel. I know it's probably a much different Far Cry opinion than many other people, but I absolutely love Zarki.
And this is why I love you, because Zarki is Bay. All right, looking through everything, you can see Rumblers running a very wide split. They've got Sho, Waldo, and Los that are in Yasnaya. Valiate kind of holding pretty far to the south.
Yeah, is he at Heaven?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think he is.
Right on the outside of it, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just here at the top of this wonderful position here as a solo. He's probably just going to be looking for anyone to be just across from him, but yeah, he's going to realize that he's alone. Now the question is does Rumblers actually want to just take this and straight up get this with a 2-2 split, or do they want to just commit to this?
It has been a long time since I've seen some strength and firefighting over there. Valiate taking some shots, seeing if he can bait anybody's attention.
Which, he won't.
Yeah.
Because there's no one there.
Team X is kind of close, but they're already caught up in the woods, so I don't think they've got an eye more mansion side, is what it looks like, or even that compound just to the north of woods. So
Sharp sitting here at Volcano as well, trying to scout out. Not a bad spot for them either if they wanted to even do a split there with the flat top there and potentially Volcano, but he is looking forward to the the yellows, which are now teals. That was a change made quite a while ago, but I still call them yellows.
Everybody still calls them yellows because they're yellow in our hearts still. Fiumba making a rotation, going to be pretty close to Synergy, who is going to be playing around Hall of Fame and that shelter area. So it looks like Fiumba's going to be able to give them some love. Finna, though, caught in an awkward spot right in between both of them, as he's going to be scouting out for dodge. But, I mean, it's still a pretty standard rotation. I wouldn't be too worried yet unless he ventures too close into the Rumblers. Well, he might also venture too close into...
Too close to Danny and SG there.
Yeah. So gets picked off there at range as you saw the motorcycle go sliding into the distance. Looking around now, most of the usual suspects already in rotation and already vying for those stronger spots. A lot being played very centralized.
Yep.
No surprise.
And yeah, exactly. It's no surprise to see this many teams trying to center up in this circle, specifically because even if the shift does happen to be somewhat hard to the north or south or really any direction, they should have a decent foothold on rotations going out of that shift. And I mean, looking at Colton, I mean, they're still on Millie base. I think they're looking at 4 p.m. here, trying to get any sort of information on whether a bridge camp is even possible for the rest of the boys on the other side. But I imagine they'd probably want to get a better position in the circle, especially given the time that they have to do so.
Well, Zelt's already scouted out the Milta area, so maybe it's an edge strategy coming in from them. Wildcard coming into the north. It looks like a no-lean path is the way that they're coming through onto this one. An LG in no inherent rush. See, 22 making that prison run pretty close to E United, as Pride Rock seems to be a object of affection right now.
Looking over as well, Fiumba is, as you said, kind of hanging around that Hall of Fame area just to the south of it on the edge of shelter. And they could actually do a lot of damage to teams that potentially might want to rotate past. The problem is there's really not that many teams left actually not in the circle currently or already centered up.
I mean, Valiant's been about the only person that shot in a long time. There's a couple of shots going on between Sonics and Fiumba.
This
22
top of prison.
Brewing it, but it's not quite there because they have Dodge that's approaching on the opposite side of them, so that's going to slow down any aggression that they want to bring to E United. So a lot of scouting, a lot of information being gathered, but no aggression yet, and that's tried and true for Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's really no point for any aggression here. Most of these teams have found themselves in a pretty solid position overall, and even 22. I mean, if they chose to just kind of hang out here and wait on shift, they more than able and probably comfortable to do that, but we're just waiting for that shift. I mean, you see teams like Wildcard sitting up in the north side, E United obviously sitting in this compound just to the east of prison, and so they have a good amount of control as well, especially in the fields. They'll be able to see any teams rotating past. Dodge is very close, though. Look at Ethan.
Also, quick update, I believe that Gizera just managed to pick up a crate, so that should give them some power as they hold...
Gizera grabbing a crate? That's crazy.
A lot of the northeast is under their control right now. I mean, it's them and Rumblers on the opposite side. Looks like Ethan's found himself a home. It's going to be right in between Kickstart and Binya. So
this is like the old Knights dip, if you even call it that anymore.
I have to remember the tempo stops over here as well.
Oh, yeah. Tempo dips over as well to the left. But, yeah, I mean... At this point, I'm surprised if Gizera doesn't have a crate weapon. I mean, that's how often we've seen him, not only with one, but we'll see him with two oftentimes, where he'll have a Groza and an Om, or something like a Groza and a Mark 14. So the fact that he stopped for a crate weapon is par for the course at this point, as LG is rotating far on the north side, and they are actually going to be avoiding a lot of the early game kind of scuffles that happen. And I like this rotation coming out from them. They can come in on the south side, on the north side as they move down south towards the peak of Stahlberg, get as much information as they want there, and then they'll actually see that the rotations are pretty clear moving up.
Yep, going to be passing by Kamikaze and Kameshki there, and it should be pretty open. Nothing too
I mean, there's absolutely no threat to Luminosity here in the north.
It's just wildcard, depending on how they opt into moving into this. And speak of the Devils themselves, as Nikos has got high ground, as the rest of them are spreading out, getting some information. Gizera, that just got that crate a second ago, going to be to the south of them. Rumblers also still running a 2-2. Heaven into, I believe, that looks like Manor over there.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised no one has taken that hill to the north of Lipovka, just in this area, Matt. We usually see a lot of teams opt to go for that coast and go up to the north, play the top of that hill, but...
You can see a couple of knocks that are coming out, but I don't think that those are going to lead to any flushes. This is more, you can see smokes coming out. Sight lines aren't good enough yet unless somebody wants to make a desperation push over there, but there's no point to make a desperation play right now. Instead, play it slow and steady.
Desperation is not the word I would use for that type of push, but...
Look, I'm aware of what it's called, and I'm trying to give it a new, more loving name.
Hey, Matt, I want you to live your dream. Okay, don't ever.
Korsak's living a bad dream right now.
Man has no helmet, and he's been shot in the forehead. And that's right. We saw Finna fall much earlier to that split that SG had. And so far, I mean, I agree with the Des. So far today, I mean, Dodge has not really been on the ball. They've just lost some members here and there and just haven't really been able to get anything going.
They're in a weird spot too, because it's like 141 to SG. So we're going to go ahead and do a quick roundup. What's going on in the next circle as EU United is getting into this fight, and Cam's going to give us a breakdown on what's going on in the circle.
Oh, God. I really wish we could keep watching that fight. But no, I wanted to look at 22 here. We know how much they'd like to play very defensive PUBG. Their best games always come from control, from semi-edge to semi-center control. And with this fight happening, with EU United having taken this position, they could easily just move in on this prison rock area and try and manage with the high ground from there. But I think there's more action happening, so back to you guys.
Looks like the cyberbullying of Dodge kind of continuing, as we talked a second ago. They're positioning right in between Troglodytes, and synergy means the fact that they have some breathing room, but not enough if they can't manage to start stringing some points together. Rotation's getting more desperate. Cam was talking about a while ago. Looks like we're just going to see everybody moving centered. Most teams already leaning into it, so nothing too crazy really happening. Godspeed.
Nope, but this shift is interesting nonetheless, simply because it gives a spot to play for all the teams currently looking for somewhere to play in circle. However, it's almost like a false sense of security, right? Because once this thing shifts, nice nade from Rebo is actually going to find VHC. That's going to be a flush for them. Fumba aggressing on this. But yeah, this next shift is really going to be telling as far as what's available to play, and I think that's going to be the real issue for a good majority of the teams.
Man, the skin of his teeth gets away with that one. So You can see that it's just kind of a edge fight right over here as Fiumba is holding the line up against 4 PM that is ahead of them doing the gatekeeping. Sonics are just to the north of this, so LFP have got to be careful that he doesn't move too far forward. 4 PM altogether hopping inside.
They're just getting out, yeah.
Yep, just trying to get some distance. Looks like they're going to mirror Sonic's positioning in their 2-2 just to the south.
And I actually really like the fact that 22 just kind of stuck to this position and they're holding the top side of prison. This TM is starting to creep in. Zelt's going to find some shots, but the next circle shift, especially with EU United in front of them, is going to be a little bit of a challenge here for 22 Esports.
Well, we've got...
As Colton actually cruised in, Matt.
Yeah.
On that bike.
They slow rolled it in,
right
being
between.
nice and quiet. I think that Dodge is going to be aware. 22 is... I don't know. It doesn't look like they're looking too much. I think that Vinny is looking Colton's direction. So while Tokyo Manji Gang did manage to get into position, their pathing out of this isn't necessarily too friendly unless they lean into the west. But Dodge, I mean,
is just
this
stuck.
is what you can do, man.
Yep, Dodge is absolutely just stuck right now. They have, looks like maybe one bike to their name, maybe another vehicle on the outside, but I'd be surprised if that vehicle still had tires.
Hey, but Corsac found a helmet. In the end, that's at least a better
I mean,
way,
if
right?
you're looking at silver lining, sure. Helmet is there at the very least, but again, looking over at Tokyo Manji Gang, I'm very curious how much aggression they're actually going to pour
We also have an
forward towards
interesting thing that's
22.
brewing in the north, potentially. And I want to remind everybody that we do have the map stream, and you can squad stream them together if you do. So like, but Troglodytes is getting pretty close to Wildcard, who has now shifted more to the west and actually crossed the road with one of their members, as they have Adam over there that's trying to keep an eye on Troglodytes. So depending on how the circle goes, if it stays north, that could be something interesting.
And Wildcard specifically as well, Nikos, as you can see, is just kind of watching that north side, right? Like he's kind of that anchor position up top, make sure no one else comes off that mountain, Stalber Mountain, as Trog is still just trying to find something, maybe harass Wildcard a little more here, but this fight is going to be all but stale.
Yeah, this is all territory control, really. It's nobody wanting to go for kills. It's
I doubt
more
there's
just-
going to be a commit on this fight this early.
Yeah, this is just a matter of seeing if you can get some damage, get some attrition on the other teams before the next circle pops, depending on how it goes. And where are we headed?
Okay.
Pretty centered up around Mansion as well as Rumblers.
Yeah,
Still
so
holding on to heaven. Feeling pretty good.
that early position there from Valiant and calling everyone over paid off huge for the Rumblers, as they're going to find themselves in the best spot, or arguably one of the best spots, because of course Mansion is also pretty strong. But overall, it's really on Guri and Rum now to hold these positions off from the rest of the teams around. May try to rotate
the
in.
west. We've got BBB and Troglodytes that are intersecting right on top of each other. It's going to be BBB passing them just moments before Troglodytes gets into a stop position on their area. Peek's going to be coming in back behind them, but Bing Bang Boom has got to continue forward. Remember, Rumblers are in heaven, so we'll have vision on this while we do have the tail end of Wildcard. It's going to be Gregshot that sees them as well. They're doing a great job in navigating what should be a bloodbath, but last on the list is going to be TX that's taking some shots. Meanwhile, we've got 22 making a similar path, running right by EU United, passing LG, and everybody's got their sights set onto Mansion. The problem with it is there's nowhere to go. Everybody is packed into this. Dodge already rotated into this point. Guri's going to be right back behind them. Big Bang Boom stops off to the north of this and forces TX away, and it's going to be 22 that stops just to the northeast of Mansion.
And aside from Mansion, you're absolutely right. All these teams sending it in. The forest is conducive enough for multiple teams to play it, but you have to be very careful when you're sending it into the forest, simply because of the amount of sheer angles that are available to anyone that's already there. But the fight is still going on. EOS Guri is holding with dear life, and they're actually going to take care of Dodge completely.
I mean, Dodge didn't have a lot of options, so tried to go with something, and you can see that Hall of Fame getting some love over here, as well as a lot of talk about PGC, and there's something that could be happening over here. It's
SG versus Fiumba for sure.
I mean, Fiumba isn't over pushing this, and it's going to be because Tokyo Manji Gang is taking shots. SG is separated out. They're not really getting shot at by Tokyo Manji Gang, but it's led to an awkward kind of stall that nobody's moving.
Yeah, awkward is absolutely the word I would use to describe this fight. I mean, it's... Oh, look at this, sending it in. And Hayes is going to find one. He's going to find two.
Oh, my God. Snaker's now just trying to fight his way back, and he is doing it. Hasten down, Haven down, and it is just flush after flush. The rest of 22 trying to come in. Vinny, who's had some star performances to try to keep them in the game, now rolling in. Snakers does get spotted. He goes down, and 22 survives, but with just one member still up.
And what an absolute just beast of a hold Snakers there going for. He almost had it, but 22 sending in the last member late. And Vinny's going to find that, even though Vinny just got eliminated by LG.
Oh, that's a problem. Pippa is going to be spotted out. Silzen does get a knock on the Capitan. But
look at TM. They're still so far out on this.
I mean, it feels like they want to fight, but they also aren't wanting to fight. They've got 2 members that are separate. Right. Colton's out getting a crate right now. I think that they're just hoping to pick up whoever rotates out.
They're just trying to pick up kills, yeah.
Sonics is in the foothills of Haven as the circle is now popped and still stays Mansion Haven and everything else like that. But woe be to anybody that approaches from the south now with that firing line.
I mean, the problem is as well, this fight isn't even worth anything as far as the compound is concerned. They still have to go in and find a foothold. Benya now just trying to get this last kill on Emmy. The bait is good. So Silzen and Benya will survive. Meanwhile, Sonics now sending it in towards the Mansion compound. This 2-story, they're going to make it in as 4. That is devastating for the rest of the teams.
That is an open compound in a strong position.
Oh, they're so happy with this.
Mansion. They were holding down in a dip below Rumblers just a few seconds ago.
Yep.
And now are in probably one of the best positions in the circle.
Yeah, absolutely one of the stronger positions now. And yes, they're stacked in this 2-story as 4, but at the very least, they'll have the ability to kind of flex out a little bit and get some information. Now, of course, they know that there is a team here in Mansion. However, they're not going to have to move even off the next shift, even if it's something crazy.
All right, Synergy hopping in the vehicles. To the north of them is going to be Troglodytes that's rotating. They're trying to get away from Tokyo Manji gang, who is going to be peppering in some shots on the side. Not enough to make it too scary just quite yet. Going to crest the hillside. Troglodytes Necro has stopped and might be the new target on it. You can see he's outside of his vehicle, so he might be able to spin back around, get some shots into this. Silzen looks like he's going to crest the opposite side. He's going for a run over. Nope, pulls away from it at the last second. Might have been going for a vehicle switch.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be Kill Demo coming in onto this to provide some reinforcements. Necro with a great shot onto Silzen. Nade's going to take him down, but support coming in. It's going to be Kill Demo coming in back behind this one. Should be able to provide some support and at least get the res.
And the rest of the teams are also rotating in here. Matt, Wildcard making their mad dash potentially for the forest there in between Mansion. And they're going to run up right on BBB. And this is what I was talking about. There is a lot to play in this forest, but you have to be very conscious when you're crashing in or coming out with no information.
Is the other hand Nade going to connect? It is not. TX coming in on the backside of BBB. They find themselves pinched quite quickly, and they've got to be careful. They are aware of low ground. Keenan's going to connect with the nade on top of Adam. Wildcard still in the process of figuring out what's going on around them. Is going to spot out Roth. Get another one down. Sharp shot still playing the top of this. Can't quite spot anybody yet. Does finally see one, but it's going to be countered by Greg shot on the other side. Gets is going to go down. TX coming in right back behind this, realizing there is a huge opportunity to mop this one up. Just coming in after a Wildcard goes down, but it is a very weakened BBB, and TX wants it.
Yeah, the damage has been done. They have a knock on the Gats. They're going to be able to flush that one out, and they know that BBB is on the back foot. This is the push to make. I like this. I absolutely like this, but the more time they give BBB to recover, the less their success rate climbs.
Okay, now has an idea on where Keenan is, gets the spray into it. I think that there's probably a reposition coming out. Roth just trying to get away. He is going to get spotted out. TX, while they were slow into this, is now starting to show the aggression that we wanted to see from them a moment ago. Roth,
beautiful stuff.
Nowhere to go, and there you go. TX picks up the
I was so worried that they were potentially going to step off the gas and give BBB again that potential to recover, which would have drastically affected their odds of winning that fight, but they kept the pressure, and that was beautiful stuff. And moving over to Trog now.
A heaven fight? Is that what we have potentially brewing? Troglodytes looks like they might be thinking about it. We have Peak to the north. I don't remember the last time I saw a heaven fight in Americas. This has got some fun potential. It's going to be happening over here as TX with their firefight should be able to move through the woods. Tokyo Manji gang, though, while they are the only team to the south, means the fact that they have LG that can see them, Sonics that can see them, Rumblers, and Troglodytes.
We've seen some games somewhat end towards the bottom of heaven here, but yeah, this is not exactly great for Trog. They do have something to play right underneath Rumblers, but it's, again, not wonderful. Peak, meanwhile, sending it into this compound, and it's going to be given up by Eos Guri, but wait a second, Gizera finds the knock.
just
and the flush
coming in with authority off of that one, but there's still some company to the north. It's going to be TX. It's going to be flooding in right back behind that.
This is a mess.
So, this is just a continued push in. Oh no! The tree is going to be what eats the Molotov. Comes rolling in. TX bringing the aggression, but it's not showing up in their favor. Finally, Son hits a nade that was ridiculous. So pivotal to spin this one back around. Guri is just holding down this point, but really it's all the outside firefighting that's going on that's not letting anybody come into assault Guri's positioning.
Honestly, and TX coming in, cleaning up the rest of that. Impressive nonetheless. They've already cleared out BBB, and now with the opportunity to just control the north side of Mansion, if they can just recover there.
Troglodytes realizing, okay, look, let's not fight in the middle of nowhere trying to go after Tokyo Manji Gang, but with
this
their
isn't
position
bad,
to the
though.
north.
This isn't a bad position for them.
They've got a hillside that's going to break sight lines away from Rumblers, so that's good. And I think this is kind of the calm moment that we're going to start to see.
It's very important to also note TM's position simply because of the fact that this very well could just shift off of Mansion, right?
Yeah.
And if it does, all of a sudden, Trog and TM, specifically TM, actually have a position where they could really start to punish some of these teams.
And you can tell Troglodytes has been roaming for a while now. Vehicles starting to get wrecked. They don't know where to go. They're lacking a lot of information, but 25 still alive in a circle this size, you have to know most of it's going to be woods. It's going to be mansion. It's going to be the compounds around there.
Right.
And so they don't want to overstep away from that, and that's why you kind of see them. They keep trying to stretch out, get more vision, but there's just no safe way to do that there.
And the other thing is Rumblers, right? Like with this high ground that you have Sho and Waldo on, they are getting a vital amount of information for the rest of the team, as you see Val and Los sitting there now at the new western edge.
That Sonic's rotation. Dividends right now.
Oh, dude, they're so happy with that rotation. The fact that they made it, the fact that they didn't lose anyone.
Mm-hmm. Guri, while they do still hold Mansion, it's been a very loose hold. They know how people are approaching, but they've got to be careful. I mean, LG is going to have to make a move, TX is going to have to make a move, and the target, I would say, would probably be Guri's positioning right now, but we'll have to see what they find strength in at the time. Tokyo Manji Gang going to have to move in the middle of the open, as well as Troglodytes Rumblers, though. The problem to the north is, I mean, Godspeed, this is a pretty open circle for everybody that's not Mansion.
No, this is an incredibly open circle outside of Mansion and Forest. Obviously, there are some hills and ridges and ridge lines to play from, as we've seen kind of Trog and Rum doing so, as well as TM, but the center of the circle is just barren, which means that all these teams, specifically in the north, I'm looking at TX, have to make their move, as well as LG.
I mean, Sonics have pretty decent vision from here, but nobody is wanting to move into their sight lines. And really, it's more about just trying to figure out what's going on in Mansion back behind them. Tokyo Manji Gang is moving forward. Same time, Rumblers look to be doing a similar path. They've got a hill that they have to move slightly for. So
and Rumblers, I got to say, for all intents and purposes, have found themselves in a really nice position and have done well off of these shifts that did kick them off of heaven. So I do like this play very much from Rumblers and how active they're being on the edge, just spreading out, trying to get angles. This is a very good look for them.
TX tried to wrap around the outside of Mansion and got double hit by Guri and Sonics. LG feels like maybe the south is the way for them to rotate, and they're heading down there, and it's going to be right along the path for Tokyo Manji Gang. They've got some rocks. They've got some hills. Are they going to be able to spot out TM as they're hunkered down behind the vehicle? Looks like Luke has an idea. He's going to be jumping out. Penta coming in. He is taking a massive amount of damage, but does manage to get Zealot down before he goes down. We can see Luke 12 also manage to hit him, and Purdy Curdy manages to run over Zealot as Tokyo Manji Gang finds a problem as
Still
it just one is live to the north.
Devastating. It could be devastating.
Oh, is it going to roll far enough? No, it is not. And so LG has a moment to reset, but there are more nades on the way. Bounce going to be coming in, going just past Penta, hits the damage, but not enough to flash out. But Alo gets the drop onto Rusty Zera. He's going to go down. And now, what is going to happen next? Luke 12 down at range, as it's just going to be these two members holding up for LG, with Troglodytes very close. But hey, don't worry. Sonics sees what's going on with
Kurt's going to go for this res, and I really like this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's smoke. There's enough cover there for him to just get it. Alo just cannot go down.
He has got to defend this position, but Sonics are doing so much work and assisting their capabilities of staying alive. Now Rumblers coming back in behind Troglodytes as now Necro suddenly finds himself all alone in what he thought was going to be an advantageous firefight.
Yeah, and the problem here is that Alo is not in, and that shift is just awful for LG, just the worst.
Yeah, after making the sin down to the south, that's going to be one of them that just hurts. I think that a lot of their vehicles got damaged by the nades that came in, too.
I mean, they might have a vehicle or two, but the issue really is just, I don't know what they have to play, especially with Sonics in that position and then Rumblers off to their west.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the sight lines for Sonics. Everybody was trying to avoid this area, but now you're just being herded by the circle into there, and there's just not much to do. Maybe Guri can provide a distraction that somebody can try to use to move in. Los is in the circle to the north, and so Rumblers at least have a foothold in this, but I guess the slight decline in the hill that has been giving them something to work with is just not going to be enough. As Purdy's going to go down range. Sonics are just, I mean, they're just feasting off this angle. But hey,
Luke's going to find win though. Nice little knock to a little moral victory knock there as the rest of, the other two members of LG at this point, Alo and Luke 12, have a monumental task of making it forward into that circle, but they are fighting the good fight, man. They're trying to get there.
This is actually big. With the committal and having to go for the res, that's technically only 2 members for Sonics that are looking around out in front of them. Rumblers trying to use that, moving more to the north. The other 2 members for LG, though, just don't have any options. And Guri, who's being...
Guri's been causing so many problems, man, for all the teams trying to come in.
It's just they're doing a good job on holding position, but they're not trying to overextend it in any given section. They're very comfortable with what they have, and they're definitely on the placement points pathing right now. As Waldo does spot out Luke 12, and it's going to be Tiggleton that gets the flush on him, is now just poor Alo to the south.
Yeah, and to that point about Guri, I mean, they really don't have the best plays right now simply because they have to come out of that gate, and Sonics just has so much vision on that. That being said, I mean, they don't need to move right now. They can wait this out and potentially get a shift and maybe have Rumblers kind of be the ones to have to make that play. But look at Alo.
Can the close range god get close range enough? And unfortunately,
mid-range, unfortunately.
Yeah. Just
he's not the mid-range god. He's the close range.
Just right out of distance, a few more meters, and he would have.
Even still, what a game for LG. They fought for that one, and they got a good amount of points as well. So hats off to them.
Sonics finding those kills that they are wanting is strong position, plenty of vision, a trapped Guri to the northeast, and Rumblers clinging to a slight decline in a hillside to the west. Pretty good feeling right now.
Yeah, Sonics feels really good right now, but even Rumblers, as you said, even with this shift off, have done a lot this game for themselves.
Yeah, considering their position on the leaderboard, this is what we've been wanting to see out of them. Still, 4 members up.
We've seen
still
some flashes from them this event so far, but regardless, it's still rough sledding for the team, so this would be a pretty big boon if they could just get even more points off of it or even maybe steal a win away.
I mean, there again, Guri can be a distraction for Sonics that Rumblers can try to take. The issue is...
Guri is going to trap themselves if they don't try to play outside this wall. That's the thing I most worry about.
Well, they're more focused in Rumblers, right? I can see. They realize what's going to happen.
As they probably should be, right? Sonics are well enough in a spot where they can't really do a lot about it. So Guri here, as long as they can get some kills or get rid of Rumblers, they can focus on Sonics. But again, I'm so worried about this gate coming into play and just trapping Guri in if they don't try to get on the outside of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 potential options that they can work around right now, and it looks like they might be leaning into that southern gate. Or are they just regrouping again, and they're just going to let the blue zone hold them in there, it feels like.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, is that they're just going to get, not necessarily complacent, but they're just going to decide not to try to get out or be a little more proactive, which, again, this is a tough position. I'm not at all saying Guri's play here is incorrect. It's just rough. That gate is such
a
problem for them.
Duo up in a vehicle, tries to roam forward, and Shrimsy says, nah. Gives the knock on to Waldo. Smokes are out, and the tire might provide some cover as they are inside the safe zone, and Waldo might be risable, but man, that's a risky
I think they're going to get him up. I think they actually do get him up here.
Yeah.
Los is going to find fakes in.
Oh, hey, look at that. The moment that Sonic sees what happens, it's like, we know where you are. The nades come out, but it's going to be that slight dip in the hillside. Tiggleton's going to spot out Show. And I feel bad. Rumblers wants to make a move, but Guri's positioning just isn't allowing it.
No. Smartly so, but again, they are now trapped. Sonics currently has, I think, the most control at this point, but Rumblers is still fighting, utilizing those smokes as well. Mime has to be careful. Vest is broken. You have to wonder how much punishment Sonics have taken. If they've been active, man, for being kind of stuck in the center here. Again, Sonics will always flex out and find a way to get those kills, and they already have 8 to their name.
I mean, Guri making the move might be enough of a distraction in this one. Looks like Rumblers are trying to make a move with it, but with the split, the positioning coming up from Sonics, they're managing to hold it down. Guri just can't go
That nade fight's Tig, though.
They're going to go ahead and get them down. Mime now moving into Rumblers' positioning. He's going to see maybe go for the res back behind this. Looks like that's going to be Shrimzy's job. Mime very close now to the Rumblers as it's back and forth. Smoke's going to be dictating a lot of this, and that is going to be massive. With Mime now going down, H1's going to have to lean into the north. That means it is just him up and moving. Can he creep into this?
What can he do? One knock would be huge, two would be massive.
I mean, just picking apart different angles is what each side is trying to accomplish right now. Nade's going to come out. Roll going to be too short into it, though. Sonic sitting on 10 kills, having to jockey around this, and Guri being enough of a distraction to maybe open the door for Rumblers and give them something to work with. Los crawling close to Valiate's position. He's got the smokes in front of him, but everybody has just stopped, committed into res.
Yep, just a hard reset, looks like, for both teams, but it does look like Sonics has recovered a little quicker now with Mime still up. Tig gonna find the knock on a Waldini and Joe!
And like that, it comes apart. Valiate now all by his lonesome, runs out, runs right into a flash, tries to go for the shots, but it's gonna be Sonics that pick it up. 14
kills, man. I mean,
that rotation, so good.
The rotation that got them there, but again, more importantly, the fact that Sonics, even in these positions in the center, even when they're surrounded by other teams, they find a way to do 2,500 damage and rack up 14 kills. Not only that, but they take the positioning away from Rumblers with that knock. Quinn with that beautiful side flank. It was really what opened up that fight. The pressure was there, and it caused Rumblers to be on the back foot, and man, Sonics are just starting to extend this lead.
Yeah, with E United going out in 14th, only 3 kills, that's gonna open it up even more for Sonics to feel like they've got control and authority over that first place position. I do want to shout out, though, Rumblers, this is a much more, I don't know, they felt much more synergized inside of these firefights.
Yeah,
they knew what their win conditions were and were constantly playing to them, and I love to see that from them.
And the amount of the control they displayed while they were sitting on Heaven, and even with, I think it was Trog underneath them initially, the fact that they were able to kind of push them off and then continue to move forward, the edge play off the shifts was really well done, and overall, I really liked what we saw from Rumblers, even though they weren't able to get the W.
Sometimes it's just about getting that moral victory of making it into the late game to reinvigorate your team and just trying to give you some way to make it work. And we're hoping that we can see that coming out from Rumblers. On the opposite side of that, I don't know. I feel like Sonics doesn't need too much more steam.
I mean, that train is full steam ahead, my guy. That thing has already left the station. I mean, Sonics are, at this point, they're kind of just putting on a show.
I'm just going to remind you guys, I know that we're going to go to break, and I know sometimes some of you guys go and venture other places. But don't forget, we've got some treats that you're going to want to stay tuned in for, a benefit for having watched, if you do so say. So make sure you stay tuned in, because right after the break, there's going to be something tasty for you to enjoy. We'll see you guys in just a minute.
This fight, I mean, it's... Oh, look at this, sending it in. And Hayes is going to fight one. He's going to fight two.
Oh, my God. Snaker's now just trying to fight his way back, and he is doing it. Hazen down, Haven down, and it is just flush after flush. The rest of 22 trying to come in. Vinny, who's had some star performances to try to keep them in the game, now rolling in. Snakers does get spotted. He goes...
Who do you guys consider to be your rivals?
Currently going into this event, it'd probably be BBB, since we are very close in PGC points.
Ourselves.
Best snack to have while playing PUBG?
Cheddar cheese. Or some fresh mozzarella.
Chocolate-covered raisins.
See, everybody's laughing, dude. I do cheese on the side, like cheese hits, cheese, this type of thing.
No.
Sit there, relax, have some fresh mozzarella.
Yeah, let me get some cheese.
The fresh mozzarella. Like
the fresh mozzarella.
Like you just got it from Sicily or something.
Yeah, some fresh mozzarella, you know?
Do gliders belong in comp?
No.
No.
If you could pick up and play with one player, you don't have to remove anybody, but if you could just add one player to your roster, who would you add?
Either Shrimzy, Tig, or Kickstart.
Okay.
I'd probably go Sparking.
Best pet?
Dog.
Dog.
You dropped the dog.
Yeah, I'd also go dog, probably.
As there's cats in the background.
Favorite color?
Green.
Red. Blood red.
Blood red.
Relax, guy.
Man, just making it some places all of a sudden.
Yeah,
He's
it's
got
not a
the
good
horror
look.
masks in the background. I don't know why you expected anything
Listen,
less.
the cats and the mask belong to my girl, all right?
Okay.
Favorite superhero?
Oh man, I'm
Don't do this,
I'm
bro.
doing. I'm gonna tilt the. I'm gonna tilt the bleep at a party. My favorite superhero is Batman, baby, and yeah, he's a superhero. Party doesn't think he's a
Jesus
superhero. We got
Christ.
into a big argument about
Rapid
it.
fire, bro. Wrap it up.
I had to dunk him in the pool. It's Batman. Batman's a real superhero.
Listen, this is a weird argument, and I know it's rapid fire, but mine's also not a real superhero. Technically, it's Iron Man, and I don't think he's technically a real superhero either.
You guys argue about Superman,
Listen,
Iron Man and Batman, and
well,
one
not
of them
Iron Man
is
as
not
much.
a superhero?
One of them, we haven't argued about Iron Man as much, but Batman,
Okay.
Gunnar, going into it, Gunnar thought Batman had like 9,000 IQ and just
No,
like
I
a bunch of,
didn't.
yes, he did, bro.
It was like
he's
Google.
he's like, bro, look at this, 9,000 IQ, I told you. Just,
He does the worst impression.
he's like, he's got superstitious. It's so bad. Batman's not a superhero, he's just a rich guy who likes to play.
Kurt, what's your favorite breakfast cereal? Or did we
Cinnamon
already
Toast
do that?
Crunch.
I
Again!
know.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is
You
goated,
can't go
apparently.
wrong. You can't go wrong.
Still up, Tick gonna find the knock on a Waldini, and Joe!
Oh, and like that, it comes apart. Valley now all by his lonesome, runs out, runs right into a flash, tries to go for the shots, but it's gonna be Sonics that pick it up.
Welcome back. Wait, what? Okay, tweet. Toppy's TV is such an amazing post.
Hashtag ad.
This is not sponsored content. Well, thank you, Slowpoke Madrigal. I would be a part of that family any day. I love that. I mean, why? Because I have much pride and ego. So I appreciate it. Welcome back.
No,
let's talk about a team that deserves to have pride and ego. That isn't me. It is the Sonics. They come out blazing. They pull a double. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Poro and Cameron, as if you didn't know that. And a big game there. It seems like maybe the Sonics train, as Matt said, is leaving the station.
Yeah, well, or the circle is falling on the station repeatedly. But look, man, I know. Okay, look, I'm giving them hell because they've got a little of this circle luck today. There were, remember last week there were 2 days where they got no luck whatsoever. They were still at the top of the leaderboard. So the days that they are getting luck, they're still collecting a bunch of points. You know who else is getting luck today, Cameron? Rumblers. Yeah, they're getting a lot of luck circle-wise, and they're not getting these.
They're not pulling these numbers that Sonics are. So really, it is, as you say, sometimes you get the luck, sometimes you don't. You have to be able to convert what you have, and Sonics
way it is,
convert so many of these end games into win after win after win. 14 kills, close to 2,600 damage on top of that.
Man.
Yeah.
Shrimsy put up almost a K last game.
It's weird. Like, usually there's always going to be that sidekick to Tickleton's superstar power. This time around, it is Shrimsy in the PCS7 finals, but it's almost like he's been doing it a little bit under the radar. I think it's mostly because it's come from damage, even though it has been Tickleton or maybe H-Win or Mom pick up the kills themselves. But Tickleton, those numbers are looking really, really good this last weekend and then continuing on today.
He's a robot.
He's a robot. Speaking of robot, numbers, let's take a look at the top 5 players from that game. Robot numbers
Look
here
at that.
coming out of the Sonics as they end up in the top 3 positions. Despite, honestly, they bought a house, they decorated it, they even had time to live in it long enough to resell at this point, and then they came out and made some big plays, but they never stopped looking for kills while they were doing that.
No, they didn't have to flex out really. You got a 2-story house. There was all that action going on the south side. They were able to right? Yeah. Tell me about it. No, they were doing everything they needed to do from that spot, and also not not overextending, not taking any risks to take any unnecessary losses, trying to go and chase down kills. They were just taking what was given to them. And then at the end, they still had 4 up to be able to go and just wipe the whole thing.
Yeah, and you know that Mime is that player that he's always looking for the push that he can make. But you could tell that they were very aware of when they could make that push. The second the circle closed in and it was only like the 3 teams left with Sonics, Rumblers, and Guri, then Mime went out of the house. Like, he was like chomping at the bit to try and leave that building, but they waited for that time when it was safe, when it was free, when there would be no one third-partying them.
But you could tell that when the mastermind said it's time to go, literally all of them flooded out and just ended the game. It was awesome to watch. Let's take a look back exactly how the game went. It's time for the highlights.
Highlights. Let's get it. And there you go. We got, I mean, it was 100% playable, slow start, it felt like. But and then the wheels came off really, really quickly right around that Hall of Fame, though.
Yeah. The thing about this circle, about this area of Erangel, is that it's very binary in terms of, is this position good or is it absolutely terrible?
Sure.
So once you hit the mid game, a lot of teams are trying to float chart it, like, we're going to move here, then we're going to move here, we're going to go A to B to C, and then it's like, oh, wow, okay, no fights have been happening. Someone needs to make a push, and then it all was happening at the same time. A lot of it for these same positions around Mansion, even in the forest just north of Mansion. Like, Sonics weren't even here at this position yet.
Man, Snakers tried. I thought he had it, man. I thought he had it. That was just super unfortunate timing there for United, but and very cleanly picked up there from 22. Now, of course, they end up going down, but still good work by them. Here's check in on the forest. Bing, bang, boom. They're running out of time, man.
Yeah.
They are running out of time really, really quickly.
Some would say that they might even be out of time at this point.
Some might say
some
that.
Might say.
And some might be right.
Yeah.
But you know what? Hope springs eternal, Toffees. We still got 11 games left. How about that?
I heard it floats too. Apparently Hope does everything. Hey. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. As Sonics is at 24, EOS Guri walks away with 10. So hey guys, good to see ya. Rumblers took Sky Garden and got to relax into the end game. They played a nice little match there. So fun to see some of our teams that have been struggling up on the leaderboard.
Okay, but here's the thing. We mentioned this at the start. Sonics, as for all the circle that they've been getting from the mid game into the late, Rumblers as well. We've seen them pop up in the podium finish in the top 4 multiple times, but the difference is, and you can look at a couple of games from last week as well, even when they are in the end game, they don't really have a lot of kills with it.
Right.
Jeez, 200 points.
I was about to say, it's
200 points. 2 days left, man.
When the event started and we talked about who wins, who goes to PGC, the reason that we picked Sonics, and I mean Cameron, who you, by the way, changed your vote, Cameron. The Sonics.
We didn't have to go
because this is what they do. Like it doesn't matter if they start slow. I mean, we watched an event last season or earlier this year at PCS6 where it was like we weren't sure they showed up for a day or two, and then they came back and absolutely dominated. What is it about this team that makes them so insanely unstoppable?
They're just operating at a different level right now. I mean, I think it comes not only with confidence and all that, but it's the trust in your teammates, right? It's the trust in your shot caller. It's the ability to know that if I go and peek this angle, I have somebody watching my back if I start getting shot at. You know, I can feel confident making these pushes, and I can feel confident in my player in my teammate that's pushing, that he's going to play his life and not go down.
And at the risk of perhaps angering some of our viewers out there, I'm sorry when I ask.
They get mad about everything.
Is this an issue of like the Sonics are just that much better than Americas or outside of EU? Are they going to be able to dominate international level, or do you think at PGC that changes dramatically? They're maybe benefiting from a lobby that's giving them some things when they won't get that.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single stage of competition is always going to be like mistakes get punished a little bit more. Mistakes get punished a little bit more. We were just talking about, I think, Tokyo Machi game earlier on today about that exact same concept, that you can dominate a lobby, but once you go into a higher tier of competition, whether it's a phase in a qualifier or whatever it is, suddenly what worked for you doesn't work anymore because you can't get away with what you used to. And we saw this from Sonics directly, that looking at PGIS into PGC 2021, that they could not get away with what they did earlier.
All right, guys, I know you've been waiting for this all day. I promised it to you. It is time for the custom merch giveaway. So you're going to enter this into the giveaway. Put this code in right now. The code is Prove Yourself.
Prove Yourself.
I almost read it like a line.
PROVEYOURSEL.
So put this in. Remember, this is for your chance to win those custom shoes, the custom headset, and we are going to have more chances to do this throughout the next couple of days, so this is not your only entry. That said, we're going. Last game of the day. We're going to see who takes this one home. Let's head over to our casting duo. It is Godspeed and Matchroom. Heck yeah.
Thank you. And they threw too many topics. I wanted to talk about like Sonic's international level, what's going on with E United, the lead there, and then they have to bring up the swag, man. Those shoes.
Really? That's
I'm a sucker for that, dude. You've seen the way that I dress. I have like all those shiny jackets and stuff like that. Of course, I'm going to be a sucker for drawing shoes.
I mean, those are nice shoes. Don't get me wrong. I specifically remember a pair of New State shoes also that were around this office. But those are not for you.
They aren't.
And they are not for me, and they're not for anyone else. They're for the lovely viewers and fans of PUBG Esports. Now, Matt.
Yes.
Heading into the final game of the day, it seems as though our circle is going to be incredibly neutral.
Okay.
That being said, what team do you have your little eyes on for this final game?
I have to say it's a pack. There is a thing on the leaderboard that is going on right now. 22 Esports, 147 points.
Yes.
Wildcard, 147 points.
Yes.
Synergy Esports, 145 points.
I see what you're trying to convey.
That's a lot of interesting right there. On that cusp position for 5th place on top of that. 2 Latin American teams, wildcard fighting for their dreams.
Dude, I'm actually very interested in that like kind of little point bunch up right there. Like, yes, Sonics is at this point over almost 40 points ahead of second, but man, I'm really looking at the 145 and 147s of the point.
Because it's still so like just close inside that. Now, I don't want to count out E United yet. Sonics are
I mean, we have plenty of
days. United didn't have the best game last time or the time before that. And so that's one of the reasons why we are seeing the lead. Not discouraging anything away from Sonics and then actually like winning games.
Well, no, I think that the issue is that Sonics keeps getting wins, but they're getting wins with double-digit kills, like multiple today. And that in and of itself, even with United like not having the best day, that is going to obviously create that massive point gap. And so an opportunity here to potentially get some points back. We do see United kind of stretching over towards Stalber. But all things considered, this is a wonderful circle for Sonics.
I also do want to point out, while we were talking about 22 Wildcard and Synergy, let's not forget Luminosity Gaming, who we're looking at right now, is at 153. Only 5 points, or 6 points, I'm sorry, ahead of that tie. And there's just so much.
I'm going to be honest about Luminosity. I really have just enjoyed watching all these different, I mean, they have adapted to so many different drops so far this event that we normally don't see them, right? Because we're so used to seeing them, you know, get South George, and then on Miramar, they used to get Hacienda all the time, right? But I'll be honest, I feel like the switch up in these drops and kind of playing on their toes has actually been good for LG. They've been really solid. Again, they had one like kind of not great day in day 2, but other than that, I mean, LG's been really, really fun to watch again.
It's kind of like what I was talking about beforehand. They feel reinvigorated. We'll not talk about how that car might be like a
they're fine.
Kind of example of what's going on today. But anyway, LG feels like they're playing more of whenever I think classic LG. You know, like the one that was just like was a breaching god, where they could approach from everywhere. Where Alo did get the close range god title and all that other stuff. Whenever they brought in Luke, that was annihilating things at range, and it was just like this beautiful dance of how they would all work together because it was all so methodical. I think that switching up these drops, like you're talking about, has forced them to go back into that mindset, and I think I love it.
Yeah, I think it's that, and just the fact that they didn't qualify for ESL. Right, like we always talk about how when LG doesn't meet their own standards, right, because they have very high standards for themselves. You heard Kurt say it himself. They're probably their biggest threat. We knew, I mean, at least I knew that coming into this event, LG was going to bring everything, right, because they generally tend to bounce back better than most teams.
If you've never done it, asking Gunnar why they lost a game is like one of the most ridiculous things. You're going to get a 10-page response to answer going through there. I
want to talk about the hate, though, on Gunners as we see Luke kind of taking shots towards Haven. I imagine, they're going to be able to get away just fine. But the nice little Parmesan or a little cheese he likes to snack on, I'm actually with that.
Dude, I eat cheese all the time whenever I'm playing.
Dude, cheese is
Great
delicious,
stuff.
man.
I'm more of a Colby Jack person. But I'm just a sucker for it.
Well, mozzarella. No, I'm with Gunnar on that. Owen, you have my support, brother.
Yeah. You can see that Synergy is on the opposite side from LG. They were making a path into this before 22 just boldly said, nah, get out of our way, and just dashed across. That
well, SG is, yeah, SG is still here, as you're saying, and they heard those shots, Matt, so this could be like a... This could be a little bit of a mess on the Eastern Bridge here.
This is an important game because, again, reminder, SG 145, LG 153, so close. So how this fight goes is massive. And shout out to our observers for making sure that they keep an eye on everything that is going on right now, as there is always so much in the last game of PUBG.
Yep. Big shout out to our observers. We love that team very much. At least most of them. Master Nook can do something to the side, but that's okay.
Oh, and the reverse bridge camp coming out. LG just goes across, cuts it out, doesn't even care that SG...
Dude, this is wild. How did they actually survive all of that? With a front tire missing from Luke 12's as well. That I thought that peak knock was closer, but that happened so far away. The fact that LG makes it across, though, the stones on these gentlemen to just make that cross is wild. But good on them.
This is the LG that I love. This is one of the reasons I love this team. Whenever they execute something and it's just so...
that was risky, though.
But even then, that's a risky play, but look at how clean it was.
Yeah, it was clean-ish. I mean, they lost the tire and almost lost the member.
With a bridge camp in front of them on the opposite side. Two players like 5 feet away.
I am not at all saying that that was a bad play or I hate it. I'm just saying I'm shocked that with the way SG had set up on that bridge, they made it without any casualties.
I feel like that's more of, well, I'm giving a whole bunch of like love to LG. I feel it's almost like a misplay on SG's part.
Potentially,
yes. The LG side of that. Now, there's a lot of factors in the timing on how LG opted into moving into that. MA, this isn't where you're wanting to move into, is he's going to roll right into dodge and continue on his merry way. Shotgun blast coming out. He's got to jump out, and the shotgun at range for Corsac, as Finna is going to go down to Capitan at range.
And Dodge is one of those teams that desperately needs to have a very good game here to end out this day, to start being back in the conversation of points. As far as making it into the top 5, as you look at that drop-off from 6th to 7th, it is drastic. It is 33 points. Corsac gonna find the knock and the flush.
I mean, Selfish, I respect it. You were being chased down, but there's nothing that could have been done there. Arm at least coming down, trying to get some more out of it, but this is Tokyo Manji Gang just to the outside of it. Here's the firefight. Looks like they don't want to get too involved. Well, I don't know. It looks like they're sending one person out, maybe sending another person back. Trugladius Posa, already aware of where Arm is going to be at. This is also a separated point, so while we do have Rusty Zera down, you can see going to go with the pickup, grab, go ahead and get the res on. And Arma tried, but that's now 2 members left up for Peak.
Yep, it's a nice little cleanup there from Trog as well. Again, it's probably the last team that you want to run into early is...
True.
They are just, they've been, I mean, I'm curious actually what their statistics are on fights won in the first circle. I bet you it's pretty close to 100%.
I mean, no hesitation. Oh, Selfish trying to crawl away. Nah, that's not going to work, buddy.
Survive. They're going to find that one easy. Rusty is going to be able to heal up, and all of a sudden a nice position there found for Trog as they defend it.
I'm not exactly sure, but I know that, wasn't it Peak a second ago that we saw that had the self-knock?
Yeah, it was Selfish got, I think, knocked, or he knocked someone on his team with the vehicle. I mean, I'm not quite sure how much that actually played into that fight, but very well could have. Meanwhile, Tokyo Manji Gang is starting to slowly creep in as well. They know that one of the teams here is down to just 2 members.
Missed opportunities in PUBG. We talk about it, like a second or two.
Sure.
Bad might have been in a better spot to get some shots into the weakened Peak that just had those 2 members up that tried to get away. But there's so much to try to track inside this. And again, reminder that we do have the map feed. I promise it helps, even if you don't have 2 monitors and you just tab it between them. Or
squad stream that, baby.
Stream. Yeah,
oh yeah,
always good.
I mean, that's when I watch, I usually squad stream. So that map is huge, huge.
It is the best map.
I just really enjoy watching rotations and stuff like that of the sort. So yeah, if you guys aren't already, make sure you check out that squad stream.
22 with their pathing, just have to be cautious as they're going to have E United coming on a similar path behind them. Not too much, though. SG is still playing down around Novo. Looks like looting's to be done, so they're going to let that one
They're taking their time. Yeah, they already know they missed that opportunity initially, right? So at this point, why not just loot up, get as thick as possible with loot and gear, utility, meds, and make your way on the island after, because, I mean, there's nobody camping them out at this point. Not either bridge. They could actually opt to take the west bridge if they wanted to as well.
Flood taking these shots could force 22 into Fiumba's pathing much more than they were expecting to be. And so, yeah, it looks like they're starting to crest along Death Road where Fiumba has multiple members already set up. But I like this. Don't push too fast. Try to scout it out. Once you peak the top of that hill, you have no idea what's going on into those shacks. So instead, slow roll it. Fiumba not wanting to expose themselves.
They see the vehicle, though. I'm sure they suspect something is up. Vinny was very close to pushing over the top of that, but I mean, fighting on this road, I mean, there's a reason it's called Death Road. It's difficult to hold. We've seen teams try to hold it as well with splits.
Raven, that's
going to be an easy knock for Rebo.
And that is about the freest kill you're going to get, and 22 loses a member early. Haston looks like he's coming out to maybe defend up Vinny to let him get away. And, yep.
They're just going to back
run
off.
out.
Yeah.
I got to say, Vinny has been impressive.
Dude, honestly, this is a completely, even without the addition of Gizera, right? The last time we saw 22, I mean, they struggled. So, and they'll tell you themselves, company man said it himself, look, what we showed last event is not what we're truly capable of. And the turnaround from 22 coming into this has been just nothing short of fantastic.
Wait, new meta? I saw Colton now having an M249. Is it now becoming a thing?
I mean, I still love that gun. But again, I maintain that the M249 back in its crate form was my favorite gun. One of the most fun guns to use.
I like that sentence until you said it made it implied that it's still not your favorite gun.
I think I've leaned over towards the Mark 14 now as my new favorite, but it was the M249 for quite a while. Either that or the SKS. I'm still probably one of the only people that prefers an SKS over anything else. I understand the Mini's good. I know the SLR's solid, but I just love a fully kitted SKS, man.
Yeah, there's something about it. It does take a while to get it all put together.
Especially like mid to close range, you can actually
look at that
tap the hell out of that.
M249, Rusty Gizera down.
Yeah, you think it's all the gun?
I mean, he's got something to do with it too, but.
Colton maybe has some skill.
Yeah, I mean, just having one in your hands makes you feel powerful.
Especially with an extended mag, a nice little tac talk. Oh yeah.
See, I'm winning you over. Wada's Tokyo Mind.
Not winning me over. I already like that gun.
No, don't. I heard about your Mark 14 treason a second ago. Don't come back to me with that.
So I'm a little sad, though, that Trog did lose one there, especially after they had just cleaned up that fight and they left one there a little further back. But fortunately, they do find themselves, again, in a solid position nonetheless. They are caught between TM and BBB.
Looking through, it's a lot of maneuverability that's going on around Death Road. Fiumba's still holding down there. Ribo's going to go to the south. Could be finding himself an Alo or a Purdy Curdy if he's not careful. Yeah, Alo's watching. Going to get some taps in. Nowhere to go. Can he make it back to three?
Those jumps are dangerous, man. That gives extra airtime, and Alo is going to find it anyways. Should be a flush for him.
I do want to point out as well Synergy coming in just to the north of this, pathing pretty close to Capitan. So not too much movement going to be able to come out from Fiumba. They're just going to have to let this one go. But while this is happening, Luke 12 is also advancing to Death Road, getting very close to Draft King. So while there's a lot of movement, most of it is all LG, and it's all happening around and to, I guess, the negative side of Fiumba.
Yep. All this is happening south just by Stake and Farm, where we've seen LG kind of take up position. But again, really hats off to LG for finding the aggression here, getting some kills, and continuing to kind of push their position forward, right? Fighting off the edge.
So it's kind of calm. LG is going to continue out, and oh, they saw a Are we actually going to get a... No. I was about to say.
They're going for this. They have no idea that Snowsden is there, and he's going to find one kill easy. Or one knock, excuse me.
Okay, one down. Rest synergy now coming in. LG's going to be coming in back behind that one. Purdy gets the aim onto Silzen, but here comes Binya. He's got some goals. He's trying to make sure that he keeps his teammates alive. Crashes in. Purdy's got vision onto it, but he's got to play it careful. Gonna have to make sure that he keeps an eye out. Luke can't come and reinforce us.
And Penta's here too, though.
Him coming in at the last second as Purdy goes down. So one man against the world, and the world is gonna win there. Penta goes down as well, and what looked to be so good for LG comes
the
to
greed
naught.
of the crate. And granted, there was no real way for them to know anyone was at this compound. The vehicles were behind the buildings. But man, that's got to feel bad to just want to get the crate and get out, to then lose 3. It's just down to Luke now. And what was a promising game for them. It was looking as though they were going to be able to at least find some decent rotations there and make it even through this shift north. But all those...
It's got the Star Wars meme going in my head. It's a trap.
It really was a trap.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional, but...
I don't think it was either. It's not that I think SG had planned that. It's just they hadn't rotated yet. The crate came down. LG just happened to be there.
So
and I don't blame them for it, but it still sucks nonetheless.
Bing Bang Boom very centered in. Talked about the fact they need to continue to get some games. Almost, it's 18 points behind Troglodytes that they need to try to catch up to. And then another massive jump into dodge. Sonics are at least going to help out a smidgen and take down Ethan and flush him out. Might make Bing Bang Boom's job a touch easier to catch up to.
Mayhaps. I will say BBB, yes, very strong position, but it's going to be difficult for them to really flex out and do what, for instance, Sonics does, right, and get those kills simply because of the fact that E United is all around them. And you have this interesting split between Rumblers and
well, look what we got going on here.
And them as well.
Is playing on top of Potato. They've got 4PM that's playing Death Road. They've got Dodge that's going to be to the south of Luke 12. So Luke 12 looking over at Corsac, thinking about maybe trying to get more out of it. Capitan
just wants to get in.
Fiumba is just going to be to the south of where, all right, just to the north of where Corsac is. The south has just gotten demolished.
Yeah, the south was very busy. It was basically center of Old Circle, right? And so because of that, a lot of teams opted to go play near it. Sonics, the biggest benefactor here, obviously being able to hold Potato Hill and the edge around them. And they actually have so much to play ahead of them too. Once they're done with that. There is no real pressure on Sonics right now.
Wildcard going to go ahead and get control of the north. United going to go ahead and move. Still maintaining a 2-2 split. That's favorable.
Wildcard does take the Volcano compound there in that flat top. This is pretty good for them.
Lineup coming up from Guri is
at least in the circle.
Right into Tokyo Manji Gang, and a quick exchange of bullets between them. Looks like it's not the best for either one of the teams,
could be
but
devastating.
being on the bad side of this one. Colton's going to be coming in right behind it. M249 gone. Just got himself a regular AR that he's looking at, but that should be enough.
He needs to find the knock. He doesn't get it, Colton.
He goes down. Guri still clinging to life. One member up and is going to spot out Zealot. So now down to a 1v1. Grenade's going to come out, not connect entirely onto the last remaining member of Guri, as Tokyo Manji Gang is going to be coming in off of
Beal.
This is Beal versus Hello My Bad, and vehicles rolling off into the distance. Nobody capable of committing in, and the longer this goes on just means more and more that no reses are going to be capable of happening. Sonics spots out Hello My Bad, and it doesn't even look like it's going to be a fair 1v1 in the end.
Nope. And meanwhile, it was Capitan, I believe, that took out Luke, and then Capitan falls to the Blues, so LG is well out. Overall, not a bad day for them, though. Not at all.
Get one back in Baki, so that's at least something, I guess.
Sure. Sonics is now going to want to take that compound away from 4PM, though, I would imagine.
Sonics do what Sonics could want to do, so just eyeing.
Either that or they might even just scout out Rumblers and crash it, honestly, on the backside of that wall. I really would not be surprised.
We're trying to figure it out. The best way to do it is just to go ahead and let them tell us what they're doing. So let's just do a quick listen in with Sonics.
Let's do it.
Two guys on the roof. E United is... Yo, guys, E United is in fucking Hacker. Can we play Plateau or no? Can we just send it in Plateau?
Yellow house looks...
Yeah, I would like to. That's bad. That's...
Oh, no, it's not
y'all
free.
getting farmed, bro. Plateau would be good on green marker if we all send it there.
Did you say it's not free?
Oh, I have no info on it. I can't see
I think we full send it into the Plateau, bro. I do too.
I'm down.
People are picking us from top potato now.
I think we need to go, bro. We need to go.
Let's go. You guys ready? Hop in your cars. I'm ready when you
Are
go.
these 3 kills behind us?
I'd lit them up.
No, we need to go. We have to go.
Hop in your car.
Let's do it.
Go.
I need to smoke my car.
Grab mine.
I had something kind of
All right, ready? I'm going.
Yeah, we need to
come a little left.
face our cars.
Roof can see you. Just come a little left here.
Car intercepting us too.
We're fine.
This is kind of good here.
Guy on the left is just
I'm getting hard drive by.
It's green marker, guys.
Yep. That guy's hard drive buying.
Oh yeah, we're good here.
No one here. Plateau's free. I'm setting the car up uphill.
Picking uphill, 2 guys.
Picking uphill. But I'm setting it up.
Almost knocked him. They're in the tree on yellow.
We're gonna get naded. Just spread.
I'm already 1 HP. I'm gonna die that nade.
That was a really good nade.
I'm throwing bait. Throw some bait smokes.
Didn't they lose one earlier? Did this team lose one earlier? Or was that last game?
No. They didn't lose any.
Okay, I'm behind a car. Can you smoke on my car?
I'm knocked here. Never mind.
Can you smoke on my car? Dig.
No.
That's you. You're right next to me.
Let's knock, maybe?
No, it's 4 p.m. No one knocked.
Okay.
Good comms. I want to hear push. Let's nade back if we think they're pushing.
I don't think
Starting
they are.
nade trees.
Tig's rezzing.
I don't think they are.
Jesus. I'm healing. Head kit.
I'm not a
Can we play deeper, like north on our ridge?
Cover me. I'm going to face the car
Roof
towards
can
them.
see us, I think.
Yeah, we're in. We're not.
They're fighting. They're fighting.
Nah, they're probably baiting, bro. No, there's people behind them. Remember that car that just
There
tried to
was a
drive
guy
by us?
behind us.
Okay.
No, I think that was their teammate. I think that was their teammate. I think so, yeah.
We don't need to run up. Yeah, I'm chilling.
Slow it
I'm
down.
full safe here, boys.
Do we have util or counter him later?
Yeah, I have 3
Mollies and
nades.
shit?
Yo, listen. Later, where they are fighting.
Got the
There's
left.
2 teams on my waypoint. 100%.
Later,
we can play green marker on the north side of Hacker.
Yeah,
Let's just
but
play
watch the
late.
farm us on orange, though.
Yo,
Is it possible to run up and fucking farm these?
yeah, did Guri lose any early? I don't think Guri did, right?
I don't know if we can. Yo, can we look at Island, bro? Can we look at Island? Is Island good?
So no, there's a
The new
team on
compound thing
yellow.
we split to it.
Yeah, there's a team
Yo,
there.
4 p.m.
Yeah.
just lost one above us, boys. 4 p.m. down 1.
But we need to knock this guy Island when he gets in the open to us. He does. They're fighting new compound. We could do Shrimsy's play on yellow. Pull up on
I
yellow.
mean, can we like go to the road on
wait,
orange?
if they're fighting, we should sweep that.
No, we have no info on the east. They're
No,
gonna be
listen,
east
if they
team.
start fighting on yellow, we need to fight. Boys,
Yeah,
both teams on our edge.
Play late.
4 p.m.'s 4
He's
standing.
peeking top tree.
Guri's 3 standing.
What is top
They're
He's
both
gonna
three.
sweep us on yellow. Smart. Yellow. He's peeking there and roof.
All right.
I think we're gonna get pinched from the other side on blue as well. I think
Let's
they might
fight
drive
this.
around us. They might drive around us and
I'm
fight islands.
I'm smoking our island off.
Yeah, that's good. If they drive around and fight island, we should third party that. That's our game winning.
Let's just hold this team out first. We've heard it.
Okay,
I'm
I
down
think
to try
Guri got
that.
the res. I think Guri's 4 on blue. And
We might get sent into.
4 p.m. is 3.
It's actually a lot of really good information. I think the only thing that they weren't quite sure about was Guri being part of 4 p.m. when they drove in. Otherwise, Sonics is a pretty solid read on the rest of the circle.
22 had ventured pretty close, as you can see.
They
Vinny
did,
is gonna
yeah.
go down. Gizera now having to contend with Synergy, who is still up. But guess what? 4 p.m. could be coming in back behind them. So Gizera, Hasten now have to contend. Pippa walking into the sight line doesn't go down. But from behind, Vinya's going to be able to find something to make this one work. So Synergy now making the push in. Hasten in a world of hurt. Nowhere to go.
It's just down to Hayes now, and Silson's going to find the flush on a Gizera. And that's going to be it for Hayes as well. Nice try from 22, but they are going to be sent to the lobby and ready for tomorrow.
Patience pays off here as Sonics just choosing to not get involved in anything. Now only really has to deal with Baki, the last member of Rio that's about to walk into
I mean,
the
hats
wrong
off
spot.
to 4
Oh my
p.m.
God,
though,
they're not looking.
for making it past.
Look at how close he's gotten.
Oh, I mean, he is in there. But it's 4 p.m. I think it was 4 p.m. initially that shot, and then the rest of them realized. But hats off to 4 p.m. for rotating around that fight, rotating around 22 and finding themselves in a decent position ahead of the Sonics. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, so starting to calm down. Nobody really too centered. The closest going to be to it is going to be Rumblers. Synergy has control over, I would say, about half of the circle, except for E United's compound to the north. Troglodytes is pretty close to Rumblers. Circle's going to pop, and it's
And look at that, SG actually.
SG,
yeah, given the best part of that circle with the entire force to play. They've already cleared out the north. They've cleared out the east. I mean, this is just going to be a shooting gallery for SG and hopefully for Silson as well.
What do they have planned from here? United has a wild card that's very close to them. You can see that Rumblers have Troglodytes. Sonics have a lot of information. 4 p.m. are getting picked apart as it's going to be Pippa managing to rack up even more kills as he feels like he is the pickup at least today for a fantasy team.
I mean, he's been a pickup even last week. Pippa has just been a workhorse in fantasy rosters, but I mean, just his overall play this last week and now coming into this week, it has been a pleasure to watch Pippa work.
I know we talk a lot about what's going on in fantasy. If you've not yet had a chance to play, but you want to get involved, remember it is going to be twire.gg, TWIRE.gg, so that way you can participate. It's free, so just hop in there.
United have a real task ahead of them and just getting into the circle here as they're in this Alamo here. And Wildcard is trying to get ahead and gatekeep, but there's just nothing here. There's nothing here at all, and SG are going to be alluded to this just because of all the shots happening. Benny already taking shots over at EU, and now this has become even more of a problem.
But Sonics hopping in their vehicle are going to send it right into Synergy's position. That could allow United to make a movement. Maybe even Wildcard as well. They're just running right back into this. Synergy suddenly finding themselves with their pants down, getting caught up. Now Wildcard capable of making a move, looking back into EU United's positioning. Snakers all by his lonesome. Wildcard jumping into vehicles, just trying to get ahead. I mean, it's the fact that Rumblers are having to take a look into him, and EU United flood to the east of this, but nobody having clean sight lines. It's all just off of Sonics and making this desperation movement. They just rolled right into Synergy, and they had
absolutely rolled Synergy over. That was impressive to say the least. And they did it without losing a single member.
I said desperation push, but that was just a swag push, man.
I don't know if that was I think that was calculated. They knew the shots were going out, and they knew if they sent it in 2 vehicles, it'd be very difficult. But a grenade by Los and Waldo will find 3 of Trog.
Trog is going to have so much trouble now pushing into Rumblers. Wildcard still trying to make a move. Rello trying to find an angle to work with as well, but Wildcard managing to somehow find life and a way to push into this circle. EU United still just trying to hold on to the high ground, but remember, they are weakened. Just 2 members up as Wildcard is managing to right their numbers. Get Cal back up, and now can start to crest and maybe make some pushes into this. Rello does get some vision, get some damage into Adam, but not enough to get the knock.
The fact that this fight has still moved up with members still alive from both teams, United and Wildcard, is insane. Wildcard, though, the beneficiary of keeping more alive.
Oh, and Sonics yet again, the X factor coming in.
Dude,
back behind.
Sonics' confidence right now and the way they're playing is freaking scary. It's actually terrifying. The way they made that play, I mean, they are just... It's not even they're taking over this lobby. They have taken over this lobby.
Everybody that thought they had control over the circle didn't realize that Sonics was about to take it.
Yeah.
Synergy, no.
I mean, Synergy looked so good up until Sonics decided to take that fight.
And United still had a decent position, and then Sonics was still like...
Yeah, but United at the very least had to deal with Wildcard, but man, Synergy was just free and clear until Sonics came in, and now the amount of control that they have in this forest is a little worrying for the rest of the teams. I mean, it's at this point, it's Rumblers, 1 full team of Wildcard, and then a solo of 4 PM.
I feel like the only threat that Sonics could potentially have is going to be Wildcard, as Wildcard's going to have vision into the Rumblers.
I think their biggest threat is just them overextending, honestly, and I don't even see that happening, Matt. Wildcard, though, is in a good position to take the fight as we look at Meridao.
Does manage to get down Show, but he's going to go down in the end as Waldo is going to be able to spot him. On the opposite side, Greg Shot's going to go ahead and take down Los as Wildcard does manage to continue the harassment. But guess what? Sonics are going to be coming in from the south. Shrimsy's still staying back behind to keep an eye on Wildcard, but Waldo all by himself is going to be sandwiched in between Wykick and Cal, Greg Shot, H-Win, Mime, and Tiggleton.
And this is a straight-up 4v4, and it's about as even as you're going to want in a fight. Yes, Wildcard have center, but this is about even as you could ask.
I mean, vie for position. Sonics knows what's going on. Using the hillside, both teams are trying to counter move around each other.
Yep.
Shrimsy.
This is all going to come down to aim and decision making.
Yeah, how Shrimsy, if he can get some vision in on this, he can open up the fight. But that being said, it's Adam and Nikos that are running up here just to the north, so they might be able to double up. They take some shots. Shrimsy is aware that he's been revealed. Cal finds the first on H1, but it's going to be by Tiggleton on the opposite side of it. So 1 down, both sides, and it's going to be the 2 centers for it. Now, both teams starting to move in closer, trying to reinforce. Looks like it's going to be Wildcard, maybe going for a res, but no!
Mime finds the nade.
Mime drops it right on top of Greg Shot. Adam gets knocked on Mime on the opposite side. Tiggleton Shrimsy up on one side of this one, and it is back and forth. Wildcard just 1 member up, though, and it's going to be Adam looking into the waiting maw of Tiggleton.
7 HP. I mean, this has been systematic destruction of the last 3 shifts. Sonics have just absolutely taken control of this game. They're going to recover as well. 3 members up. Tig holding for Adam.
But if Shrimsy goes for this res, that might let Adam get something out.
No, he needs to get a heroic.
Does get the knock on one, but cannot get the rest. 15 kills for Sonics. Man, Sonics Friday is feeling pretty good.
Today was disgusting for the Sonics. Multiple wins, all of those games coming the way of at least 10 kills. I mean, it's crazy because we've seen Sonics and even E United dominate in the past, but I mean, this just feels oppressive at this point.
I mean,
that's crazy. Like, it's so crazy.
They were outside the zone, roll into the team that had control and was in the process of taking down the other team that was going to potentially threaten them.
Yeah, Synergy was
and takes down Synergy,
good.
Then takes down E United, then looks into Wildcard, gets some damage in off of that, forces everything that's going on with the Rumblers and the tail end of that. From the moment we listened into their comms, just maybe a couple of seconds later, everything just fell into place.
Well, they were planning that too, right? Yeah, like you heard the calls about what they wanted to do potentially, and even taking that plateau away from 4 PM, who would have wanted to push down. But I mean, the fact that they maintained that much control, they dispatched SG the way that they did, and then, I mean, the 4-on-4 between Wildcard, I mean, if you look at it on paper and position, if you're not even looking at the teams involved, I mean, that's a pretty damn even fight. But it didn't look that way. Sonics just, even after giving up the first knock to Waikakamukau, the trade was immediately there from TIG, and then all the pieces just fell in place, and Sonics just dominated, man. That is really scary for this lobby.
The moment that Sonics feels like they can just assert their authority on
just do anything
is the terrifying moment for the rest of the lobby, because you don't what they're going to do is always going to be smart, but you also now know they're not going to have fear behind their actions. And once they can just kind of go, well, I mean, they're never really afraid.
Yeah, I was going to say
they now don't have they don't have to hesitate. They don't have to be worried about somebody creeping up back behind them, passing them on the leaderboard. They can just go. Remember, Sonics started in second today. Not in first when you look at this leaderboard coming up.
That's what happens when you win like 3 games with 10 plus kills every time. So, I mean, realistically, like, what do you expect? You know?
I feel like they may have gotten more kills today than teams have total points.
Yeah,
that is.
I don't think you're incorrect in thinking that. In fact, I would say you're 100% correct. That's a fact.
Well, guys, we've got some stuff that we've got to get set up because you know you want to tune in. There's so much. PGC, where's Bing Bang Boom at? Can they still make it? We've got the Sonics run that we're looking at. There are so many factors. We still have 2 days left, and it is just the start for this. We've got to know how this is going to end out because I want to know, you want to know, but our analysts are going to give us a deep dive into the next 2 days and how it's all going to play out. Make sure you stay tuned. See you in just a second. Not enough to get the
fact that this fight has still moved up with members still alive from both teams, E United and Wildcard, is insane. Wildcard, though, the beneficiary of keeping more alive.
Oh, and Sonics yet again, the X Factor coming in back behind.
Sonics. of this game. They're going to recover as well. 3 members up. Tig holding for Adam.
But if Shrimsy goes for this res, that might let Adam get something out.
No, he needs to get a heroic.
Does get the knock on 1, but cannot get the rest.
The Sonics reign supreme as the rule of 3 continues, and they get a hat trick to end the day. The first team to win more than 1 in a day at PCS7 here, but also they just go 3 because why not do it the Sonics way? My name's Dobbies. I'm joined by Cameron and Porosaurus. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, we'll talk about it, and we'll do the final circle. It's coming up a little bit. We'll talk more about what they need out of PGC, how they stand there.
Yeah.
Let's look at the dinner winner screen because the reality is we're about to show you monsters in PUBG.
All right, look, Sonics fans, they didn't get circled.
No, they did not.
They fought their ass off this entire game, and again, credit to them. Like, they look good doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to hear a very healthy chunk of Sonics comms that time around, and Godspeed touched on it. Everything you heard was good information.
Yeah, but let Shrimsy make a call once in a while.
Sure, that's fine.
Hashtag listen to Shrimsy. Okay.
Justice for Shrimsy.
It did feel like they were kind of ignoring portions.
I think there was actually a point where Shrimsy was like, oh, fine. But I mean, at the end of the day, it worked out, right? Like, and that's the
if it
goal.
gets a win, I don't think anybody cares.
Right, and the goal is transfer of ideas. Everybody puts themselves in there and says, here's what I think we should do. And it's the job of the IGL to sort of pick that out and make the right play. And they did. They didn't push up. They didn't go into that road and kind of put themselves in an exposure position. They come out with another big win. So excellent game from them. And so good, in fact, I say we just go and take a look back at it. Let's see the best of that
look
match.
at it.
It's time for the highlights.
My man. Look at this.
I slipped in there again. But there was a very chaotic early game here, and I think it's because
from way downtown for a segment.
I think this comes down to the fact that a lot of these teams, like what we were saying throughout the whole day, is that these windows are closing, these runways are about to end, and it's kind of weird that it sort of came into the game in the way that it did in this early game with stuff like this, LG and Fiumba, but still, it's like these teams are realizing like we got to make a play, we have to make it now.
Obviously the story of the day, it's got to be Sonics, 90-something plus points in one day, absolutely insane. They might break 300, which I don't think we've ever done. Yeah. The most I remember we saw, I think it was E-Night got 296. Or 294, 296 on one of those like that. But Sonics is well on their way for that. But I do want to shout out LG. Had a phenomenal day today, man. They absolutely needed to step up, and they delivered.
Yeah. They even beat Chalk a few times, which is good news as well.
It was fun to watch. I mean, whether or not they break 300, I think it's clear that they've broken the spirits of everybody else.
Well, it's like unlike God, when Sonics closes a door, they also close the window, and they close the back door, they close the garage door. They shut the whole damn thing down, man.
They close all the doors. But at the end of the day, I mean, they have literally turned into what seems like gods of PUBG here in the Americas. They're unstoppable. 25 points in that game just puts that cherry on top. I do want to give a shout out to Rumblers, who again have managed to make it into that sort of podium finish. They've been showing up a little more today, but it's not coming with the points that they require.
I just wish they could do more with the position they got. I mean, they got a lot of really good circles today, and now that to be fair to the Rumblers, a lot of the compounds, a lot of compounds that they got were those compounds that you get them, you play for late game, you don't really get a whole lot of kills on them, and if you have to leave them late game, it's kind of you're put in a bad situation. But you'd still hope to see a little bit.
But at the same time, they're also choosing to play those compounds knowing the risks. It's not like at this point, especially players of the experience that the Rumblers have, they have to know like, oh, well, you don't get a lot of kills even if this place is bad. Let's try this place over here. Like that has to be a part of their consideration for going to these spots. Maybe they're choosing them because they're less priority.
6 wins, man.
108.
Kids are wild.
60 points.
60-point difference? Yeah, 60.
Jeez, that's a
way to make it interesting, boys. Thanks for that. Good looking
I'm not
out.
Even mad. I'm just impressed. They ate the whole plate of cheese. That is wild.
All the cheese.
It's sort of a two-part thing here. It's not just Sonics performing very, very well, but it's also E United having a subpar day.
It was definitely a rough day for United.
That's true. When we showed up today, E United and Sonics were separated from the rest of the pack.
By 2 points.
E United is, and so far from everybody else. And now E United is back in this mix of 2nd through 5th, which is only a few points apart. So I think they're going to be very not excited about that. And I think in the final circle today, we'll talk a little bit more about sort of those two teams and their approach today. And where they're going. So it'll be pretty fascinating to take a look at. I hear that we are trying to possibly get an interview. I'm not sure.
Why
We
you
got
bait
it?
me like
All right,
that,
so
man?
I'm told that we got it.
There you go. You didn't bait us after
Let's pull him
all.
up right now. It is the king of the South holding just yet one of the many prizes. Big Tig, how's it going, my man?
It's going pretty well, Toppies. How you going yourself?
I'm good. I love you. I love that you guys come to these interviews with a little bit of swagger and
props.
a lot of fun. And props.
Yeah, man.
It's like Carrot Top.
Though I'll say you add props, whereas mine seems to lose props when he shows up. Things disappear. Let's get into it. I know these guys have some juicy questions for the kings of Americas.
Okay.
He's like, I got mine one.
I mean, I feel like I get to ask you questions all the time. Yeah, set that down, man. You got stuff to do. So I was kind of giving. I wasn't being a jerk about it, but I do think that you guys got a little bit of circle luck today. At least in the first couple games. Last game, that was all you. That was hard fought. But do you guys approach the game any differently? Like when you get those games where you or the days where you have a little bit of circle luck and you kind of look at it, you're like, well, we kind of have to get a lot of points off of this, or do you just kind of treat it as whatever?
Well, it's hard because I think we all get a bit thirsty when we get the circle luck because teams fight around us. We're like, we can do it.
True.
Now Aiton kind of like pulls the leash, like, come here, boy. Like, don't be doing that. Like, so. Yeah, it's a bit of a mix. We're all very aggressive players. I think none of us are going to be sad if we run out and die trying something, but winning is obviously the goal always.
So I'm going to tag on to his question, which is to follow up. In that game, when you guys were in the 2-story outside of mansion, how difficult was it to keep everyone in the house and not out there looking for fights?
I mean, yeah, I was definitely guilty of getting knocked a couple times because I was like a dog looking at some juicy meat. Like there was just people dying all around us and I just couldn't help myself. But I got knocked like 3 times. I claimed this helmet. I said, guys, I'm going to lose my helmet. This helmet's mine. And I lost my helmet and I picked that other helmet up.
Oh my God. Okay. So I have to ask though about just as ridiculous of a day as it is, it just constantly brings us back to the fact that you guys as the Sonics, ever since you came into the roster the midway of 2020, have been like the top of North America and America's region for what feels like 3 years at this point, or up to that, right? Like, can you explain what that process is to stay at the top? Because a lot of people don't seem to realize how difficult it is to continue winning. Because we've all seen that the America's region has sort of tried to catch up with you, but you all seem to be doing stuff that just keeps them in a second tier and a second class of team.
I mean, we all love the game so much, and especially HWin does so much study. Like a lot of us, we watch the PCL games, we learn from other regions because, I mean, frankly, those regions are stronger when it comes to macro and micro. So we watch a lot of their gameplay and we learn from them things that we wouldn't be able to practice necessarily in the Americas. And we always try to stay a step ahead in terms of strategy.
Hey, I know you guys are laser focused on closing this thing out and making sure you wrap this last victory up for PCS, but even just partially looking forward to PGC, right? How do you feel about where the team is at mentally going into this next international event?
Pretty good. I'm more confident this year than I was last year.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, that's the most important thing.
Awesome. Well, I feel like there was more, but that's all you wanted to hear. So
that's all I wanted to hear, man. That's all. That's it. That's the only thing.
I will say that out of this couch, I'm the only one who believes you guys would win PCS. I'm just going to throw that out there. Congratulations. You guys have been absolutely on fire. Before I let you go, is there any shout-outs or anything you want to do to close out your day of play?
Absolutely. You know, we couldn't win without the support of the best CPU brand out there, Intel. Shout out Intel. Shout out the fans in the chat for watching. My family at home, of course. My girlfriend. Love it.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Well, I'd ask you to tell us more, but I got to let you go back to your team, and we'll catch up with you, I'm sure, tomorrow and the day after as you continue to dominate. So good luck. Have fun with the guys. Well, that is another day in the books of Sonic's domination. We'll see if it continues tomorrow.
Cool as a cucumber, that guy, man.
I know, but the thing is, he's
every single time you talk to him.
But he's done so many of these.
That's true.
Like he was hugging, like for those of you who may have just joined us for PCS7, he's hugging the computer because he's won so much.
I'm still waiting for the throne of laptop.
The throne of laptop
throne?
yeah.
I know.
I always
All right.
thought it was going to come through.
Well, I do not have a laptop throne for you guys to see, but I do have the final circle coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're going to break down E-United. We're going to talk about the Sonics' continued domination and a little bit of a focus on Latin America. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that in the top 5 in just a few minutes.
Waste my time.
welcome to the final circle. My name is Thomas. I got Porosaurus and the Cammy D here,
Howdy.
bringing you the post show. All right, let's talk at it. I've heard that you've been talking on Twitter. We want you guys to keep joining us all week long as we do that. Remember, hashtag PUBG Esports. Tyler Porosaurus with boots on just adds to the electricity of the panel. Hi, I think that's lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. I love it. And he's not wrong. If there's anybody who can scoot and boogie, it's the, ooh, look at that. Give it. Oh, yeah.
Shoe cam.
Yeah, you get the belt buckle, too.
Yeah. No, you look.
I'm straight out of Miramar, homie. Let's go.
All right. You know what? We learned who's at the top of the shoe game. Let's see who's at the top of the leaderboard. PCS7 being dominated by the Sonics. I love it. They're killing it. They're doing great numbers. I just want to remind everyone at home, week 1, you and I picked the Sonics to win. You said E-United, and I think it was a noble choice. They're going to bounce back. But someone this morning switched their pick.
Yeah, he did.
To E-United.
Yeah.
What? Why? What did you? Oh my gosh.
Listen, because they were looking so good every single day. Like okay.
I'll tell you what,
so was Sonic. I mean, look.
Hold on.
We've already got 1A, 1B.
Take a moment, gather your thoughts about United. I'm going to let you break into them and why you made the change. But before we talk about them, we have to talk about the Kings, the domination that is the Sonics. A hat trick today. Poro, can they be stopped? Can they be stopped at PGC? Is there a kryptonite for this team?
I mean, right now, regionally, it feels like PCS is Sonic's home.
Yeah.
Like every PCS, they're right up in there. United, they're a damn good team, man. Both of these teams are so damn good. But it just feels like if it's not one, it's the other.
Yeah.
And right now, it just feels like Sonics gets a hold of that thing by the neck in one day, and they just put their boot down and they just run away with it. Like United, they can't make a single mistake. They can't have a bad day. They can't get circle screwed in a day or anything because Sonics just runs away with it.
Yeah.
So Sonics is dominating right now. My question is, because at right now, I'm not willing to totally say they win. I'm going to hold E-United maybe for one more day.
Yeah.
But they're going to PGC.
Yeah.
Tig said they're playing better than they ever have, and he feels good about it. Do you think this is a team, this is a roster that can bring that cup home?
Yeah, and honestly, even though they might have had a disappointing performance to a lot of fans at the previous PGC, I actually think ultimately they did play well. It was the format that really went against them because they lost that Pachinki fight, if you remember, against a number of other teams, mostly 17, right?
17.
But their pivot was a good pivot. It just was, you could argue a little bit too late, but I don't think that their performance was warranting the sort of reaction that all the fans had for it.
Well, they got punched in the mouth. I mean, they came down, they had the scrims, they went 50-50 going into PGC, and they thought that they could maybe come out on top. 17 wasn't willing to give it up. They punched them in the mouth, and they had a hard time recovering, and that happens. You know, it happens to the best teams. It happens. It doesn't matter who you are, and the fact that Sonics now has that experience to build off of, they remember not only what that felt like in that moment, they also remember how it felt coming out of the PGC, knowing that they did not put up what they are capable of. Like, this is an international team.
And they got punched in the mouth. They had a bad day. They know that you can't have those bad days at PGC. A team that did have a bad day today, and that's sort of my worry going into the next phase, is E-United. What's going on with them?
So the reason why, and I was saying this when I selected Sonics to be my champion at the top of show last Friday, was because Sonics are usually a lot more consistent. E-United have the ups and downs. I got sold on the constant ups Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Today was that down. That, you know, is not off-brand for this team. What will be off-brand is if it continues tomorrow. But I'm not worried about these guys at all. It is very, very unlucky in that their down day coincided with Sonics, one of their best days ever. But I think at the end of this tournament, even if E-United just gets second place, or even if they overtake the Sonics, the overall performance across between the two teams will still even out to what it is. It just looks really bad because of two very isolated coincidences on both sides.
It's true. I will also say, when you look at the pictures of the roster that we saw a minute ago, it becomes very obvious that the Sonics, both teams are grizzled veterans, but these guys are still young guns. This is a vibrant, aggressive team made up of very young players with a long future ahead of them.
Yeah, same with the United. I mean, all of these guys are pretty young, but I mean, you start looking at LG, that's where you get that's where you get a little bit more of the experience coming through there. But again, nothing against those boys. I think they've made a big strides for their PG PGC effort here today. Yep, I mean, I think I have high hopes for Sonics and United going into PGC.
Right, so there's another team that has been making sort of strides towards PGC, and that is Synergy.
Yep.
They did not let off the gas today, whereas they also are sort of competing with 22, who I think did a little bit. But a big thing for me is just the Latin American region in general has come out and really shown up.
Yeah, absolutely. Problem is, though, 22 and Synergy both today, like they had really good moments last weekend, but today there was something, like we're bad. Neither team were bad. They just weren't at that same gear that we saw last weekend, which for a team like Synergy specifically, because they're the ones chasing 22,
sure,
they are the ones that are actually going to have more pressure going on them tomorrow.
And I think the problem for Synergy, too, is that Luminosity did so well, Wildcard doing so well, so that kind of shuts the door a little bit on their hopes to maybe get 2 Latin American teams in the top 6. But it's still there for Synergy. If they can catch past 22, depending on where they finish, they obviously need to finish ahead of 22. 22, as you said, let off the gas a little bit today. Gizera, I mean, all the hype that kid brought.
Wasn't even Gizera at all.
It just, nothing really kind of clicked today. They had one kind of good finish there. They had the win, obviously.
Yeah, but with only 5 kills.
But with only 5 kills, right. That wasn't kind of what we got used to seeing yesterday, or last week. Anyway.
Gizera definitely let off the gas, 22, but we talked about that. If you're all-star and you're built on an all-star, isn't hitting on all cylinders, do you fall off? Another team that I want to ask about, and they were not in the run for PGC necessarily, but this is PCS7. They looked good in ESL2. They dominated the Latin American region in the qualifiers and are just, what's going on with Fium, but why are we getting what we're getting?
It's really hard to tell. I was really excited for this team coming in. Not only did they get 5th at ESL2, as you said, they dominate. They performed so well at the regional qualifiers. But the grand finals, it's not enough for them. They're not really able to make those moments. And I was thinking on it this entire day, like, why are they in 12th place?
Yeah.
Even if they're lower than 5th, 12th is a huge drop-off for a team of this caliber. And ultimately, it just has to do with the meta of this lobby. You can blame it on how wild those circles are, but there's so much stuff happening on the edge that Fiumba, they're not able to have those opportunities of taking center. We've barely, if ever, seen them in podium when in the regional qualifiers, even though, yes, it is a lower level of competition, they were still able to get podium 8 of the 12 games that they played. That is a huge ratio, and we expected a drop-off, but this is nowhere close to that.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, and I could even add a little bit more onto it. They're running into teams on the edge, but they're running into Wildcard, Luminosity, 22, Synergy. They're running into the teams that are playing really, really well right now, and they're getting behind the 8 ball a little bit just to start things off. And, you know, Capitan, DraftKings, I mean, these guys are very, very talented, very, very good players. They just happen to have a slow start when they're going up against teams that are coming out like Buzzsaw.
And I want to see them make a comeback and make a statement for next year, right? When PCS rolls back around at the start of the next season, I want to see them up on top. Another team that we'd like to see on top, we thought we might here today, but it seems slow. You had the keys to victory for BBB. Did they execute?
Yeah, actually.
Weirdly,
Fucking enough. A quick reminder on what the keys were. It was the 2 main ones were playing center and then playing together as a team, and ultimately they really did do that. They were in center a lot, and if you remember back on game 1, it was very chaotic on top of that power grid southern shelf. But they were keeping everyone alive. They were getting all these revives back and forth. It was only a push by the Sonics that dismantled them, and that just goes to show that in PUBG, you can play like strategically very, very well, but if you lose one team fight, that could put what looks to be a good game into only a 3-point game. And this really just comes down to the fact that you don't want to let yourself be in a hole like BBB found themselves after last week. They can have an all right day, but with the point drop that they had to climb up. They needed an amazing day, and that's just something that even the best teams cannot guarantee.
And they hit their keys. Had they been doing this every single day, they'd be in a totally different position. Now, we love talking about the teams, but we also like looking back at the best moments from the day. So it's time for my favorite part of Final Circle, Top 5
All right.
plays of the day.
I love Top 5. Top 5 is my favorite. All right, what's number 5 going to be?
Number 5.
Necro. Necro was popping off today. Shout out to those fantasy people who picked up Necro.
Yeah, he's actually performing even better today than last week. We've seen Trog in so many different late game scenarios.
Number 4.
He's very excited. He gets to do it again. More Trog. Trog. Dude, I loved this push. This was such a confident push out of that building to take care of 22, especially when you know you can get third party. That's confidence play.
It was a team highlight. Number 3.
3-0, Luke 12. Luke 12 also has been performing super well. We're back to old school Luke, back to STK Luke.
I mean, this is Luminosity.
It's okay.
They're putting him out on an island, man. They're saying, you know what, get your points if you can, and there you go, 22.
Number 2, the ring around the rosy.
How does Vinny stay alive so long? I mean, the smoke's obviously going a long way to help him, and that leads 22 to get the win. And then
the top play of the day, number 1.
Number 1,
Yep,
it's 22 crashing on to E United. The same time, just bad luck from both teams, really, that the timing worked out to where they fall right on top of each other. But E United, I'm sorry, 22 rather, with the trail man ends up winning that.
Yeah, Snakers almost had this. It was looking really, really good. But again, that's exactly what we were just saying with BBB. One lost team fight makes what could have been an amazing round a bad round, which is why when it's paired with that so many times in a row, that when a pattern starts is the problem. But like in isolation, those 2 rounds, those 2 examples from those teams shouldn't be like looked upon in such a negative light.
I mean, honestly, if it had gone the other way, Snakers would have been the highlight of the day. That fight in general was just fun to watch. So behind us, you can see the top 5 players in terms of damage and kills and everything else for our special prizing. And we also want to show you the top performers on the fantasy leaderboard. We've got new teams this week.
I'm excited to see that.
I'm excited to see it too. I don't know where it's going to go. All right, so it's an overall.
I'm barely holding on.
I feel like Sonic's up in this house. You know what I'm saying?
I'm clinging on for dear life, man. Alo, save me, Dad. I mean, Pippa's been carrying you today. That was a good call.
You know, it was one of those where you had to look at it and you have to go 22 or Synergy. One has to maintain and push hard. So, you know,
facts.
One
and then Godspeed with the Necro pick was absolutely huge.
Big, you recommended it, but then didn't do it yourself. Let's take a look at the caster picks. Cameron has moved up into 4.
That was a good jump. What was it, like 120 points?
Yeah, well, you have Tiggleton.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah,
I picked Tiggleton.
I think you're the only one who picked Tiggleton. I think you're the only one whose blood was rich enough to go. But you know what? I guess that goes to show if you can afford Tiggleton, no matter how much he costs, go ahead and buy him because he's going to be worth every pound.
And as much as we've given you a hard time for picking Show was pretty strong today. The Rumblers got to the late game a bunch of times. They at least put in a little bit of work. There wasn't that early outs. There was no before 10.
Well, unfortunately, you don't get points for making late game without winning. You do need the kills.
You know, I was trying.
I know.
I was trying.
I know.
All right. Just like I'm trying to get you guys to come a little bit early tomorrow because we have the pre-show podcast that will be featuring Luminosity Gaming, hosted by Poro and Matchum. It is a good one. Well, you know what? Let's show you a little bit of what you can expect tomorrow. It's a preview. What are your part?
I mean, me and Kurt's relationship, I mean, it's a mess. But it's like, it's a beautiful mess, you know? Because like he's my brother and I love him, you know. So it's just like it is what it is, you know. If he sucks, like he knows he sucks. Like he probably don't need me to tell him he sucks, you know. He's been playing the game long enough. But sometimes I'll be like, hey, you know, you're kind of shit right now, you know.
What'd you do on that rooftop?
Yeah, exactly. And then he'd be like, I know I was supposed to be on that rooftop, jackass. Like, you know what I mean? It's just it's a good relationship and it's healthy. And I love it.
Tune in and check it out. I'm going to be honest, though. In that little moment, I saw why I want to see Luminosity make it to PGC so much.
I mean,
They know each other. They've got a great coach. They recover better than any other team in the business. And they've got that sort of bounce back.
I mean, they failed to qualify ESL and they're, what, 3rd? That's a really strong recovery.
That's pretty good recovery.
Yeah. That's what these guys do. So that is pretty much it for the day. We've done a great show. I think Sonic's put on a better show than anybody has, as they were absolutely wild. But before we wrap up, I love final thoughts. I'm going to get your guys' take on the day as we look forward to the rest of the weekend. So, Cameron, final thoughts?
I'm not going to pick a single team because I apparently seem to curse them. At least this weekend, right? But still, don't expect that gap from E United and Sonics to maintain as it is now. United are going to catch up.
You think they'll catch up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And Poro, another United fan, what's your final thoughts on the day?
I agree with you. United's going to catch up. I'm really interested to see if LG can keep this going, right?
Yeah.
I want to see them string another couple of games, more good games together. Also, got eyes on Wild Card. Love what they've been doing so far. It's been awesome. And then Toffees, in the key of Kurt and Gunner, I just want to tell you, you suck, jackass.
Well, why was I on the roof in the first place?
Why were you on the roof, Toffees?
Why are you wearing boots?
He doesn't
The world
suck.
will never
He doesn't
know.
suck. It's
Guys,
fine.
we appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. I want to give a special shout out to our Observer team, who are the true stars of the show. They killed it tonight. With you guys being here means the world to us. On behalf of myself, Cameron, Poro, Matchroom, Godspeed, and Clover, thank you so much for watching. On behalf of everybody at PUBG Esports, we love you. We can't wait to see you again tomorrow. And until we do, play more PUBG.
Into trying to firefight for this one. It is. Nikos goes for the spray, but doesn't get enough to discourage. Gets one of them down, but he is going to go down. He is all by his lonesome. 1v3, laptop Shrimsy. Can he do it? LG on the opposite side, though. They need every point they can get. They want to make sure that they can amass as many PGC points as possible. Looking in, does manage to get one down. Look back into Kurt, but it's going to be Kurt. That's where the flashbangs are coming out from. On top, shotgun tries to go out. Oh, gets some damage, but it's going to be a 1-2 punch. Greg shot on the other side of it. Oh, my bad. Does manage to take down Adam. Oh, but it's going to be Greg's shot. Managed to hold the line slightly. Looks into it. Does manage to make it harder for Luminosity. It's just a matter of time until Mime spots him out. And is it going to be enough? Did Luke 12 manage to reposition rightly? Get some shots out. Does get a knock, but it is going to be Sonics.
They do know. Oh, they have an idea. Oh, the headshot trade.
Oh, the shotgun giveth and it taketh away. So can he defend it up? He realizes the approach coming in, goes up, steps in, goes for the shots. One is down. Now doing a dance into the car, realizing where the other one's going to go from. Trying to listen for footsteps. Got to be careful. Taking a ton of damage. So now it's going to be Kill Demo coming in onto this. Provides some reinforcements. Necro with a great shot.
Soldier.